What's up, everybody? It is the biggest and best day of the year here for the Fantasy Football Today team. It is Draft-A-Thon 2023. 6 straight hours of fantasy advice, games, guests, and more. And it's all for the best cause. We're raising money for St. Jude. Adam Azer, Heath Cummings. Hello, Heath.
Hi, Adam.
Hi, Heath. Your level of excitement, 0 to 10?
112%.
You shouldn't start that high. We need to build that a little bit. Chris Towers also here. Hello, Chris.
So 112% on a scale of 1 to 10 is like an 11, right? It sounds less impressive when you add the percent. You should have just gone with the classic scale, and we were 112 out of 10. I think you screwed up there.
I think he screwed up too. It won't be the first. We've got 6 straight hours. What are we doing today? All right, let's go through it. We're talking to amazing guests. We're doing a live draft right now, where Dan Schneier is on the clock. I had the first pick. We're going to look at the draft throughout the day and throughout the night, because we're here until 10 p.m. Eastern. And we have 2 teams that are audience teams. So if you stick around, you'll get to make some picks in this draft. We'll do YouTube polls here. By the way, tell your friends. If you're watching right now, tell your friends, hey, come check out this Draft-A-Thon. We're playing the Fantasy Feud against the Front Yard Fantasy guys. Playing Fantasy Jeopardy with Chris Towers versus, I think, Dave Richard versus Joe Pisapia. We're playing Name That Player. We're playing Name That Colleague with Pete Prisco a little bit later. We have amazing things. You like Name That Colleague?
I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but I like the idea.
It's going to be really funny. I'm going to give him.
It's just like the Charles Barkley thing on TNT, but just like with people that Pete works for.
So he's on with Jamie, Will, and Nick Costos, and I am going to give him basically trivia about all 3 of them and see if he can figure out who I'm talking about. So
to be clear, I think that Charles Barkley and TNT may have taken that from Name That Player. It's
Sure. All right, we got to get to our first guest, but before we do that, we are powered by Snickers. Rookie mistake? Maybe you just need a Snickers, and I've been waiting all day to do this, guys. Look, I got the green Halloween bag.
It is. I didn't want to say this when you told me, but it's you were like very concerned about the fact that you had the mini Snickers, and I thought it's perfectly fitting that everybody else is eating regular size Snickers and you have the miniature ones.
Well, happy early Halloween. I got the green nougat in there.
Ooh,
all right. Anyway, let's get to our first. You can introduce our first guest. I got food in my mouth. Who we have, guys?
I'm not doing your job for you. Come on.
I'm eating.
It's
still slacking.
The creator of stealing signals, stealing bananas.
Have you heard of it?
Dead Zone, Trap Back. What other fantastic things have you brought to the world?
He's a real inventive guy.
Towers, you're the one who came up with the running back dead zone name. I always tell people that. I wrote this whole research article on this range of running backs and why it didn't matter, but it didn't have a catchy name, and Towers edited it and threw the running back dead zone on there, and it took off.
When I'm gone, that's my legacy.
Yeah, man, it's great stuff, and we talk about it all the time. It might be dead this year. That's the first question I have for you. By the way, in the chat, Snickers 30% of my diet. Yeah, it will be today. In the chat, Dan Schneier is a superhero. He's going to be answering your questions for 6 hours. And if you want us to grade your draft, we get a lot of those emails. Grade my draft. How'd I do? Donate to St. Jude. I'm going to find out if we have a suggested minimum on that, but donate to St. Jude and we will grade your draft. Also, we have a fantasy karma jar here, okay? So if you want to donate $5 to our fantasy karma jar, just hit that donate button, donate $5. The fantasy gods will smile upon you this season. So for good luck for this season, give us a little $5 donation for St. Jude. So we've talked about, Ben, only 8 running backs maybe going in the first 2 rounds, which is unbelievably weird and rare. Usually it's closer to 15. And maybe just with everybody being pushed back, hey, do we actually like these mid-round running backs? We kind of had this conversation last year too. I feel like I like them more this year. What do you think about the mid-round running backs this year, Ben?
It's actually, when you told me I'm coming on, one of the things you mentioned was we might talk about our favorite strategies. It's a huge part of the way that I'm playing fantasy football in 2023. And it is sort of ironic being the guy who wrote this article that Towers, I didn't come up with the name. Towers came up with the great name of running back dead zone. One of the original research parts of that, and one of the ideas behind that research was that running backs are risky picks near the top of drafts. We need to have real upside to justify making those picks, especially in PPR leagues. And so the research I did in the dead zone was whether there was real ceiling out of that range. It's not these small hit guys that get a lot of volume and are projected for a lot of volume. It's are they actually showing league winning, ceilings? And the hit rates that I found were that in those ranges from about round 4 to round 9, really, the percent of backs that are taken that actually had shown real ceilings for the benchmarks that I used was no better than from like round 10 on, the double-digit rounds. It was basically the same type of ceilings. The median's probably higher in those dead zone ranges, but the risk that you're taking by taking a running back needs to be offset with real ceilings. The one subset of player that was different, or that was an exception in the dead zone, was the young guys that the market didn't really know who they were yet. I mean, the hypothesis was the market knows who the good backs are. We draft Christian McCaffrey and Austin Eckler and these guys high because they're great, but the guys that were young and hadn't broken out yet fall into the dead zone because the market doesn't know who they are yet, what their real ceiling is. And eventually, if they do break out, they stay at the top of draft boards for multiple seasons, right? But at this point in their career, they're sitting in the dead zone. This year, we actually have a lot of those guys, some due to injury, some due to multi-year injury, some due mostly injury. But I mean, Breece Hall is a great example who has fallen. J.K. Dobbins has dealt with some injuries, Javonte Williams. And really part of the reason we don't have running backs at the top is the last few classes, the best backs that we've had from 2020, 2021, 2022 classes have all had major injuries. And
we're kind of living off the 2017 draft class still at running back. It's like McCaffrey, I guess Elliott was part of that one as well, but it's like those guys are still at the top of the list. It's been a weird 6-year run at running back.
Exactly. And so some of these guys are languishing in the dead zone, and there's enough of these targets and the types of profiles that historically actually hit from the dead zone that now, I mean, one of my big strategies is to actually target those guys, and we don't have to take on first and second round risk at running back to take the receivers in the first couple of rounds, come back with a Breece Hall or a Kenneth Walker or a J.K. Dobbins in the dead zone and build that way. It's a very different way than I've drafted for a lot of years. I've been a big proponent of zero RB and a lot of other strategies that avoided the running back dead zone, but this year I'm leaning right into it.
Well, what would you do if you had the third pick in a full PPR draft and Jefferson and Chase were off the board? Because Heath has been on the clock basically for your entire answer, and I thought maybe he would have made his pick. Heath, 2 wide receivers off the board, Jefferson, Chase. You got a lot of good mid-round running backs. You're going to go for Christian McCaffrey here. Actually, Ben, you're not in this draft. What would you do? Who would you take after those 2 wide receivers are off the board? Who's your RB1 or your next best player? Maybe it's wide receiver 3.
I would go Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp last year was showing the same type of ceiling. I mean, a type of ceiling that is comparable to Justin Jefferson. And he's the only player, I think, outside of Jefferson and Chase where I think the ceiling is that high again. I am concerned about his injury potential. I am concerned about Matthew Stafford's injury potential and that whole offense potentially cratering. But I think some of that is probably irrational because that's what happened in 2022. They sort of gave up on the year. It was a Super Bowl hangover, some of those things. But I think Cooper Kupp and Stafford are motivated to come back and have a good year this year. I mean, they're both guys that, you think about their whole careers, one more great season could be Hall of Famers. I mean, I don't think they're just going to throw in the towel the second they have a little injury. I think these guys are going to try to have a great season. And so this whole idea that, one of them's definitely going to get hurt and be out for the year by week 8, which I think is the concern, I don't really buy into. Kupp is the ceiling pick for me.
Can I give my favorite stat that I've come up with during this draft season?
Yeah, man.
Cooper Kupp has played 28 healthy games with Matthew Stafford where they've both been healthy. That includes the playoffs. He has scored a touchdown in 20 of them. That is already bananas. Justin Jefferson had 9 games last year without a touchdown. Just last year. Cooper Kupp has 8 in the last 2 seasons. In the 8 games where he didn't score a touchdown, he is averaging 19.6 PPR points per game. That is more than A.J. Brown last year in the games where he didn't score a touchdown. Cooper Kupp over the past 2 seasons has been you kind of have to go back to, if you're not talking about LaDainian Tomlinson and Priest Holmes and those guys, you have to go back to Jerry Rice to find a wide receiver who's been that good over a multi-year span. It's absolutely bonkers what Cooper Kupp has done the past couple of seasons.
Well, not bonkers enough for Heath to have taken him. Heath, who'd you take 3rd overall?
I took my number. I mean, everybody knows. The chat was saying it. They knew it was coming. It was Tyreek Hill. I mean, it's the guy who somehow left Patrick Mahomes and produced a career high in both receptions and receiving yards.
Yeah, man.
I've been a pretty big proponent of the upside of Tua Kind of for the same reason of don't worry about it getting hurt, like don't worry about Cooper Kupp getting hurt. But I think the fact that Tyreek Hill had 1,700 yards last year in his first year in the offense and Tua's first year in the offense, I'm not as concerned about Hill's injury risk as I am Kupp's. I'm not as concerned about age with Hill as I am with Kupp. And I think the QBs probably have a similar injury risk. And I think the Dolphins offense is going to be a lot better if something happens to Tua than the Rams is if something happens to Stafford. And I think the Dolphins offense is going to be a lot better if Tua's healthy and if Stafford's healthy. So I'll go with Tyreek Hill at number 3.
All right, so here's the stat for Tyreek Hill. He played 12 games that Tua started and finished. His pace in those 12 games, 119 catches, 1,768 yards, 10 touchdowns, which is low on 173 targets. Pretty crazy stuff. Great stuff. All right, we've had 3 picks so far. We're going to check in with that draft for the next 6 hours. The audience, you're on the clock. Once one of our producers, Debo, makes his next pick, audience team number 1, you've got pick 5 and I think pick 10 or something like that. Pick 10. So you guys are going to make those picks when you are on the clock, and we'll keep checking in on that. Ben, talking about some of your favorite players. Who are some of your favorite players? By the way, coming up, we got Robert Turbin joining us in 9 minutes. He's our next guest. But before you leave, Ben, give us some of your favorite players.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I mentioned those dead zone backs. I think they're a really good bet this year. Some of the ones, it depends on your league type, but some of the ones that go higher in some leagues will fall into that range. Jahmyr Gibbs, Ramondre Stevenson, Travis Etienne. Those are guys that I like round 4, if you can get them, even late round 3 in some cases. Early receivers that I really like, because I am taking a lot of receiver starts, include Amon-Ra St. Brown and Garrett Wilson, 2 guys that I think are going to really break out this year. Have them ranked as my wide receivers 5 and 6 behind just the big 3. And Tyreek Hill is my 4th overall guy. I'm with Heath on him having the type of ceiling to be in this conversation as well in the top 3. And then, later round, it's always young players for me, right? So Jackson Smith and Jigba's a big one. Quentin Johnston's a guy that I'm buying into. Jahan Dotson and George Pickens are year 2 guys that I really like the price on. Jalen Warren, one of my favorite kind of mid to later round running backs. Khalil Herbert, a lot of guys.
Heath says I reached for Warren last night in the podcast league, or what was that, 2 nights ago?
I mean, all you did was reach the entire draft, and you give yourself the first pick so that you can do that as an excuse. If you reach from the first pick or the 12th pick, you can just say, well, he wasn't going to come back to me.
Well, that's the fun thing about the last week, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
go get your guys.
Just like ADP and like what you're supposed to do just goes out of the window. And like the drafts the last week look way different than the drafts for the 9 months leading up to it.
But I think you took Jalen Warren at 701, which is ridiculously high.
Team league.
I'm not that high, and I have a lot of Jalen Warren.
I don't see the difference between Jalen Warren and Samaje Perine. And to me, they are very
The difference is Samaje Perine went 2.5 rounds later.
No way. No way. And those were the next 2 guys in Jamie's running back rankings for what it's worth. And you know what? I go back a lot and I look at drafts from previous seasons and I'm like, we laugh at some of the picks. Holy cow. Someone took Robert Woods ahead of, some young receiver.
Cooper Kupp's big breakout season. I had Robert Woods ranked ahead of him. I was like, sure that was going to be the right call.
Even last year with the Titans, we were taking Robert Woods ahead of some guys that had really good seasons, ahead of, I think, Devontae Smith, like in some drafts. So, I think I'm fine with it. I really see a potential for Jalen Warren to have a really big season here because I just don't like Najee Harris. And I think he's just better than Najee Harris. Najee Harris would have gained 16 yards on that, 60-yard, whatever it was, touchdown run that Jalen Warren had, or he just raced past Jordan Poyer.
It is absolutely the Adam Azer thing. Like the guy who breaks the one big play despite only touching the ball 5 times per game is the Adam Azer running back, and the guy the coach plays 70% of the snaps. And I don't even like Najee Harris has been on my bust list. This is one of the other fun things about the last week. He's been on my bust list since April. Like bust 1.0 Najee Harris, bust 2.0 Najee Harris. Today I drafted him in round 6. Like if he's going to fall to round 6, he's not on my bust list anymore. He's a great pick.
I was going to draft him there, but no, I don't think it's going to be 5 snaps again. I know you were exaggerating. I think he's going to have a role. All right, Chris, who are some of your favorite players?
I mean, Cooper Kupp, if we're going high end, I've just drafted him everywhere. If he's available in the first round, I'm basically taking him unless I'm picking 1 or 2. Chris Godwin, and this is one that I'll credit Ben for, because he wrote about this like a month and a half ago, where one thing I'm trying to avoid is what I did last year with the Seahawks, where I was just like, this is going to be the worst offense in the NFL. They're going to run the ball 600 times. I don't want anything to do with the passing game. And it ended up being really, really good. I don't think Baker Mayfield is going to have a Geno Smith season, but like, we're talking about Baker Mayfield as if it's a guarantee that this offense is an absolute disaster. And he's got two really, really good, potentially elite wide receivers that he's throwing to. Chris Godwin and Mike Evans, they're going to run that offense through them. I just think Chris Godwin, like, it started to shift. He started to get pushed back up boards, but like, you used to be able to get him in the 6th round in some drafts, especially when you were talking about like experts. I think the sleeper draft, I got him in the 5th or 6th. And I love that value. So Chris Godwin's one of them. I like David Montgomery quite a bit. I know he's kind of a boring pick, but I just think that offense is so well situated to have 2 viable fantasy running backs. And Montgomery often goes like closer to RB 30 than I think he should. So he's someone I like. And then I've been on the Justin Herbert is kind of just the discount Joe Burrow track for a while, and the prices have gotten closer with Burrow's injury, but for a while Burrow was going like 3-4 rounds ahead of Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert, the first 2 seasons of his career, 26 PPR or 26 points per game and 6 point per passing touchdown leagues. That's basically unheard of for the first 2 seasons of a quarterback's career, even in this passing era. So I just think we're going to get a big bounce back season from Justin Herbert, and his chances of breaking into that, 28 point per game range are better than I think people give credit for.
Man, I'm really excited about the audience that we have right now. 1,400 people at the start. That is fantastic. Remember, we're here till 10 o'clock. We've got amazing guests and amazing games to play. We have an immaculate grid that we created. We've got a Labor Day barbecue grid. We've got fantasy draft grids. I know it's kind of hard to describe. Best sports movies, best sports movie characters. And please donate. Please donate to St. Jude. That's why we're here. There was a comment that I wanted to get to here that was...
I'm getting FOMO from all these things you're listed off. I'm only here for a few more minutes, but like I'm going to miss some great stuff the rest of the day.
Comment, Ben. What do you think about this? Gretsch needs to burn that UW helmet. They helped destroy the Pac-12, which is now the Pac-4.
I'm not taking any responsibility for that. Yeah, right, dude. You got to go talk to Larry Scott, and you got to talk to USC and UCLA, and that's where your responsibility lies. UW responded and got a bad deal out of it, frankly.
I was gonna say, if University of Washington is what's propping your conference up, did you really have a
get out of here? elite university.
Where did they end up? Big Ten.
Big Ten. Yeah, had to take like half the deal that USC and UCLA got because they kind of did it like behind closed doors and were the first ones to exit.
Think of all the money they'll make up in frequent flyer miles.
Yeah, exactly.
Did Heath pour beer into a LaCroix can?
No comment.
That's not at 4 o'clock. Not at 4 o'clock. Ben, any final words of wisdom for you? I'll give you a random question. How do you feel about Kyle Pitts this year?
I feel pretty good about him. I'm taking him. I'm certainly not taking him as much as I took him last year because I just couldn't do a whole nother year of dealing with Arthur Smith's shenanigans and what that would do for my psyche. So it's more just like I'm getting enough that if it hits a year late at a cheaper price, I don't go crazy on that side of it either. But not so much that if Arthur Smith does his shenanigans again, that I'm, pulling my hair out all season.
Has there ever been a 7-9 season that people were more smug about than Arthur Smith last season? Like, the fans community was so upset, and everyone was like, they're winning games. Why are you complaining? It's like, no, they weren't. They went 7-9. Like,
they went 7-10, and they were 5-10, and they beat the Cardinals by 1, and then the Bucks in what I think will go down, I guess, as Tom Brady's final game if he even played. But they're basically not. Yeah, he played like half the game. They're basically not trying. The Bucks were done. Anyway, I mean, just they win these 2 games at the end of the year and get to 7-10, claw back to 7-10. Congrats,
Ben Gretsch. Thanks for kicking off Draft-A-Thon with us, buddy.
Yes, it's been a blast. Good to see you guys. Take it easy.
Man. That is Ben Gretsch. Follow him at Yards Per Gretsch. We know it doesn't. Don't even respond. It doesn't sound like catch, but it's still great. At Yards Per Gretsch. Stealing signals is some of the best analysis that you're going to see in the business. All right, our next guest is Robert Turbin. What's up, my man? Welcome back.
What it do? What's going on?
How you doing?
I'm in Hawaii.
Oh,
I'm hanging out. I'm chilling. I'm having a good time. I'm working, okay? Because the business comes first. All right. But no, I'm good. How you fellas doing?
Well, how is it that Chris, just by wardrobe, it looks more like Chris is in Hawaii than you're in Hawaii?
Yeah, I gotta get my shirt game up here, man. You know that's one thing I'm slacking on right now.
All right, I'm going to ask Robert Turbin about Jonathan Taylor because when he came on our podcast a few months ago, I think we ranked Jonathan Taylor as a top 5 running back. He was like, "What? No way!" And I was, I'll get your thoughts on that. But Chris, where are you drafting Jonathan Taylor if you're drafting?
Oh, I misread this situation badly. I didn't think there was any way it was going to get this ugly. I thought the incentives were all aligned for them to just, we're upset at each other, but we'll figure it out. Like Josh Jacobs and Saquon Barkley and all the other situations. I've got him 75th overall. So I think that's right around RB 28 or something. And I have no idea. It's like my weakest conviction of all time. If you wanted to say that he's a top 60 pick because of the upside if he comes back, I think that's reasonable. If you wanted to say you're not taking him inside the top 100 because he's not going to play this year, I think that's also, I can see all sides of this one, and it's really frustrating because I love watching Jonathan Taylor play.
All right, Heath, let you get in there real quick. Where do you have Jonathan Taylor ranked? And then we'll get Robert Turbin's analysis on the situation.
I also misread this situation, but all I'm saying is, there were 4 of these guys, Barkley, Jacobs, Dobbins, and Taylor, and we kind of said the same thing on all of them. It will be okay. We were 75%. Like, that's a pretty good completion percentage. It's just that the problem is the L that we're taking on Jonathan Taylor when you draft him in round 2 hurts a lot more than those small gains that we got on Barkley and Jacobs and Dobbins. I think it's a round 7 pick. I took him around pick 78, I believe, in our most recent draft. The only consolation I'd offer, because I was talking to Chris Hassel just before our HQ hit today, and he was talking about how he drafted him just 2 days ago in round 3, and he's just feeling like his season's over. And I don't want people to think their season's over because it's a month and a half. It's possible that in the next 5 weeks, something happens to where Jonathan Taylor is going to play football for somebody and be happy about it. And if he does, missing 4 weeks will not keep him from delivering 3rd round value. He's one of the best running backs in football. If that thing happens and he comes back and plays this year, he could still win you your league.
All right, Turbo, if I can call you Turbo.
You can.
What's your thought on this whole situation?
Well, I just want to apologize first, okay? If I look off to my right here, okay, I'm in the middle of a draft, literally right now.
Nice, love it.
I would tell you, Jonathan Taylor is still on the board, and I believe we're in like round 4, okay? So you're drafting him late. And listen, I don't usually like to toot my own horn, all right? But I called this one straight away, okay? I knew that, eventually that these guys would get to this situation, Jonathan Taylor and the Colts. And to your point, yes, he might be able to play after week 4. But you have to take into consideration as well, he hasn't just missed he won't just miss the first 4 weeks of the season. He's missed all off season as well. Mm-hmm. And so we can't really expect Jonathan Taylor, just because he gets healthy after week 4, to be able to perform right at mid-season level, at the high level of a player that we've known him to be. And so for me, it's still veering away from Jonathan Taylor as much as possible. If you feel like you want to take a risk on him late, he's there, and you've got depth to do it. Go ahead and take him. But for me, I'm staying away.
You played for the Colts. What are your impressions of Jim Irsay?
I never had any issues with Jim Irsay. He's passionate about the game of football. He's outspoken, and whether you like it or not, that's his personality. Some owners are more outspoken. Some of them aren't, but they have the freedom to be able to do what it is that they want. Initially, I didn't think Mr. Irsay was saying anything bad about Jonathan Taylor specifically, right? He only mentioned about how he felt about the overall running back situation, but Jonathan Taylor's agent responded. They felt like it was a target at them, and it wasn't. So I'm not really concerned with Mr. Irsay, because this is how he's been the entire time he's been the owner.
Well, who's on your fantasy team, by the way? What do you got so far?
You know what? Good question. I just drafted Aaron Rodgers, but where's my team? Here we go. I've got Eckler. Okay, I've got Sanders. Those are my RBs. I've got Waddle. I've got Samuel. Those are my wideouts. All right. I took a tight end just because, all the really good ones were getting taken. So I've gotten Njoku. I had to settle there. But I'm feeling pretty good. And I wouldn't got Aaron Rodgers because I think he's going to throw a lot of touchdowns this year. So, I got to get some depth. I got to get some depth on the roster, but I'm feeling pretty good right now.
All right, let's let the audience make a pick. Let's see where we are in our live draft here. We've got 3 receivers and 2 running backs. Oh, the audience made the pick. We didn't even do that. We didn't even do the poll. What happened here? Or did we ask people in the chat? Maybe I missed that. We're at the 5th pick. Well, can we back that out? I'm going to back that out as the commissioner here. And
it's a pretty good pick,
It's a very good pick. I don't even see the pick having been made in the draft room, so I don't know what that was. Okay, audience, you are on the clock. 3 wide receivers and 1 running back are off the board. And all right, let's do a poll here. Let's go Eckler.
Gotta go Eckler.
Yeah, Eckler, Bijan, Kupp, Kelsey. We good with those 4 options?
Oh, yeah.
I think those are good options, right? Eckler, Bijan, Kupp, Kelsey. Let's see what the audience decides. We will check back on that YouTube poll in just a bit. I don't want to hog all the questions here for Turbo. Heath, you want to jump in?
Well, yeah. I mean, this man told us what was going to happen in Indianapolis, so let's figure out what's going to happen in Seattle. We've got this 2 very talented running backs in Ken Walker, Zach Charbonnet, and we've been kind of going back and forth on what roles these guys are going to play, and if there's going to be a true lead back or if it's going to be a committee. How do you see this?
Well, at first, my initial thought was Ken Walker was going to get majority of the other carries, and Charbonnet was going to be more third down, situational, short yardage, pass protection, like that type of back, because he can do all of those things really well. But after seeing him in the preseason, there is no doubt about it that Zach Charbonnet is going to get a significant amount of carries. And so I think you'll see a true 1-2 duo between Ken Walker and Zach Charbonnet, as opposed to, maybe Ken Walker getting the majority of the work in the backfield. I think they're going to split pretty evenly, especially because of the way Zach Charbonnet has performed in the preseason and the fact that Ken Walker really hasn't seen any action yet.
Well, I have to apologize. It took me, 25 minutes to screw something up royally. There was already a poll in YouTube with those 4 exact players, and they overwhelmingly have been voting for Austin Eckler. So I will go ahead and make that pick, as Austin Eckler is going to be the 5th pick in this draft, and Jamie Eisenberg will be on the board. Whoops. All right. What do you think about Bijan this year? You're going to take Eckler over Bijan there. What is he going to just destroy the league as a rookie?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bijan's going to be a nice player, especially because he's going to be the vocal point of the offense. And so even if for whatever reason, you think Bijan Robinson isn't all that great coming out of the draft, because you can think that. The fact of the matter is he's going to get every opportunity to be successful with the Falcons. He's going to be their number 1 target. So he's going to be great for you in fantasy. I draft him high.
You have experience coming off a torn ACL. What do you think about Hall and Javonte this year?
You know what? I think Breece is going to be great now that he's got Dalvin Cook there to back him up. And so I think he'll be fine. And who was the other player?
Javonte Williams, Denver.
Yeah, and Javonte, same. I feel the same about him. Now, Samaje Perine obviously isn't the type of back that Dalvin Cook is. Like Dalvin Cook comes in, he takes weight off of your shoulder. I don't think Samaje Perine necessarily does that for Javonte Williams, but he played a significant role in Cincinnati, and I think he'll play a significant role in Denver for Javonte Williams specifically. So I think I think you're still getting good value there. I would probably lean towards Breece Hall more than I would Javonte Williams, even though Javonte Williams is probably going to get more opportunities.
One thing I wanted to ask you, you mentioned like Jonathan Taylor coming back week 5, being expected, even if he comes back and being expected to just hit the ground running. How much harder is it when you're talking about like everybody going through training camp, everybody going through off season, everybody going through practice to lead up to week 1, having to hit the ground running when everybody's already caught up? Is it like is it a drastic difference when you're talking about like, your Josh Jacobs and Saquon Barkley's coming back later, but also Jonathan Taylor doing it midseason? How much more difficult is that?
Well, it's difficult, especially depending on the position, because obviously as a runner, there's a multitude of things that you have to do as far as your job, not just running the football, pass protection, and everything else. Normally, when you come into a new offseason, like or training camp, like even though you might be in the same system, same offensive coordinator, there's always adjustments every year. There's new terminology that's installed, right? There's new schemes that are installed. And so you're just behind the 8 ball in those things because you haven't been able to rep them. And then when you think about the physical capacity, of training camp, right? Like, yeah, we can get out there and we'll have fresh legs. But at the end of the game, everybody is sore. But when you haven't been in it, that soreness is a little different, right? It's elevated in some ways because you haven't had the sharp cuts, you haven't had the tight turns and the pass protection throughout this entire time, and so it's going to make an impact on you. It's going to have an impact on you when you get out there to play. So these guys like Josh, he probably have It wouldn't surprise me if week 1 he just exploded, but he's probably likely to slow down the next 2, 3, or 4 games, and it probably won't be until halfway through the season where we start to see him play like the Josh Jacobs we saw last year.
Interesting. I was recalling something you said to me. I asked you if Russell Wilson was washed up, your former teammate.
You're right.
I think you said, hell no. I was a little worried with the preseason performance. I wish we had gotten to see them play a third game because, you figure it will take a little time to get adjusted to the new system. But you still feel conviction? Hell no, he's not washed up?
I'm very convicted about that. And listen, I know in that second preseason game, he was expected to play a lot longer. Even Coach Sean Payton mentioned before the game that, he's probably going to play through the first half of the game, end up only playing a series. But let me tell you something, we're looking at the stats. I think he was 3 for 6. He didn't do anything spectacular, but the subtle things that he did do were clear displays that Russell Wilson is going to be fine. Boom, getting out of the pocket, using his feet, get a first down, getting outside the pocket, throwing an accurate ball, like just the small, subtle things, making quick decisions, right, in the pocket. That's all Sean Payton needs to see. And for me, knowing Russ the way that I do, that's all I need to see too. And then not even to play him in week 3,
right?
To tell you that they're not worried about anything. He's going to be fine.
All right, Chris. I want to ask you at some point about your Jerry Jeudy ranking. It's pretty high, and I like it. It's pretty aggressive. We'll talk about that in a little bit. In about 10 minutes, we're going to play, not even 7 minutes, we're going to play the feud with the Front Yard Fantasy guys with Joey, JL, and Simon. So that's coming up. Dave and hopefully Jamie are going to be on for that. We have a little bit of time left with Robert, but we want you to donate. Everybody, please donate to St. Jude. It's an amazing cause, obviously, amazing organization that helps pediatric cancer patients and their families. Who wouldn't want to donate to that? If you donate, do we come up with a dollar amount for this? How much for us to grade your draft? Someone just let me know. We will grade your draft, though, if you make a donation. And keep firing away in the chat. We'll try to answer some questions throughout the show. Dan Schneier is going to be answering questions in the chat as well. Love the audience we have right now. As you may or may not know, Turbo has pretty big arms. He still got them. He's still
I'm retired now.
Okay. Well, we want to play a game. Who has bigger arms? I guess you in your prime. Are you kidding me? How are you a running back with those arms?
Oh, wow.
I you know what I mean? I had good. I could still get loose.
I feel like you would have fumbled on those, like the bouncing off the bicep. I don't know.
The ball hides behind the biceps.
It made it more secure. It was more secure.
All right. So who has bigger arms? Prime Robert Turbin or Heath plus Chris?
I gotta see.
I'm gonna say Turbin. I don't got much going on there.
Yeah,
let's see it.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can probably get it up there at some point, but there's not.
Oh yeah, that's
I like the belief. I like the belief in Heath right there.
Yeah, I mean,
don't try me, okay?
I'm more of a definition kind of guy than a bulk guy. I'm working more on low weight, high reps, just trying to age gracefully.
Yeah, definitely
that's
the
what
same.
I'm on now too. Lean machine, baby.
All right, who's got bigger arms? Prime Robert Turbin or JJ Watt?
Oh, I mean, JJ was 260 pounds.
Yes. I think Turbin, though.
Yep. Turbin.
Turbo.
I'm gonna say yeah.
Ooh.
How about
You can say yourself. You can say
take it.
yourself.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
he's humble. Why you keep showing me? I'm not competing against him right now. How about DK Metcalf? We have a DK Metcalf arm picture. See if we can.
I can't give it to DK.
No, I've got to ask a question though. Like, is this whole thing about DK's diet for real? Like he really, I'm trying to raise a high school athlete and trying to tell him to eat right. And I see DK Metcalf's body, and then the guy says that he just eats candy all day long.
Man, listen, man. I have no idea. But I wouldn't put it past him. I wouldn't put it past him. And DK to me is not the type of person just to say something, just to say something just to say it. Like if he's eating Skittles or whatever it is, then I believe him. I believe him. But I will say, and I would tell him this too, as his homie. All right, shit, it's not gonna last forever, bro. Okay, I can't wait for the day we hear about DK changing his diet. All right, as he starts to age in this league. Okay, it's coming. Watch, mark my words. It happens to us all.
So what about speaking of Skittles? What was the real, lowdown on Marshawn Lynch and the Skittles? How much are we talking here?
Yo, he would eat Skittles on the sideline at practice. He'd keep them in his pocket. Like the Skittles thing.
The most relatable professional athlete thing I can think of.
It was a real thing, man. And that, I don't know what it did. I don't know if it like got him in the zone, if it turned him into beast mode, like if invisible, beast mode hero, uniform just appeared on him every time he ate a Skittle. I don't know, but that his love or infatuation for the candy was pretty real.
That's cool, man. I'm just so curious why we keep going to the one shot of me. I don't have big arms at all. All right, last one here. What do you think about Arnold?
Oh, see, I don't got that. Hey, that was different.
Yeah,
okay? That's a beast right there, Arnold Schwarzenegger. I gotta pay homage. But I would say he was part of the motivation.
Was he?
Oh yeah. What?
Oh, nice. What's your favorite Arnold movie?
I might have to go with the Terminator, man.
Yeah.
The second one.
Yeah, T2. Yeah.
Oh, T2 is the freaking best. Absolutely. Yeah.
But he's in a lot of great films.
Yeah, he has. Chris, you probably watched the Arnold documentary, right?
I have not seen that one. No.
Oh no, you strike me as like see most things on Netflix guy. Like looking in a mirror. Unbelievable. All right, sure.
That's funny.
They're messing with me. They're messing with me here. Turbo, thanks for coming on, buddy. I appreciate it.
Anytime, fellas. Anytime. It's just fun.
Aloha.
Aloha. All right. See you later.
All right. So we're going to get to our next guests in just a little bit here as we've got Heath and Chris here, and we've got Draft-A-Thon until 10 o'clock. And some of our favorites are going to be joining us. Joey Wright, JL Garofalo, and Simon Gruenfeld coming on in just a moment to play Fantasy Feud against Chris. I think you're on again.
Wow.
You ready to stay on?
Sure, I'm here. I got nothing else going on.
You're going to represent.
Can I ask the chat something?
Sure.
I do have a question for the chat. We've got some guys coming on that like their show is mostly playing game shows, right? Yeah. So, and you're going to host this, is that right, Adam?
I am. I'm going to host.
And so I'd just be curious, like, I know Adam's going to mess this up. The question is not, will Adam mess this up, but how is Adam going to mess this up? Is it going to be like a scoring thing? Is it going to be a rule that he didn't think of previously? Is it going to be that maybe one of the answers that he gives us isn't textually right? How will Adam mess up the feud?
Well, I haven't quite thought about stealing part and how, because usually, in Fantasy Feud, you got the family that has one chance to steal and they get to huddle, they get to talk it over. I guess you could just talk out loud, right? You could just talk out loud, talk amongst yourself and come up with a name. We're going to have a team captain And we're going to have to, yeah, that's fine. All right, I got this. Fantasy Jeopardy, I will definitely screw up later. I feel good about the feud. Anyway, please donate right now to St. Jude. If you donate enough, we'll grade your draft. And let's make a pick. Let's go to our spreadsheet here. Let's take a look at our draft. The audience is on the clock. Do we have a YouTube poll up? Let's get a new YouTube poll up. We'll update that. That's not updated yet, but I'll tell you the last few picks. It was Kelsey, then it was Cup, then it was Diggs. So we'll go by Heath's rankings here for Team 10. We've got Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley. Let's do 2 running backs, 2 receivers. Jacobs, Barkley, Lamb, St. Brown. This is a full PPR league. We're starting 2 running backs, 2 receivers, 2 flex. So we'll do that YouTube poll, and we'll come back to it. Jacobs, Barkley, Lamb, Amon-Ra, St. Brown. Who is Team 10 going to take? Please vote on YouTube. All right, let's get Dave on. Hey, Dave.
Sup, yo?
We're going to get rid of the spreadsheet here. I have no idea. We're about to have 7 people on at the same time. I don't know how this is going to look. Joey Wright. What's up, Joey?
What's going on, guys? I was told I was supposed to be arm wrestle Robert Turbin. Is that not happening? I'm ready for it. I brought my jean jacket to intimidate him. No?
Next year. Okay. You're intimidating me. All right. I got to get my pronunciation guide out. Simon Gruenveld is here. Did I get it?
What's up? Close enough. And I brought my jean jacket to intimidate Joey.
Should I get my jean jacket out, or is this like a team uniform kind of thing?
This is like the Olympics. We're playing against Canada.
Grunewald.
Nailed it.
Yes. Damn. I even got the phonetics from Joey, and I still read it wrong. That's what I was going to screw up. JL Garofalo is here too. What's up, JL?
What up? I didn't bring anything.
Tell us about Front Yard Fantasy, Joey.
Oh, we have the fantasy football game show every day at 3:00, Monday through Friday. Right now we have our draft guide out, which is super fun, which isn't like everyone else's draft guide. It's very like Front Yard Fantasy. It's very fun, but you still get that good fantasy football knowledge in there as well. We just launched that out. It's available on our site. But yeah, I have a blast every day hanging out with these 2 guys, playing game shows. We don't do the feud anymore, but we do Jeopardy, Wheel of Fortune. We just have a blast. We've had Dave on a bunch of times. Chris has been on. He's going to be on tomorrow with us.
Yeah.
And Heath has been on, and he kicks our butt every single time.
He's great.
I lost once.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I remember that day.
I do have a question before we start, Adam. Does it count as workers' comp if my arm hurts from flexing for Robert Turbin?
Only if it counts for me as well.
His arms were so big.
So who's your team cap? I'm going to say who's CBS. Who's your team captain?
It's got to be Dave. We'll go with seniority.
Okay.
Nice.
He is old.
Old man.
Oh, I meant he's been here longer. I wasn't.
I'm the oldest person in this 7-headed live stream.
And he's counting the chat.
I might be older than everybody in the chat, too.
All right. Team Front Yard. Who's your team captain?
We'll put Joey CBS on the spot.
All right.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know if they know about Joey CBS.
I saw Joey come off his CBS appearance with the suit on. That was great, man. That was great.
He might be popping up tomorrow if you come at 3:00. I'm not sure.
Oh, all right. I love it.
I think Joey CBS should only show up if Front Yard Fantasy wins the feud. But I wrote material for tomorrow.
It surely won't be Joey CBS's fault if Front Yard Fantasy loses. He can show up and blame it on the other 2 idiots who caused Joey CBS the loss.
I'll bring the guy with the hat if we lose.
All right, so we agree. All right, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do one at a time, head to head. So it'll be great. Joey versus Heath first. You can just say your answer, and I'll kind of guess who. Actually, no. Say your name. Say your name to buzz in. There you go.
You said Joey versus
Heath first?
Joey versus Dave.
You already messed up.
Joey versus Dave first. We agree that only the CBS people have any prior knowledge to the categories, right?
Beautiful.
Perfect.
All right, here we go. The top 5, Joey versus Dave. Say your name to buzz in. The top 5 answers are on the board.
Joey.
Joey's
got to give the answer now. All right.
From Draft Sharks ADP. These are tight ends 8 through 12 in PPR ADP.
Dave. Evan Ingram.
That is the number 1 or number 9 answer. Would you like to pass or play?
We are passing.
Okay. You've never watched Family Feud because you're always supposed to play, but fine, you pass. Front Yard Fantasy. All right, we'll go Joey first, then Simon, then JL. Joey, top 5 answers are on the board. Tight ends 8 through 12 in PPR ADP according to Draft Sharks.
So Dave got number 9,
Ingram.
right? You said?
Ingram.
So we're going after Ingram. Okay.
Mhm.
I am going to say from Draft Sharks, I think David Njoku is
screw
going
it
to be
up.
higher.
You can't say it out loud. Other guys can't say anything until the last round. All right, you gotta.
All right, since I threw a name, I'm going to say David Njoku. Since I said a name,
He is on there. He is 3rd on this list. All right, Simon. Top 5 answers are on the board. 3 more. Tight ends 8 through 12 and PPR ADP.
Man, I don't know if he's fallen this far because of the, or if he's fallen out of this range because of the Hopkins trade, but I'll say Chigozie Okonkwo. Bonk.
Strike. 1 strike. JL.
Wow, that was a real bonk.
Tight ends 8 through 12.
Thank God I did not guess Chig
What
because
is
I was
a
going
fake
to.
bonk?
I don't. Tune in at 3.
The bigger the bonk.
What do you got, Jay? I'll give it. We got Ingram and who did you say, Joey? You said
I said Njoku.
Njoku. Ingram and Njoku are off the board. 2 strikes left. Tight ends 8 through 12.
All right, let's go with Dalton Schultz.
That is correct. All right, we'll go
Good job,
back
Dale.
to Joey. I didn't think you'd get that. What's a good one? 2 answers left on the board, Joey. What do you got?
Where was Schultz, Adam?
He was 11th. So we're looking for number 10 and number 12. No, I'm sorry.
9
this
and
is
12.
Number 9. Yes. Number 9 and 12.
I'm going to go Dalton Kincaid.
CBS, you guys are going like this. You got to jinx them. That's how it works. Simon, 1 strike left, 2 answers left.
See if I can bring it home as the CBS mole over here. Gerald Everett.
Ooh.
Bonk.
So we can talk now, right?
You can talk. I'm
Yes.
gonna give you guys 10 seconds to talk it out, and then Dave.
10 seconds.
It's got to be Pat Fryermuth, right?
What the hell? I don't know.
I think that's
Fryermuth might be
probably in
ahead
there.
of this group, Heath.
No.
We've got
No, it's the regular 7 are ahead.
Oh, then it's Pat
Well,
Fryermuth.
you're giving hints.
Pat Fryermuth.
Yes, I should have
Come
said
on,
that.
Chris, you're down with that?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I just cheated for CBS.
Yeah, 100%.
That's a steal.
Dave?
Oh, we're saying Pat Fryermuth, right?
Pat Fryermuth is correct. He is number 9, and actually Tyler Higbee is number
That's
12.
the other one I
Is
was gonna
Jamie
say.
coming into ref?
No, he's on our team.
Chris, what do you want to
I'm
do?
getting kicked out now.
All right. Thank you, Chris. We will talk to you actually in a little bit. Chris is going to be back multiple times today.
See you
All right,
guys.
CBS is up 1-0. Give me Heath. Give me Simon.
Dun,
Oh,
dun,
oh,
dun, dun.
the whole board got screwed up here. Can I move Jamie around? Here. There we go. And I'm going to move.
Yeah, that works.
Joey. There we go. All right, give me Heath and give me Simon. The top 8 answers are on the board.
Wow.
I'm looking for, say your name to buzz in, receptions leaders in 2023.
Simon.
Heath.
Simon,
Hold on.
what do you mean?
Receptions leaders in 2023?
22. My
You
bad.
knucklehead.
Yeah, I know. This is what I do. Just enjoy
Who
it.
had the most catches in the Super Bowl, I guess.
Receptions leaders in 2022. I'm sorry, Simon. Would you still like to go first?
Yeah, time is made up. The year you said doesn't matter. Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson is the number 1 answer. Pass or play?
You guys want to play?
Let's
We're
play.
going to play, baby.
Oh, like-
We're only here for a short time.
Come on, let's do it. Come on.
We
We're
can
gonna
do
play
this, guys.
play.
We do this every day.
We're only
Let's go.
sometimes cowards.
JL, top 8 answers are on the board. We have 7 more receptions leaders in 2022.
All right, let's go Devontae Adams.
Devontae Adams. He actually was 9th, I believe. Not in
What?
the top 8. 1 strike.
Wow,
Joey.
that's a big miss.
These are reception leaders, not necessarily wide receivers, correct? So I'm going to
Correct.
say Travis Kelce.
Stole my
That is
answer.
correct. He's number 3. All right, back to Simon. Receptions leaders in 2022.
I think Travis Kelce's the only tight end on that list, so I'm going to cross that position out, and I'll go with Deontay Johnson.
2
What?
strikes. 2 strikes.
What the hell kind of guess was that?
Back
A bad one.
back to JL. Receptions leaders in 2022.
Let's go with. Oh no, let's go with Stephon Diggs.
Stephon Diggs is number 4, and you're still alive. All right, Joey, you are up. Receptions leaders in 2022. We've got 5 left on the board, including number 2.
And I'm going to say AJ Brown.
Oh, that's actually a pretty bad guess. Like, he had like 88 catches.
Man,
Touchdown
Dave,
guy.
do you want to like
Dave.
high step into the end zone, or should we do like the backwards flip over the goal line for this one,
Listen,
or give
I
him
mean,
just maybe give him the peace sign like the cheetah does?
I'm partial to the robbery celebration that Devonta Smith did. So if you guys could do something like that, it would really make me feel
You
better
get extra
about the
points
loss
for
here.
getting number 2 that they missed 3 times.
No, you don't get extra points. What's your answer,
So
guys?
you've got a name, obviously Tyreek Hill. Hill had to have done it, right?
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill.
Jamie, you good with this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
We say
Hill is number
Tyreek
2.
Hill, Janet.
Congratulations. All right, Tyreek Hill, Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, Stephon Diggs. You guys got the top 4. Any other guesses?
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yes.
He was number 7.
CeeDee Lamb.
Number 6.
Waddle.
No.
Devontae Smith.
Okay, I'm gonna shut up.
Chris Godwin was number 8, and Austin Eckler was number 5.
Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah. All right. All right. Our third category. I don't know if you've ever seen Family Feud, but it's like the first 2 rounds basically don't matter. So they usually triple the points. So we're gonna triple the points. This is finals.
Don't call it a comeback.
Adam, we're ahead.
No.
No. But you triple the points, and that gives the younger nerds a chance.
But we were only going to do that if we were behind.
I'm impartial. I'm completely impartial here. All right, give me Jamie. Give me JL. Say your name to buzz in. Top 5 answers are on the board. Oldest active starting quarterbacks.
JL.
JL.
Aaron Rodgers.
That is the number 1 answer. Pass or play?
Let's pass.
Okay. Jamie, you're up first. We need 4
John
more.
Stewart.
The oldest active starting quarterbacks.
Kirk Cousins.
Yes, he is number 4. Dave, you are up. Oldest active starting quarterbacks. We have Aaron Rodgers and Kirk Cousins.
There's got to be somebody on this list who isn't a starter.
5, 4. No.
Brian Hoyer.
So you both, everybody knows. I went through the starting quarterbacks for every team. Okay, and I took their ages.
Hold
Is that what you
You
meant by
didn't say
starting
starting.
quarterbacks?
Yeah, I know, right? Thank
You
you.
didn't say starting quarterbacks.
I
Yes, he
I
did.
said it 3 times.
He did.
Oh, well, he's not starting. So let me go with somebody else.
No, I like your Brian Hoyer guy.
Matthew Stafford.
Matthew Stafford is on the list. He's
Thank
too old
God.
for the Rams, apparently. Heath, you are up. Oldest active starting quarterbacks.
Ooh, they've got the one I was going to say. Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson is on the list. Wow, you guys gonna sweep it here? You got all 3 strikes left. Jamie, you're up.
Where was
Oldest
Wilson?
He's 34 years old. He's the 5th one on this list.
Thank you.
You're
Who was second? Was Cousins second?
Wait a second. What are we doing second? We're still going here. Jamie, oldest active starting
Jamie will nail
quarterbacks.
this.
Who's
So
number
we have Rodgers, Cousins, Stafford, and Russell Wilson.
And this is the 5th on the list.
This is the 2nd. He's the 2nd oldest starting quarterback.
The
Second
second
oldest
oldest
Actually-
starting.
Yeah. He's the 2nd.
Are you sure you have this right?
Yes. I'm gonna double check right now.
Oh goodness.
Come on, you got 3 seconds. 3,
I got
2,
nobody. I'm blanking.
1. Actually, I think he's technically the 4th oldest, but he's the same age as 2 of the others. Just days, he's days younger. Dave, you're up. No, Heath, you're up. Sorry.
No, Dave's before me.
Dave, you're up. 5.
The name the best name I got is Tannehill in Tennessee.
Hey, Tannehill!
Dang it.
Oh! Yes.
I'm nothing CBS. You guys play game shows for a living.
This is
well.
a charity stream, right?
Yes.
Charity stream.
We
I
never
thought they
said
just
we
called that
played
because
well.
we were on it. I don't know.
Well done, guys. Well done. Let's check in on our draft, shall we?
It's the best we could do.
Nice sweep there for CBS. So Saquon Barkley was the pick for the audience. That was an overwhelming win there. Dave, you went Tony Pollard. Dave, talk about that pick and why you went Tony Pollard. We had 5 receivers off the board, so you still had Amon-Ra. You're on the clock. So why don't you tell us what you're doing here?
Okay. So the reason why I took Pollard was because I figured that I'd get a good wide receiver in round 2. And sure enough, CeeDee Lamb is staring me in the face. The one thing about it is now I'm taking 2 Cowboys. So that makes me a little bit nervous, but I don't think I can pass up CeeDee Lamb. So how about them Cowboys?
Yeah, Cowboy up. By the way,
Yeehaw.
Dave and Jamie, you can hop off. You guys are going to come back later. Dave will be here in an hour to talk props. Then he's got the 6 to 8 hour. Jamie's got the 8 hours. Jamie's got the 8 to 10 hours.
Jamie's got the party hours.
Yeah, Jamie's going to party.
We're going to have fun too, but that's going to be you could just log off, Adam. It's going to be insanity.
I probably will.
See you guys.
Thank you
Later, Dan.
to Dave and Jamie. All right, front yard fellas. Joey, take a look at our draft so far. Any critiques? This is full PPR with 2 running backs, 2 receivers, and 2 flex spots.
I think Zach got he got the best pick of the first round, getting Kelsey at the 7th pick. I love that pick for Zach.
Where would you take Kelsey?
I would take him 4th overall. The Jefferson Chase, CMC 3rd, and then I would take Kelsey a 4th. It's just position scarcity with him. Like if I can have him on my team, I want him there.
We have an audience pick coming up now, so let's figure out. Simon, take a look at the draft, and I want to get your thoughts here. But let's figure out. We'll go to Dave's rankings here. Audience team has Saquon Barkley. So do we want Derrick Henry? Let's go Derrick Henry, AJ Brown, Garrett Wilson, or Patrick Mahomes. How about that? Henry, AJ Brown, Garrett Wilson, Patrick Mahomes. Let's let the audience vote there. What? Hey, Dave, what's going on?
I don't know why I'm solo on this, but here I am.
Hey, it's been a lot of that today. All right, so we'll get that poll up there. Simon, what are your thoughts on the first 14 picks?
You said this is full PPR, right?
Full PPR, yeah.
Then I am not a huge fan of grabbing Nick Chubb there at the turn. I think you could start off real strong with 2 tier 1 wide receivers and Amon-Ra St. Brown, Garrett Wilson, CeeDee Lamb. Take your pick in that range. There's limited upside with a guy like Chubb in PPR leagues. Not that he's a bad pick. He can still be a top 5 to 10 running back, but I like the security of some of these wide receivers here. And the value of running backs going around 3 and 4 on that turn.
I just think a lot of things can go wrong if you grab Chubb too early. I think you might want to wait until a little bit later to do that.
Okay, thanks.
Don't grab your Chubb too early.
Yeah, thank you. Swear jar. Hey, everybody, donate. Keith, you got to donate to the swear jar here. Donate to the swear jar.
What are you talking about?
I
got Nick Chubb at the 2-3 turn.
There you go. And you turned on the Chubb there. Donate $5 to the, I think that's supposed to say the karma jar, but we can call it the Camara jar if you want.
It's fitting. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. $5.
Is that really the guy that we want to have associated with karma?
Probably not. But if you want to have some luck from the fantasy guys this year, please donate $5 to St. Jude right now. All right, we're going to let people vote there. JL, I want to get your thoughts here on the first 14 picks of this. What stands out to you?
I completely disagree with Joey. I think Travis Kelce is going a little too early there. I feel like everyone always brings up positional scarcity when it comes to Travis Kelce, but they don't bring up opportunity costs. You're giving up that first round draft pick here. I'd rather just go one of the other skill position players, not a tight end.
Okay, so even Kelce, you don't think he's a first rounder for you?
Maybe late first round, I'd be willing to take a shot. But if it's a 12-team league or anything higher than that, then I'm not interested.
Okay. All right, do we have enough votes here to make a pick? Let's see. What is this poll? Do you leave the pickle on the Chick-fil-A sandwich? Is that from a while ago? Because I haven't refreshed.
Yes.
I'd like to
leave the pickle on. That pickle's never touching.
Oh, it's disgusting. Throw it in the garbage can right now.
If a pickle touches it, I'm throwing it away.
With the tomato and the pepper jack cheese as well.
Why does everyone hate pickles so much?
You get fancy. You get the Chick-fil-A club sandwich.
We call it the deluxe.
Deluxe.
Is that what they call it? Wow.
I mean, can we get that poll up? It was AJ Brown, Patrick Mahomes, Derrick Henry, and Devontae Adams, or Garrett Wilson. AJ Brown, Garrett Wilson, Derrick Henry, and Patrick Mahomes. If we can get that up, we'd appreciate it here. Get that poll going there. Are you laughing? Are you laughing at my? Yes, I heard it too.
No, I'm laughing because I just, it's such a joy during a regular show when there aren't quite as many people watching or in the chat. And it's not quite as active, just reading the comments about you. But when they're like, it's just a constant stream. It's like when something major happens in the world and you can just refresh Twitter constantly. It's hard to get off of it. Like I just sit here and it's just one after. It's just it's really enjoyable.
I don't even see these. So I want to see the.
I'll put a few of them out there.
Yeah, go for it. So Simon, I want to follow up on something you said. You said you didn't like taking Nick Chubb there. Go receiver because you like the running backs you can get in around like at the 3-4 turn basically. Who do you think is there that you are really excited about at running back?
Well, until he signed that 1-year, $12 million deal, Josh Jacobs was sitting there a lot of times, but he is not going there anymore. Aaron Jones in that range is usually sitting there, and you can grab a back like him who's probably going to be one of the main receivers there in Green Bay. And in a PPR league, I think he's got a very real chance to outscore a guy like Nick Chubb. There's just more questions, which is why he's going around later.
Front
Travis
yard
Etienne
crew.
sitting there
Oh,
as
yeah.
well.
Sorry, yeah, front yard crew. I was gonna say Etienne, Stevenson, Jahmyr Gibbs in full PPR. Who's your favorite?
I think we all might have different answers.
I think we might.
All right, I like it.
I know Joey's probably
I'm
going to
Team Gibbs. I'm on Jahmyr Gibbs. Absolutely.
And I think I'm going to sit with. I think I'm probably still going with Ramondre Stevenson there. I'm a little bit scared of Ezekiel Elliott. I am high on Travis Etienne, but that fear is more just is Bill going to get cute like he always does with the running back position, not is Ezekiel Elliott at this point in his career a better running back than Ramondre Stevenson? Because he's not. We saw that last year.
Yeah, and I'd go to ETN.
Yeah.
Adam eats his ice cream cone first.
How would that work?
Crunchy.
I don't know. That's crazy. By the way, thanks. This is hour number 2. We're in hour number 2 out of 6 of our Draft-A-Thon. It's presented by Snickers. Rookie mistake. Maybe you just need a Snickers. I am not going to have 6 of these today, but I've got these fun little green Halloween-y, ghoulish green Snickers. And the first one was delicious, but I didn't have water at the time. So I recommend if you're going to eat some ghoulish green Snickers, wash it down as well. We got Joey Wright, Jay Garofalo, and Simon Grunewald from Front Yard Fantasy here joining us for the next 20 minutes. We did Fantasy Feud. We kicked their ass. It was awesome.
We should have had a Snickers before we started playing.
Should have.
Then we would have done
Rookie
better.
mistake, man.
It's always good when the host says we kick their ass in a game show.
I thought about that too, but
He was impartial. He's no longer impartial.
Yeah.
I was-
What do
I
we know
was
about game
happy.
shows, though?
has happened
Get
for
fish on here. This whole show has been compromised.
Make a $5 donation to the Karma Jar. Be blessed. Oh, we had a donation. That's awesome. Thank you, Paul. Be blessed by the fantasy gods this year. A little $5 donation to help your team, and it goes to St. Jude as well. And let's talk about Dave Richard. Are you going to be here for the next 3 hours, Dave? Or are you going to take a break? Because you're more than welcome. But,
Okay, bye.
I asked you guys for some draft day tips. JL, do you have a draft day tip for our audience?
I do. It has to do with a term that I feel like is starting to become a bad term on social media. It's ADP. Don't follow or don't be afraid to completely subvert ADP. Look at what ADP is. We're measuring how people are drafting, what the public sentiment of these player values are. They are not a list of rankings.
Right.
And that is a mistake that a lot of fantasy players get caught up in when you're in the middle, in the heat of a draft, and you have the urgency and pressure, and you see that list there, and it doesn't matter how smart you are, it's biasing you, because that's how brains work. So don't follow ADP.
I think that's brilliant. So I just wanted to kind of give you an example. Like if you were a big Jalen Warren guy and you were at the 6-7 turn and you knew there was a lot of Jalen Warren steam and his ADP was rising quickly, would you consider taking him at the 701?
But wait, hold on. It was what? You said it was 85th overall?
85th overall.
85th overall. So let's say that. Do you think that's okay, JL?
I mean, I could read the next 10 picks if you'd like me to.
Yeah, go for it. I'm fine with it. Like I'll support it. I mean, look, I think that we did a lesson, lesson learned from a previous draft. We looked at a draft from last year and some of the picks in that range, and you had these safe guys and you had these high upside guys that, if they hit, they really win you your league. And Pollard didn't quite make it that far, and I wish I could remember, like Devontae Smith was a pretty late pick. So who else was a pretty late pick?
So here's the rest of the picks right after Jalen Warren.
Yeah.
Terry McLaurin.
Yeah.
Right after Jalen.
I'm fine with that.
Antonio Gibson, Zay Flowers, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Samaje Perine, Zach Charbonnet, Michael Thomas, Isaiah Pacheco, Brandon Cooks, Quentin Johnston, AJ Dillon. There's another round or two that we can.
Is it that bad of a pick? You guys can tell me. Is it that bad of a pick?
I mean, fantasy is supposed to be fun. And Adam, if you're having fun, you can have fun not in the playoffs. But
look, what did I have? I had Jefferson, Higgins, and Judy at that point. So I wasn't going to take Terry McLaurin. I wasn't going to take Zay Flowers. I mean, like I said, I think Jalen Warren and Samaje Perine are pretty similar, and Charbonnet too. So I just took him ahead of those guys. Pacheco. Maybe I could have taken Pacheco. I'm not really a Pacheco guy. Want some catches. All right, whatever. Simon, what's your tip for our audience? Draft day tip.
Yeah, I'm actually stealing this one from a good friend of ours. He said it on the show, and it made me think, and it's changed the way I draft. Draft to your strengths, what you're best at identifying in fantasy football. This is from our friend Andrew Cooper, who's the tight end guy. And because of that, he never drafts Travis Kelce, Mark Andrews, these top name guys, because it would be wasting his biggest advantage in fantasy football, which is finding those late round guys. I tend to find myself finding success finding late round running backs and running backs off the waiver wire early in the season. So I'm a lot less likely to draft a running back heavy team, especially in those early rounds, because I know that's something where I feel like I have an advantage over my league mates, or maybe they got the advantage at other positions. So if you feel like you are specialized in a particular position, or you have found success drafting late players out of position, you consistently find that gold at the wide receiver position in the later rounds, maybe go with that high TRB heavy draft strategy. But if you're like me and you draft wide receiver heavy, you're getting these running backs in the later rounds consistently year after year that are contributing to your team, continue drafting to your strengths. Draft wide receiver heavy at the beginning and allow yourself to capitalize on that value that you've created.
What if you don't have strengths?
Yeah, that's my problem.
Then draft to your league mates' weaknesses.
Yes.
There you go. All right, Joey, what's your draft day tip?
Like outside of don't reach on quarterback, which you should never do. Make sure you get your quarterback a value. I want you, if you're stuck between two players in a draft, I want you to look at who the next person coming up is. I'm talking about the person you're drafting with. And if they're on their favorite team or they like them a lot, you take that player. Let that be the tiebreaker, because there's nothing better in a draft than your best friend cursing you out. So steal the players that your friends want if you're stuck between two guys. That's my draft tip.
Okay. Heath, what do you think about these draft day tips?
They're fantastic. Some of the best draft day tips I've ever heard.
You know what?
That's all you need to know.
I think we should do a grid game. I'm going to let Schaefer figure it out. Schaefer, you paying attention here? I see you chatting back there, not paying attention. No, that's not what I said. I said let's do a grid game here. But we got some made up. We have 6 grid games.
Did we ever make the audience pick?
Yeah. So the audience pick was A.J. Brown. Congratulations, audience 2. You have Saquon Barkley and A.J. Brown. Audience team number 1 still has Austin Eckler, and we will wait a little while before that. A.J. Brown got about 46% of the vote. All right, let's see. Introduce our first grid of the day. What do we got? Oh, this is a fun one. Build your fictional football lineup with $15. We got some linebackers there. We've got some running backs, running back, wide receiver, and quarterback. And you need one of each. So go ahead.
This is impossible.
Yeah, this is tough.
I mean,
I want to see a lot of chats. Yeah, I want to see a lot of people in the chat. Make your team. Let's go. All right, anybody, just talk it out. How
much money do I have?
$15.
Okay, well, there's only one quarterback on there that, given the source, I know can throw a football over the mountains. So I think you're getting a real value on Uncle Rico for only $2. He's got the cannon of that group. I think that's where you take your value.
Oh, see, I was thinking you'd find some value on Thad Castle there. $2 for Thad Castle? He's the best player on that defense.
I have a question about Air Bud.
Yeah.
They probably use more than one dog in the production of that motion picture. I feel like I should be able to draft more than one Air Bud if I would like to.
You get every Air Bud. You get every Air Bud.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Well, that seems overpowered now.
Is it? And it's Air Bud,
or he rotates them in like they did on the movie, or he gets like a full team. Of them.
Yeah, he just gets
like
I think
you should still have to sub them in.
I mean, Bobby was $5. Ugh.
Earl Meggett's the must-have for me.
Yeah, that is a solid pick.
I have another question.
Yeah.
Can we have both Paul Crew and Bobby Boucher?
Think about that. Yes, you can.
He's just playing both ways. Okay, I'm definitely doing that.
Those are two
so
different
does it
guys.
cost me 3 or 5?
It costs you 8.
It's one guy.
For Crew.
It's one guy.
It's definitely not. Like you get. That's a good one though. I like that.
You just have to pay for the eye black.
Man,
now he can sub in and out on offense and defense.
I feel like Willie Beeman's overpriced here, so I don't think he's the. Right.
I agree.
I have no idea who Tim Riggins is.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, but
would you
thought that might
please
be
watch
interesting.
the show? All the terrible
Friday Night
TV shows you have watched in your life. Would you please watch Friday Night? And how do you say you don't know who Tim Riggins is, but you do know who Smash Williams is?
No, I have no idea who Smash Williams is. But I noticed their jerseys.
Same jersey.
Yeah. So, all right. I'll go ahead. Here's my Meggett and Tidwell. That's 9. Falco. That's what, 13, and then Icebox. So Meggett, Tidwell, Icebox, Falco for me.
I'll take Uncle Rico, Airbud, Meggett, and Bobby Boucher is going to be my team right there. That should add up to 15, I believe. 2, 3, 5, 5.
That's 15.
I took Shane Falco, Airbud, Riggins, and Bobby Boucher, and that gives me an extra $1 to spend on the waiver wire when one of these guys gets hurt.
Ooh, if I go cheap enough everywhere else, can I have Riggins and Smash in the same backfield so I've got a good fullback blocking? Or is it a max 4 players?
No, I don't know. I think it's one of each. I think it's one of each. You're telling me one of those guys is a fullback?
Yeah.
What the hell is he doing on this list?
Texas forever, man.
That's why he's a $2 player. Fullback. Come on.
I'll go Paul Crew, Rod Tidwell, Smash Williams, and Bobby Boucher. I think the Bobby Boucher is the only definite worth $5.
Not Meggett? Oh God, man, he tore it up in that game.
So
you
good.
as soon as he got those Bobby Boucher.
As soon as he got those shoes, Meggett was unstoppable.
Yeah, Boucher, I don't know. He's just a bit of a head case.
Yeah.
I don't know.
After enough hits, I don't know that Bobby's going to be the same Bobby.
I like Rod Tidwell, but he plays Mike Williams, so it's a little reckless. I don't know.
And if you only get one wide receiver, you need that.
It's got to be Airbud.
I don't know, Bobby Boucher. You need some of that wild card on there. I feel like you got to go Boucher or Castle in that last round in the defense. You need that wild card on your team, and it helps if it's on the other side of the ball.
Well, I see a lot of interaction there in the chat, so I appreciate that. We will. I think this stuff might be on Twitter, but thanks to the people who created this, and we have 5 more of these to get to. So you'll see some of these types of things. One of them is sports movies. That's the one I think I'm most excited for. We have an immaculate grid that's fantasy football focused later on in the show in the 8 o'clock hour. So thanks to everybody for participating in that. I don't remember, Joey, did I ask you to come up with Heath's worst rankings?
Oh, please.
Yeah, I perused through Heath's rankings today, and the one that stuck out to me was Darren Waller at tight end 8. And like, if it's a durability ranking, I get that. But outside of, let's say, Kelsey and Andrews, Waller's the one tight end that I could see leading his team in targets. So at 8 was just a little bit low for me.
Yeah, well, first off, I do a show with Adam, and like part of my job is to balance the Giants homer.
Oh,
and we've had Dan on. We've had Dan on more this year as well, and he's an even bigger homer than Adam is. And so, like, between those, no, honestly, it's a durability thing. I've said all. Okay. You don't need to. I don't need to say it again, but it's the durability thing. It's an age thing, and then like he is going from a team that has thrown for 400 to 4,500 yards to a team that throws for 2,500 to 3,000 yards. So the same piece of the pie is the pie is smaller.
Oh, you think the Giants are not throwing for more than 3,000 yards this year?
I think they're not throwing for as many as the Raiders have in Darren Waller's time there.
Yeah, but I mean, he was elite before Devontae Adams showed up, right? Like last year, he was good. He was like tight end 7 per game, I think, if you took out the game where he played 8 snaps and didn't have a stat. So his points per game in the other games was about tight end 7. He was.
Can you play the Azer stat song?
I can.
Please. It's a fantastic song.
Yeah, we were trying to figure out the targets.
But that's just an Azer stat.
What else we got here? We got.
That's my ringtone, actually.
Well, that's just a Heath side. On Travis Kelce, he's way too high.
That was sensual.
Dang, that was
How
real
many
good.
years have I been way too high on Travis Kelce?
Probably not any.
This time of year, several, but
yeah, probably. JL, Simon, do you have a bad Heath ranking?
I'm just going to keep piling on his tight end rankings here because Greg Dulcich at tight end 20 seems to be a little bit ludicrous, especially with Jerry Jeudy missing the first 4 games. Alberto traded out of town and the uncertainty with Cortland Sutton. That dude seems primed at least to be the 3rd target on the team now with a clearer route to number 2 and what should be. I mean, we just saw them put up 41 points against the 2 years ago, Super Bowl champion Rams defense in the preseason. So I'm expecting big things from this offense. And I think Dulcich, while maybe not a top 5 tight end candidate anymore, should be sniffing that top 12 range.
I think you did make a good point that I've maybe not accounted for. Like with Alberto gone, he is clearly the tight end 2 in Denver. He's locked up that job. Nobody's going to keep him off the field when they go goal line. He's going to be in the game. No, I've bounced back and forth. I've drafted Dulcich a few times. I'm scared of that. It's another offense I'm scared of, and I think he's a part-time player.
The hair? Did you consider that?
I hope Judy's not out 4 weeks. I mean, he's not on PUP. He's not on short-term IR, so he could come back sooner than that. Fingers crossed on that one. All right, JL, what's Heath's worst ranking?
It was very tough to choose. There was a lot to choose between. But I want to talk about Marquise Brown and why you're so low on him, Heath. Listen, I get it. He doesn't have a quarterback. His owner is incompetent. He's only been sort of good at times. You might be right.
What's wrong, Heath? That was good, man. Do you really think he's too low on Marquise Brown?
I do actually think you're too low on Marquise Brown. And the reason is these other wide receivers you have above him, I think you're just criminally undervaluing him here. Jerry Judy, you have ranked 72. JSN, both of those guys you have above Marquise Brown. Christian Watson, wide receiver 20. No, that's like way far away, but there's just a lot of options. Wide receiver 38, Heath. He's the only wide receiver there. They got to pass to somebody.
Well, I think you'll see a common theme. Like it's Joshua Dobbs or Clayton Tune. We saw what Russell Wilson looked like last year. It's just these guys with these quarterbacks that are really struggling.
And you know who's going to help them as they're struggling is Marquise MFN Brown, because he's going to be right there in the short range. Just Dobbs, please, man.
I don't know, man. I was pretty high on Marquise Brown because I thought Kyler Murray. I'm a little surprised he's not back week 1. Honestly, I looked at the history of quarterbacks suffering ACL injuries even late in the year, and they made it back week 1, week 2, but now I don't know when he's going to come back. It's not. I don't know. I don't feel like there's a ton of upside there, but he was a top 10 wide receiver at the start of last year when there was no Hopkins and there was Kyler Murray. So, I mean, that maybe isn't that far away. Maybe that's 5 weeks away. I don't know. You know, like Heath, if Marquise Brown, if Kyler Murray were ready for week 1, where would you have him ranked?
Probably like 28 instead of 38.
Okay.
10 whole spots.
Let's check in on our draft.
Good.
We're almost at our audience team. There goes Josh Jacobs. Derrick Henry was actually the next pick to Zach. That's where we are. What happened? You're updating it. Sorry. All right, we'll get that. But Josh Jacobs, mid-round 2. Front yard guys, what do you think about that? Good with Jacobs there?
Yeah. I love Jacobs there.
Yep.
I was in on him when he was going cheaper, and I'm still drafting him probably closer to where he should have been going all along.
All right, I'll let you guys have a last word here. We've got 6 teams that have made 2 picks. Zach has Kelsey and Derrick Henry. You'll see that reflected soon. Which of those teams is the best team? Which team has started the best?
I like Chris's team.
Cooper Kupp and Josh Jacobs. I think I'm going to go with the team right next to Chris, with Maron's team, with Stephon Diggs and A.J. Brown. I like that start.
And I'll join Simon. That was my favorite team as well.
And I'll go with the Kupp Jacobs team.
Split down the middle. Now we have to fight.
All right.
Round 2.
Chris is celebrating backstage. I love it. Joey, Simon, JL, beyond fun. This was awesome. Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you. Thanks for having us on.
Yeah, it's a blast.
And I come back tomorrow? Is that how that works?
You're gonna come back. I know you're gonna be in the chat at the 9:30.
Yeah, that's how I drink my coffee.
Yeah, you can come in the chat.
Thank you guys. Have a good one. All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. All right. As always, Heath, this is always that awkward time when I have to decide if I'm gonna remove them or it looks like they're all doing it there by themselves.
Am I stuck?
Simon, you're still here. I'm going to kick you out. He's out. All right, there we go. How you feeling, Heath? Hour 20 in.
You know, I said this after an episode of FFG Dynasty a few weeks ago. Sometimes you like get through these segments and your face almost hurts from smiling so much.
Yeah.
And that like last 30 minutes was just fantastic. It was a really, really good time.
We have a special guest about to join us, but let's do another poll here on YouTube. Audience, you are up. Derrick Henry was picked. Devontae Adams went to Jamie. So he went Bijan and Devontae Adams. So we'll go to Heath's rankings for audience team number 1, which took Austin Eckler. Yeah.
I'm up in like 2 picks. Can we use somebody else's rankings?
Use Jamie's rankings. Jamie just drafted. So we've got Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, Patrick Mahomes, or, you know, should I go Mixon here just to give him an option, or should I go Olave?
I'd say Mixon.
Okay. Do you think I should go? Because
you know what? Maybe you should do 2 quarterbacks. Not everybody thinks it should be Mahomes as QB1. Maybe you should give him Mahomes and Allen.
And I want to make sure, maybe. I just want to make sure I have a quarterback. Yeah, I could do Mahomes, Allen, Waddle, and Mixon.
There you go.
All right. Thomas Schaefer, YouTube poll. By the way, big thanks to a lot of people behind the scenes. I'm not going to wait till 10 o'clock to say this. Thomas Schaefer, Zach Brook, Eric DeBardinis. We call him Debo. A lot of, Sam Batesh helping us out as well. I'm sure there are people I'm leaving out. It's a big, big group effort to put this on for 6 hours. So I appreciate all the people coming up on air, but also behind the scenes doing a lot of work. Anyway, it's Mahomes, Josh Allen, Jalen Waddle, and Joe Mixon. That's going to be the pick for audience team number 1 that has Austin Eckler. Remember that pick that Jamie made. You don't see it there. It is Devontae Adams, and we will check back with that in a little bit. Right now, an extremely special guest, because we're here for a reason. We're not just here to joke around and talk fantasy football. This is an amazing cause. Jake Marshall joins us every year on the Draft-A-Thon. He was a St. Jude patient. And Jake, welcome. Welcome. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys? Thank you again for having me.
It's our pleasure. It's not easy for me necessarily to sell St. Jude. I mean, look, it's a charity that so many of us know, and it sells itself basically, but you can give us sort of a different perspective. Tell everybody why they should donate tonight.
All right. Well, my St. Jude story starts back in the year 2000. I was diagnosed with ependymoma, which is a type of brain tumor. Typically, it occurs in the back of the head. I was lucky enough to have it in the top. In the top, I say lucky because it's easier to operate on. I actually had the tumor removed. I'm from New York, about an hour south of Albany. I had the tumor removed up in Albany, but I had the post-cancer treatment done at St. Jude because what they were offering at that time back in 2000 was brand new. It was new research. It was pinpoint radiation it was like a pencil point beam of radiation right to the site of the tumor. So in effect, it wouldn't damage the whole brain. It would just, it would obviously help, but do a little bit of damage because it's radiation to a brain, just the site. So I could have, in theory, better long-term life. And that was much better than what Albany or anybody else at the time was offering. So my family made the easy choice going down to St. Jude. So I was down there for about 3 months as a almost 3-year-old. And then I was actually declared cancer-free on my mom's birthday back in 2000s. That's the best gift I ever got her. And then ever since then, I've just been going back every once in a while to St. Jude to do a checkup. I technically graduated when I turned 18, but I'm part of a life program there so they can continue to do research and check up on me and whatnot. So I'm still a St. Jude patient, and I do fundraisers like this yearly.
Heath, that is some powerful stuff, huh?
Man, this is my favorite part every year. I get to talk to Jake, get to hear his story, and we really appreciate you being here, man.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I was happy to be here until I heard Adam say he didn't know who Tim Riggins was. That was right to the heart. Texas forever. Come on, Street.
All right, so I've seen the movie of Friday Night Lights. Like that, sure. Is he in the movie? Because I don't remember any of the characters.
I don't think he's in the movie. I've never seen the movie. I've just seen the show.
Heath, have you seen the movie?
I have seen the movie a long time ago. I just recently rewatched the entire series in the last year. Just holds up fine. You should go find it and watch it, Adam.
Yeah.
Schneier is absolutely killing me. Dude, I'm sorry, Schneier. I guess I should watch. There's so many shows I want to watch. But I just, everything's gonna have to wait till after football season, I guess. But yeah. So you want to make your lineup, Jake?
Sure. I'll go Falco, Moss, Riggins, Thad Castle.
I like it.
Yeah, that's what, $13? Saving money.
Wait a sec. What?
Oh yeah, you don't even need all that money.
What's
no,
that?
I want Falco, Deacon Moss, so that's $9. Riggins, $2, and then Thad Castle.
And what's Thad Castle from?
Blue Mountain State.
Okay.
Not very family friendly.
I've never heard any of that. So I also wanted to touch on not just what St. Of does for patients like you when you were 3, but for the families as well. Talk about that.
Yeah, of course. One of the more beautiful parts about St. Jude is nothing is of cost to the family. It's in Memphis, Tennessee, so that's quite a bit of travel for me in New York, in upstate New York. Plane airfare is completely paid for, housing's paid for, food taken care of. It's just remarkable what they do. They make it as easy of a thing as it can be for a family going through something like that.
And it's time to donate, everybody. If you please wouldn't mind, hit that donate button. You see, we want to get $5,000, tonight. We're at 2,761. We'll update you later, I think, on the overall number. It's around 6 figures going into the night. So we've done an amazing job. This grows every single year. And if you have already donated, we really appreciate it. If you can't donate, totally understand, no problem. But, anything helps. Remember, $5 in the karma jar. All right, little luck for your fantasy team. $5 donation would be great. Let's take a look at this poll here because we want to know what the audience is going to do and who they're going to select. If I can just find that. Here we go. Which player? So it's Waddle, Mahomes, Mixon, and Allen. We take a look at audience team number 1 with Austin Eckler. Waddle, Mahomes, Mixon, and Allen. And Jalen Waddle is destroying the field at 54%, 31% for Mahomes, 10% for Mixon, and only 5% for Josh Allen, Jake. Defend your Bill. Defend your Buffalo Bill there. So we're going to give them Waddle. But would you take Allen over Mahomes in fantasy?
I think just because of my incredible bias, I think I would.
Yeah.
But if I want to win, I might want to take Mahomes. But I think they're two pretty neck and neck guys. Mahomes might edge him out, but JA has led the league in fantasy plenty of times as well. So I think they're both pretty solid picks.
Yeah, they really are. Heath ended up being a pretty terrible idea for you, saying put 2 quarterbacks on there with Allen getting 5% of the vote. We kind of wasted a player, I think.
Well, and I feel bad too because Jake's already seen Josh Allen lose to Patrick Mahomes so many times. And I hate for him to have to see Josh Allen lose to Patrick Mahomes again.
Oh, that's great. All right, so Debo's on the clock with McCaffrey. Heath, you've got Tyreek Hill. What are you thinking here for your next pick?
Well, I mean, I, like Jake, also am incredibly biased. No, I'm going to probably take Patrick Mahomes if he's still there. And we've talked about this a lot. Like, we've kind of come around to the idea of quarterbacks being drafted in round 2. And I really think it needs to be emphasized. Mahomes and Allen both. Just how consistently special they've been as difference makers in fantasy. Like the whole point was there's all these quarterbacks that are going to score 20 fantasy points a game, so you don't have to take one that early. But Josh Allen's basically been 29 fantasy points per game 3 straight seasons. He's been better than Mahomes in 2 of those years. These 2 guys are about as reliable as you can get, and they make a huge difference at their position.
I think Schneier, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure you're watching. Are we getting a lot of donations right now? I think we're getting some donations. Jake, good stuff. I think you're inspiring people, man.
Good deal. I'm happy to be here and I'm happy to inspire.
How you feeling about James Cook this year? We don't usually get a ton of fantasy production from Bills running backs, but we're very optimistic about James Cook.
Yeah, I'm hoping Jimmy Smiles blows up a little bit. He doesn't smile a whole lot, so that was just a little poke at that.
Okay.
No, sorry. It was a little inside Buffalo. I hope he can produce because he's got the ability to, and especially because we like to pass so much, he does have outstanding ability to come out of the backfield and catch. He is sharing the backfield with Latavius Murray. They pose different threats, so I don't think he'll factor in too much into dissuading people from going with Cook. Damian Harris maybe a little, but James Cook's RB1, and that's got to mean something with an offense as potent as Buffalo's.
I think what's really interesting is what's going to happen in the passing game there, because we know that like Stephon Diggs, a true alpha number 1 wide receiver, you could throw it to him 15 times a game if you want to. He's going to be open that often. But they drafted Dalton Kincaid and they act like they want to kind of spread the ball around a little bit more. Gabe Davis, I think he probably bounces back due to his health and Josh Allen's health. Like, how do you see this passing game breaking down here, Jake? You think they spread it around a little more this year?
Yeah, I hope we do. Spreading it around, in theory, you think that would take balls away from Stephon Diggs, but that would also draw the defense's eyes more to other players. So that would open more lanes up for Diggs as well. I was so impressed with the Dalton Kincaid pick because as a Bills fan, it showed a shift in the thinking, the ideology behind the offense, and maybe we will be more attack now. And I love the Kincaid pick. He looks incredible. You don't want to get too hyped over training camp footage, but the kid looks good.
No, you're allowed to get hyped over it. It's okay.
It's all we got in August.
So Heath, do you think, we never really talked about this, but we're high on Cook because we think he could catch some passes, like you said. I think the Bills were actually 16th in running back targets last year. They were, I think, 28th or worse each of the previous 3 seasons, but they were 16th, right around there last year. We're hoping for a bounce back from Gabe Davis. We all like him and his value. Kincaid probably gives them more from the tight end position. Maybe he's not going to be great, but I mean, should we be worried at all about Diggs?
Well, I think probably what Buffalo fans have to be worried about, and maybe what's gone on a little bit this offseason. I do think that Jake's right, and I think the plan is to hopefully spread the ball around a little bit more. And Stephon Diggs, as spectacular as he is, doesn't really like to share. Like he knows that he's open all the time, and he wants the ball all the time. So I think I would still expect Diggs is going to justify his draft cost. I love taking him in the first round. But I wouldn't be all that surprised if we get a couple weeks into the season and there's a game where it's a Gabe Davis game or a Dalton Kincaid game, and Diggs is not happy about that.
All right. So let's see if I got anything else for Jake here. You playing any fantasy this year, Jake?
Yeah, I am. I just had my first draft last night. I wish I would have done this first, so I would have been a little more prepared.
Let's hear about it. What do you got? What pick did you have? Tell us about your draft.
It was a 12-man league. Last year was the first time I ever did a 12-man league, so that was a change. By the end of it, there's so many players that they say, do not draft this guy, but you're sitting there and you have to draft somebody. So that was fun. But no, I got the pick 11 last night, and some of my friends aren't the smartest, so I ended up having to go with Tony Pollard at 11, which
nice.
I was cool with.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. And then so that meant it was a snake. So then I got 13 or 14. 14. So I went Devontae Adams, second round.
Good. I like it.
Do you have a funny team name? What's your team name?
So last year I had Justin Tucker as my kicker. This year I don't, so I might have to change the name. But it's Bad Mother Tuckers.
Oh, yeah, all right. I like it.
Yeah.
I would be so tempted to do a less than Jake team name if my name were Jake. Yeah. Did you like them? Are you kind of required to like them? You don't have no idea who Less Than Jake is?
I have no idea who they are.
All right, I'm older.
You didn't know who Tim Riggins is? I don't know them. We're even.
Less Than Jake, they had a song.
That's not even, Jake. You win.
Yeah, no, you totally win. If you were my age, you'd know Less Than Jake. Automatic was a decent song. Jake Marshall, thank you very much, man. Good luck in fantasy, and we'll talk to you next year, all right?
Good deal. See you then. Thank you for having
Jake.
me. Thank you to anybody who's donating.
Yeah, while Jake was on it, I think we had, I don't know, Schneider can tell me, maybe something like $200 raised. So that was terrific. Let's see. Chris, you think you can raise $200 for us?
If I donate 190, maybe. I don't think the people are going to throw their money at me like that. But I mean, look, how about this? $50 and I'll go get my cat. How about that? Does that work?
I mean, I don't think you have to donate any money to see Chris's cat and make an appearance on this stream. Is that a new shirt? Or are you wearing that? Okay.
Yes. I'm on the show 3 times. I have 3 fun shirts. It's the end of summer. I'm running out of opportunities to wear. My wife got me some fun like Hawaiian shirts. So gotta wear them before they go back in storage for 6 months.
The end of summer. It's like almost midsummer here.
Well, yeah, you're in month 5 of the 9-month summer.
All right, we have got some player props and best bets and DFS stuff coming up in about 6 minutes. But until then, Chris Towers is going to give us some of his favorite sleepers, and maybe Heath will too. What do you got, Chris?
All right, let's talk sleepers. Quarterback Sam Howell. I find Sam, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but like I find it so weird that this guy rushed for over 800 yards in college, which is like even more impressive than it sounds like, because if you know anything about college football, you know that they count sacks as rushing yards. So that's actually like 1,000-yard season. And he ran like a 4.940 at the combine. I don't quite know how to square those two things, but we saw him run a little bit in the preseason. He rushed for 35 yards in his only start last season. So I do think he's someone who could rush for 500 yards, 5,000 yards, 500 yards, a couple of touchdowns, really good weapons in his passing game. I like Sam Howell as a number 2 quarterback. I've been drafting him. You know, we did one of our drafts earlier today. I think it was Anthony Richardson and Sam Howell. I really like the combination there. No floor whatsoever with that combination,
Not risky
there will be some quarterback available who can give me 18 points if I need it. A couple of wide receivers. I'm starting to I did not like Kadarius Toney back when it was like 100th overall or higher that you had to pick him, but he's going 131 in CBS Fantasy ADP. I love that. There's no downside to taking him in the 11th round. And a guy that I'm really excited for is Marvin Mims, who was kind of a complete afterthought for fantasy early on in drafts, but with the Jerry Jeudy injury, with the fact that Marvin Mims has seemingly locked up a starting role for the Broncos, 2nd round pick, productive college player. I really like Marvin Mims, who at least in CBS ADP just goes undrafted. Like I think we go about 212 deep in our ADP. Marvin Mims is not in the top 212 in CBS Fantasy ADP. So that's one that you got to maybe go a little deeper in the default rankings, but I think he could have a very solid season. And want me to keep going?
Yeah, give me one more.
Kendre Miller. I've had a real roller coaster ride with Kendre Miller in the preseason, but seems like the knee injury in week 1 of the preseason, the non-issue. He played in the next 2 preseason games. They actually used him a lot in the passing game, but especially there was one really nice over-the-shoulder catch on a downfield throw from Jameis Winston. That's always something that I really want to see from running backs because, you know, dump-offs are nice, but if you're going to have upside in the passing game, it comes from being used as more of a downfield guy. That's what we've seen from Alvin Kamara. Kendre Miller, he's not Alvin Kamara, obviously, but he's got an opportunity the first 3 games of the season with Kamara out to establish himself. I think if he gets off to a quick start, he could matter more than we think the rest of the way. Oh, that's what I want to hear as soon as I stop speaking is he laughing.
I'm sorry. Seriously, I want to say this. Like, if you are watching this and participating tonight, I really appreciate it. But if you're not like right in the middle of the chat while this is going on, you're totally missing out. Dan is azering up the chat so much right now, just completely azering it, typing in all caps, trying to fix something that I think that he's working on it. So, but I've enjoyed it.
Wait. New plan. And then, I don't see a plan. That's the thing. He hasn't yet.
Oh, okay. I think people there was a question if people wanted to see my cat. So I'm let's see if I can get her.
Okay, bring it. I think we're gonna grade your draft for $50. You donate $50, we will grade your draft. Let's see. What is this right now? Buy or sell. Adam Azer asked for the bacon undercooked on his bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches. Raw. This is
the chubby cat.
Cat. Oh, that's a very cute cat. That is a very, very cute cat.
Say hi, Bowie. All right. She does not like being held. She's very upset with me.
Jeez, bro, with the caps, Schneier. What are you doing with the caps? Like we said cats, not caps. All right, so let's grade some teams, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. Is that what we're doing? All right. Well,
I'll admit something while we wait and find out if we're grading the teams, and you guys can make fun of me. Because I have never in my life heard of Less Than Jake.
Interesting.
Okay. You
no clue.
Yeah, Heath wasn't going to Warped Tour in the early 2000s. Adam, did you ever go to Warped Tour?
Nah, I wasn't that into.
Oh, okay.
It was not just all the ska stuff. I wasn't that into it.
I was going to Smoking Grooves.
Sure, is that? I don't know what that is.
Busta Rhymes, Cypress Hill, George Clinton and the P-Funk All-Stars.
Oh, that's a good time.
And the Fugees.
Oh, Oh, the Fuji show up?
Yes.
They play on time?
From what I recall.
That's always a risk. They're going on tour, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to pay these 2023 concert prices for Lauryn Hill to show up an hour and a half late. I don't know about that.
Well, this wasn't much of a sleeper segment, Chris. I'm sorry.
I gave some sleepers.
You talked for like 5 minutes.
I'm apologizing. I wanted
Heath laughed at me.
I think
Heath hated my Kendrick Miller pick, apparently.
I have to make an announcement for Dan because he's so bad at this. So wait. Announcement. New plan.
If Adam's covering for you, things have gone really wrong.
All right. You are supposed, Dan, no one knows how to spell your name. You're supposed to send an email to Dan Schneier. The email address is Dan.
P.O. Box 47322. Care of.
Wait. The email address is dan.schneier, which is SCHNEIER at paramount.com, and put draft grade in the subject line. So donate $50 to St. Jude, and then email dan.schneier, SCHNEIER at paramount.com, and
include a self-addressed stamped envelope.
Not Schneider. That is a mistake a lot of people make. Schneider without the D.
Draft grade in the subject line. All right, Chris, you are excused, sir. We'll talk to you later with
See you in a couple hours.
3. Yes. Okay. Dave, welcome back.
Hello.
There he is. Okay.
What's up, guys?
It's been goofiness for the last hour here. I need to talk.
Well, we've gotten very serious in the chat lately. Came up with an idea to really incentivize people to get their drafts graded by us by raising the price by $5 for each consecutive draft grade that we give. So the sooner you get your donation in, the less it'll cost.
Dave,
nice. And then I also I never did Warped Tour. I did Lollapalooza. Let's just say I don't remember much of it, but the Beastie Boys were amazing. I also put Dan's email address in the chat, and I put my email in the chat. Adam, could you scroll through the chat mentions and get to my chat where I listed what my email was, please?
No. Yeah, here we go. Nope,
that's not it.
I really have to do this. This is not something that I want to be doing.
Then don't do it.
I want to introduce someone else to the show because everyone's been just a huge goofball lately, except for Jake. He's been pretty cool. Sia Najat, one of my favorites to work with here.
Yeah.
He's super talented. He's like, you can tell. He's one of those guys. I'm serious when I say this here. One of those guys you can tell without. I've never met. I know I have met him, but it's been a while. But he's the nicest guy. You can just tell. He's like right, Dave Richard. He's the nicest guy. Sia Najat.
He's a jerk. He's leaving our player prop show.
It is true. It is true. Thanks for having me on, everybody, by the way. And that player prop show will live on, of course, with really, listen, I'm just a guy on that show. It's really the Dave Richard and Prop Stars show with Jonathan Coachman. But yeah, thanks for having me on. Listen, you can't say I'm the nicest guy when Dave Richard is right next to me. He is clearly the #1 nicest guy I've ever met.
Yeah, I don't know.
I just gave out Adam's email address in a chat with 1,500 people. I don't know how nice I am.
I just took the one spot.
Oh, man.
Sia, I literally have not seen you outside of the live streams that you do for Early Edge since our last player prop show.
Mm-hmm.
And so I am very excited to see you. I'm sad that you won't be a part of our player prop show this year, but we've had such a great time. And this is actually the kickoff to our player prop show. We're expecting somebody else to join us who's a part of the program. And I thought maybe taking a little break from fantasy to talk about some of our favorite player props for the upcoming year. Heath, I don't know if you've got any off the top of the dome that you have. You could look them up on your favorite sports betting site. But I don't even know if everybody in the chat realizes that I'm part of a Sportsline Early Edge player prop show every Friday during the football season. So not only do I ruin your fantasy teams, but I also cost you money and make the sports books a lot of freaking money.
Yes.
Or maybe the opposite of what I said.
The Early Edge. Yeah, no, The Early Edge is a terrific podcast, and watch it and watch the show. You can find that on YouTube. But actually, can we talk about that over-under for the Thursday night game real quick? Because Heath, we were talking about that on the show. 54, Chiefs minus 6.5, 54 is the over-under. How are we feeling about that, Sia?
To me, it seems like such a good number. I mean, obviously, I think most people would lean over there that these offenses are going to be super dynamic. And really, both defenses, especially if Chris Jones isn't back for week 1, and maybe we've already talked about this, Heath. I'm not sure if we're expecting Chris Jones back, but the Detroit looks like a potential no there. And the Detroit defense, they added a lot of pieces on defense, but for week 1 against Kansas City, probably not the right time to roll out your improved defense. So I would lean to the over. To be honest with you, though, I'd probably end up taking the Lions, the plus 6.5 there, because I do think offensively, Kansas City is going to have a hard time. I should say defensively, going to have a hard time neutralizing Detroit's offense. And frankly, even if they take a double-digit lead, I do think a backdoor cover is very much in play at the end of the game.
Yeah, it's not just Chris Jones. Like L'Jarius Sneed, the top corner for the Chiefs, has missed a majority of training camp as well. That's what I thought. I was really surprised it was still at 6.5, with Jones looking less likely. And I know what Dave always says when it's sitting there right at that number, and it just hangs there, like that they're just begging you to take the Lions or to take the Chiefs, because you only have to win by a touchdown. I think right now I'd probably take Detroit.
Yeah. And that's so true about the 6.5 thing, because it's just sitting there. And honestly, most public bettors are going to be like, okay, well, just to your point, Heath, I only need to cover by a touchdown. This is the Chiefs we're talking. They're at home. They're the Super Bowl champions. All of those things add up to a public bet typically for the Kansas City Chiefs. And that line hasn't moved much. So you got to think there's probably a little sharp action freezing that line at 6.5.
Heath, you know the Chiefs better than anybody. Where have they made improvements on their football team this year? Can be on either side of the ball.
That's a fantastic. The hope for the Chiefs is that the young secondary improves and the young receivers improve. I think there's an argument, and listen, the Bengals would certainly disagree with this, but based on the play style of Patrick Mahomes, I think there's an argument that the offensive line might be better, because that wasn't necessarily a great fit with Orlando Brown there last year. So that maybe, but for the most part, not. They've not improved. But the other thing is, like, what was the gap between the Chiefs and the Lions last year?
It was huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah. But I can find places on the Lions roster where they got considerably better. I mean, they had 4 picks in the first 2 rounds, 3 or 4. I know they had 2 in round 1. And they got better there. They improved their physical running back with David Montgomery. Laporta, maybe Laporta's who I'm thinking of there. But their defense is better and their offense is better. And I think that's what'll make it a competitive game. So I'm absolutely with you with Detroit getting 6.5. Now, what about player props for the season? Sia, you were part of a brand new Sportsline feature. First time ever where we play in I don't know if we call it a fantasy league, Sia. What do we call this thing? A prop competition.
Oh, yeah.
That encompasses totals, alternate totals, who's going to be the MVP, who's going to be the offensive player of the year, defensive player of the year, rookie of the year, coach of the year. And everybody had to draft their own individual pick / total / prop. So I don't know if I did the best job describing it, but I feel like this is a good opportunity for us to go over the player props that we picked in case people want to write them in. And of course, there's a fantasy aspect to that too. Do you happen to have yours in front of you?
I have some of them in front of me. I mean, to be honest with you, you did explain it right. There was such a selection of plays to make, right? Because you're talking about win totals, you're talking about offensive, defensive rookie of the year, offensive player of the year, MVP, coach of the year. All of those were in play. And it was a draft much like a fantasy draft where somebody picks something that you really like. Well, you can't pick that. And by the way, RJ White tweeted this out. It's on the Sportsline app. It's on sportsline.com. I retweeted it. So it's out there in the ether, and it really has our rosters for each one of our picks.
Excellent.
Yeah, a couple of picks I made, one that I think is interesting and certainly has like a very large fantasy tie into it is Bijan Robinson, or I should say Bijan Robinson, as offensive rookie of the year.
Bijan.
Well, he says it's Bijan. That's
his
all.
Mom, his mom says Bijan, and he
Yeah.
says Bijan. Yeah.
But either way,
2 weeks ago,
however, he says he doesn't care how people say it, for the record. But the point is he's plus 300. He's the short shot to win offensive rookie of the year. But I really like him both in fantasy and to get that. To me, there's only so many players that are really eligible for that. I think Bryce Young is the next shortest odds. But when you look at what Tyler Algier was able to do behind that offensive line in that Arthur Smith system, 4.9 yards per carry. And then you add Bijan, 5th round rookie, by the way, last year, who's not like, I don't think anybody would make the argument that Tyler Algier is like hyper talented. I mean, very solid runner, but not hyper talented like Bijan Robinson. And the long and short of it is, if he could get 4.9 yards per carry, and we got another system or another year under Desmond Ritter's belt, the receivers, if you want to call Kyle Pitts a receiver, Drake London, like I really believe in this offense. I believe in this team, and it's a kind of a watered down division as well. Even the Saints, they lost some pieces on the defensive side. I think Bijan Robinson is going to run wild, even if his touch count is slightly lower than maybe people are expecting. So
I don't think the touch count's going to be that low. Heath, in the immortal words of Jonathan Coachman, I'm coming to you on this one. Do you have your projection available for Mr. Robinson? And is it possible that he could finish with more total yardage than any other running back in, I guess, the universe?
I mean, he's certainly in the range of guys who could. I don't think it's very realistic to think if the guys ahead of him, Christian McCaffrey, I would say Derrick Henry, and I would say Josh Jacobs, but I understand why people don't. I don't think if those guys stay healthy, he's going to finish ahead of them. But yeah, I've got him projected at 332 total touches.
Yes.
And that's carries plus catches, and 1,777 total yards.
Can I ask you guys something? Because you're like, I'm more tied in on the DFS end with like FFT DFS. And obviously you guys are in like everything else from a fantasy standpoint. It seems to me, Heath, you're making the argument, and I don't know, I'm not looking at your rankings right now, where you could draft Bijan Robinson in the top 5 picks, really in any format.
Definitely in the top 5 running backs. But I would still take some wide receivers ahead of him, but definitely a first round pick. It's funny, I've got that big number of a projection on him, but I think I'm also the low guy at CBS on him because I've got him towards the end of round 1 instead of early in round 1. It's just there's other backs that I have projected in that same range.
The other thing I'd like to say about Robinson, I've watched obviously what he did in the preseason game against Cincinnati. I think everybody was excited about that. I also had a chance to watch him practice. The Falcons had a joint practice against the Dolphins in South Florida, and I couldn't take my eyes off him. And I love that the Falcons were willing to use him, not just as the traditional running back and not just lining up wide. You know, like sometimes the running back will line up wide and he gets his cardio in by jogging a go route. This guy was running a bunch of different routes. He was lining up wide. He was lining up in the slot. He was in jet motion. He was all over the place in these meaningful practices that not everybody really gets the chance to see. And every time they did a lot of red zone drills on the day that I was there. Every time he ran a route, whether it was 1-on-1, 7-on-7, 11-on-11, he was ditching coverage and scoring touchdowns.
Okay.
Awesome.
Guys,
just
tonight,
easy throws from Ritter to Robinson.
I'm sorry, I just want to hop in here. So, little change of plans. We have 2 more minutes for this. I want to get a few more player props that you like. Just give me kind of a quick rundown of some player props you like. Then we're going to bring on someone who actually donated to be part of the stream. Alan Geiger has been a long-time listener. I don't remember meeting him in Philadelphia, Dave. And
I do remember Alan.
So he's going to join us soon. And
awesome.
We're going to grade some drafts because that's just the change up here. So a lot of people donated money. They emailed Schneier.
Perfect.
Their drafts. So
right.
Give me a few more of your favorite player props.
I'll go quick. I'll go Matthew Stafford under 3,700.5 passing yards. Listen, I just don't think Matthew Stafford is going to play a full season. I really don't. You can make that argument for 2 reasons. One is he's 35 and he has an injury history. And 2 is the Rams aren't going to be very good and they might want to see what they have in Stetson Bennett late in the season. Stafford only played 9 games last year. In those games, he averaged 232 passing yards. You project that out, if that's the number we want to use, he'd have to play 16 of the 17 games to actually surpass the 3,700 total. I'll take Burrow over 33.5 touchdown passes. He's hit this in his first 2 years. And frankly, I don't see any reason. He's healthy. And this line hasn't moved since today when he was, obviously reported to be back at practice. Got an inefficient running game, a great passing game. And frankly, ever since he's been operating out of the shotgun, which they sort of changed that pattern, I think it was week 5 or week 6, where he was just operating out of the shotgun a ton. They've been able to neutralize the pass rush. And so he's kind of had free reign throwing the ball. Here's one more. Let's go comeback player of the year. Listen, I understand DeMar Hamlin is probably going to win this thing at minus 285, but maybe he gets nicked up and he's injured a little bit and doesn't play a lot. John Mechie, who has had such hard luck, not only with the leukemia diagnosis last year, but don't forget SEC championship game, he actually tore his ACL. So he went into the draft falling, I think, to pick 44, 45, something like that as a result of that knee injury. Then he gets the diagnosis. Now he comes back on a team that's probably going to be playing a ton of comeback ball. And I think Mechie is really going to be featured. I'm not sure I believe in Stroud for year one. That's just me. But I think Mechie's going to get a lot of targets. And I think he's the best receiver on that team. So he's 28-1 as comeback player of the year.
All right. Let's get on Alan Geiger. Alan, what's up, man? I think you're muted, just so you know. Alan is a longtime listener. I don't even remember what year that was. That was got to be like 7 years ago.
At the beer hall in Philadelphia.
It was a lot of fun. I wish we could do more events like that. Thank you for donating. Thank you for being a part of this, and welcome.
You're very welcome. Very welcome. Great to see everybody. And that Xfinity Live was a fun time.
Do you have I want to get you to, actually, we're all going to grade some drafts and you're going to be a part of it, but did you have any question that you wanted to ask first?
Yeah, just a real quick question. For the first time in my, as Adam knows, probably 15-year playing career, I'm in a 14-team league. And I know people ask these questions all the time. And I have the 12th pick. It's an RB heavy league. Two dynamics. One, if you have an opinion of strategy, but two, it's the first time I've partnered with somebody in a draft. And I've always done it independently. Dave, you're smiling on that already. And I don't know whether you have an opinion on both of them.
So first of all, I prefer to not partner with people in fantasy. That being said, I just did a draft where my son was my partner, and I play in a fantasy baseball league every year where my partner is Jamie Eisenberg. So what usually ends up happening is that one of the two end up taking the wheel for the team. You can guess who takes the wheel for the AL team, the fantasy baseball team. And because I know my son's a busy guy, he's in college and all that stuff, I'm going to end up making most of the decisions for our team. Make sure that, push comes to shove, you might have to make a very quick decision. Is it okay if one of you makes this decision over the other? These are things that you might want to just work out. And then what do you guys do when there's a player that you want, Alan, but your partner doesn't? And what Jamie and I typically do, and this really only happens during the draft, is Jamie will usually say, okay, you can get your player this time. And then next time Jamie gets to pick the player. So we just take turns, simple things that we learn in kindergarten. As for the 14-team league, difference makers, regardless of position, usually something that you want to lean toward. You're not going to get Kelsey, but I wouldn't hesitate to take Kelsey in your league. If it's RB heavy, probably want to lean on getting at least one running back with your first two picks. And I still think quarterback is just deep enough where you shouldn't feel pressure to reach for one in a 14-team league.
Yeah, I would echo the waiting thing. And then one thing I could really help you with on the sharing a team is if in the future you could share a team with Adam, that will make sharing a team with anyone else that much better.
You approved dropping Justin Fields for Andy Dalton. All right, we got to grade some teams here. This is going to be a little bit difficult. I have to do it from my inbox, which is a little weird. So bear with me here. But here's the team, and I don't know the name. I don't know who it's from, but the Detroit Hellcats. Fields.
Everybody knows the Detroit Hellcats.
Yeah. Fields, Diggs, Allen, Pollard, top. This is really good. And here's a look at the bench. Herbert, Dotson. I mean, how is this not an A?
You got to be a 10-team league or something like that, right?
Even if it's a 10-team, if it's a 12-team league, it's an A+. If it's a 10-team league, guys, give me a grade.
C-. They're not playing on CBS.
Wait, they donated A+.
Okay. No, seriously, this is a really good team.
It's a great team.
It's an A.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to go to another one here.
Elijah Moore, you can read up on him on my sleeper story that just went to the site today. Okay. He's not the sleeper, but he's up there.
Heath, just so you know, Adam and I have the beaches in common. So he's a Delaware Beach guy. I'm a New Jersey Beach guy. So I think we'd be pretty good partners.
I love it.
I've been to that beach in a long time. All right, let's get one more here before Sia and Heath pop off. I'm sorry, just give me a minute. I know it's just going to be a little cumbersome. Here we are. Okay, here you go, guys. There's my inbox.
Oh, that's cumbersome. All right. You have 2,484 updates waiting, Adam?
I don't like this at all, by the way.
What is this? Okay. Yeah.
This is really good, I think. I mean, getting Derrick Henry at 24, Ridley 25 might feel a little early, but not that early. Yeah, I got no.
I love Justin Herbert.
I guess I'm just nitpicky over Herbert in 6 and Hollywood Brown in 7.
Yeah.
But
I don't like Brown there at all. I just not a Arizona fan.
I keep moving Cardinals players down.
Okay.
And look, I think a lot of people will see Justin Herbert in round 4 and freak out. But then DJ Moore's in round 5. It's really not the end of the world.
Grade?
Heath?
Grade?
B.
No, Heath. You got to say the same thing you said last time.
He gave a donation. It's an A+.
Thank you.
B? Okay. All right.
He's got Jalen Warren on his team. That's the sleeper of the summer.
Hopefully I don't have to show my inbox again. Sia, I'm sorry we didn't get to more props, man. I appreciate you being on.
Oh, no. Thanks for having me on. And by the way, really super quick story. 6 years ago, before I was an analyst in this space at all, guess who shared a fantasy football team with me and who to this day says he doesn't want to do it? He really is the #1 nicest man in the world. It's Dave Richard and Alan. By the way, I was a Bethany Beach guy, so we are simpatico there. Thanks for having me on, everybody.
And Sia, I was hoping to tell you that because of you, I've watched 5 seasons of Frasier, and now I'm on season 6. So we'll talk about that some other time.
You're in the meat and potatoes of it, my friend.
Yeah.
Enjoy. Immerse yourself.
All right, man. That is Sia Nejad. Heath, thank you for your 2 hours, buddy. I appreciate it.
Man, it was an absolute blast. Thank you for everybody who's been in the chat, everybody who's been watching. Thank you, Alan, for being a part of this. Dave, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, buddy. Congrats one more time on winning Fantasy Feud.
Alan, hang around for just a little bit longer here. Sure. We're going to bring on a couple of new guests. We're going to have some of your chat questions later. We're going to have Bryant McFadden joining us in a little bit. We are now at the 6 o'clock hour, and we want to welcome you to Draft-A-Thon. We got 1,600 plus people. Please hit the like button, and please hit the donate button. That's what we really want to do here. You see our goal on YouTube is to get up to 5,000, so help us out. We'll get up to 5,000. I'm going to try my best to get to all of those grade my drafts. It's going to be a little bit difficult, but you donated. We will make a point to do it. Anyway, welcome back to Draft-A-Thon presented by Snickers. Rookie mistake? Maybe you just need a Snickers. Thanks to Snickers for sponsoring us tonight and helping to make this happen. All right, you ready for 2 new guests, Dave Richard?
I am very ready. I am so excited for these guys.
Yeah, we got Marcus Grant coming on. Marcus, what's up?
What's going on, fellas? Good to be here.
Marcus, is this 3 times in like 30 days?
In about a month
to hang out?
In about a month, right? From Canton to the mock draft with you guys with last week and now this. So yeah, it's
what a pleasure. What an absolute pleasure it is, man. Marcus Grant from NFL Media. Absolutely awesome to see you again, buddy.
It's good to be here.
And Marcus, meet Alan, Marcus.
Hello, Alan. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
How about we meet Ray GQ? I had such a blast talking to Ray GQ on our salary cap draft mock. It was so fun. Welcome back, Ray.
Appreciate you, Adam. Thank you for having me. What's going on, Dave, Alan, and my man Marcus?
What's going on, man?
Hope all is well. Hope y'all are doing good.
We are guaranteed to learn something with Ray here, which isn't to say that Marcus or Alan can't teach us something along the way, but Ray looks at the game through a lens that not many people do. So I appreciate him being here.
Man,
thank you for having me on. Thank you.
I appreciate it too, because this is great. I get to look at myself in Ray's shot.
It's Inception. I wanted to do this. I'm watching y'all. It's like Inception. You get to like do the stream, watch yourself. I just, Adam, people are like, were you clean shaven when you started and you're scruffily now? So I just wanted you to see yourself as we did this exercise.
I appreciate it, guys. I'm going to share my screen here and we're going to grade one more draft. You guys let me know what you think. $50 donation here. Saquon Barkley and
How
Tony
are we
Pollard.
supposed to see this?
All
Are
right,
you kidding me?
Let me see if I can zoom in. Let me see if I can zoom in. Yeah, I can zoom in. There we go. How's that? Better? Did that work?
I feel like
good.
Scotty.
All right, we got this. So this was a 12-team league. Barkley, look at this. 3 running backs. Barkley, Pollard, Gibbs, Watson, London, Fields. Where's our tight end? We got Freiermuth. That's our only tight end. But Fields, Barkley, Pollard, Gibbs, London, Watson, and Ayuk and Dotson. Man, he crushed the year 2 wide receivers, right? Let's get a couple breakouts there. This is a 12-team PPR. I'm going to give this a A-. What do you guys think?
Yeah,
Love Gainwell. Love Gainwell.
Oh, Philly guy. Okay.
So why don't you talk about that for a second, Alan? Because you're there in Philadelphia. You hear about the Eagles all the time. Why do you love Gainwell?
Again, I think what's coming out of the reports, right? He seems to be the one more than anything. They released Trey Sermon, I think today I heard as well.
Yep, yesterday.
I'm just not sure. Of all 3 running backs that are remaining, by no means are they using the term bell cow, right? They're PPR type running backs. I think that's what you're going to get. It's going to be a throwing offense. Hurts is going to, of course, run the ball like heck, especially at the goal line. So I'm not saying that he's a good bench player from what this gentleman or this gal drafted. So I do like that. But I think Gainwell is the leader of the pack, if you would. And that's what we're hearing here in Philadelphia also.
All right. Ray, you want to give a grade here on this team?
Yeah, I think I'm in line with you. I would give this probably an A or an A-. I think the selection, even in a single quarterback league of Justin Fields in the 6th round, I really like that. The rushing upside that he brings. You've got 2 hammers with Tony Pollard and Saquon Barkley, a potential stud in Jahmyr Gibbs, the upside of Christian Watson. And when you're just talking about, the pockets in which this individual drafted, I think this is a very good draft. Those are hammers. And with a shallow bench, only 6 bench players, I'm looking at everybody that he has. This is good. And Roschon Johnson in the 12th, who knows what you can get out of him, but I like the sneaky stack with Justin Fields right there as well. This is a solid draft right here out of the 10 spot. Very, very well done. Very well done.
Yeah, man. All right. And I guess it just goes to show you can go running back, and still put together a good team. Alan, go Giants. And thank you for I see, by the way, I see the t-shirt you're wearing. You're wearing our Draft-A-Thon shirt from last year. That's really cool. Thank you for everything. Yeah. And I miss hearing you on our radio show. That voice on our radio show. I miss that.
Yeah, it was a great show.
Being part of the family.
Yeah. Tell Jamie I said, hey, will you please?
I'll text him right now.
All right. Thanks, guys. See you later.
All right, Marcus and Ray, we're going to try to grade some teams a little bit later without looking at all my Gmail folders. But I got some name that player for you guys in a bit. Let's talk breakouts here. Marcus, who are some of your favorite breakouts for 2023?
Well, I feel like everybody and I'm here too. I feel like everybody is big on James Cook this year, right? What was funny is that last year the Bills were sort of collecting pass-catching running backs like Pokemon, but they weren't using them to actually catch the football. And I think the difference is this year, we are going to see James Cook be a part of the passing game there in Buffalo. All the reports are he really has established himself as the RB1 there. I know people got a little bit nervous in the preseason with Damian Harris coming in to get a couple of short goal line touchdown opportunities, but I think it's going to be Cook that gets the majority of the work, and I really do think they're going to use him as a pass catcher, and not just sort of as a dump-off emergency outlet sort of thing. I mean, as a guy who sort of runs routes and gets those downfield opportunities. So I love him, and especially coming in the 7th round or wherever he is right now, it feels like a huge value. I mean, this is a guy that's being drafted kind of in the low-end RB2 range that has the potential, if things go right and he has a couple of big spike weeks, to maybe be sort of a low-end RB1. In a dream world, I think that happens. I love him. I love Dameon Pierce. I feel like I love getting Dameon Pierce in the 5th round. That doesn't seem to happen anymore when I'm in drafts, and I wish that you guys would stop that because it really makes my life sort of frustrating. But again, I think he's separated himself from Devin Singletary. I sort of laughed. I'll say this. I laughed early in the offseason when he said, oh, yeah, I've been watching tape of Christian McCaffrey to get better as a pass catcher. And I just sort of took that as like, kind of guys talking, just sort of off-season talk. But it does seem like they're going to use him. And we're not going to confuse him with CMC or Tony Pollard or Austin Eckler. But I do think he gets a larger share of the passing game work there in Houston, combined with the fact that last year he was great when it came to forcing missed tackles. He was great with yards after contact. So I think if he stays healthy for the majority of the season with a little bit of extra pass catching volume, I think he's in line for a lot of really productive fantasy weeks this week.
Who you like, Damian Pierce or Aaron Jones? Let's say it's half PPR.
At cost, I like Damian Pierce. Just because where I got to draft Aaron Jones, I'm a little bit nervous about that. But if I can wait a round or so later and get Damian Pierce, I'm going to do that all day.
Look at this. What is Dave scheming? Dave is writing something and sticking his tongue out just a little bit. He's like, he's definitely scheming something. All right, let's Ray, give me a few sleep breakouts that you like.
Yeah, I mean, Marcus took the Pokemon reference, so I'm just going to use a canine reference, and I'm going to mention a dog. And I don't mean a D-O-G. I'm talking about the D-A-W-G. George Pickens. I'm excited for GP this year. I think that this team, we looked at Pittsburgh last year, and there was a lot of skepticism around Kenny Pickett. However, this offseason, what did they do? They invested in offensive line early. They got a behemoth of a man at tight end that's a phenomenal blocker in Darnell Washington. And I believe the Pittsburgh Steelers just traded for another sort of backup depth piece for that offensive line. But if you're going to tell me they've improved that offensive front, Kenny Pickett this far through preseason looked incredible. And if he's going to take that second-year leap forward, you look at those wide receivers, and it's not a matter of Deontay Johnson isn't good. He's going to get his. He is going to lead that team in target share. He's going to get peppered with targets. However, George Pickens, that downfield threat, that ability to be a monster in the red zone, even though he's not going to see the type of volume that Deontay Johnson probably is going to see, I'm very excited about his red zone opportunities, the downplay ability, the fact that Kenny Pickett wants to throw the ball deep. He was doing it all preseason. So give me some George Pickens. I'm focused on I'm not looking at whatever Dave is putting on my TV behind me. I'm focused on the people. Let's go. George Pickens is my breakout. Let's get it.
All right. Would you take him over Deontay Johnson?
Oh, gosh, Adam. No, I would not do that. I wouldn't do it because I know Deontay Johnson is going to be peppered with 140 targets this year, but I do want some George Pickens. I think he's due for a very big year, too, in Pittsburgh.
Okay.
May I, Adam?
Yeah.
Because I can't resist getting into this conversation.
Of course.
I think Pickens leads this team in targets, catches, yards, touchdowns. Ray, I know that Deontay has been that guy for us for so many years. His explosive play rate has just never been high. And the thing that Pickens can do is make explosive plays. And I'm sure you've seen his preseason film. He's running a few different routes than he ran last year. And one of the things that I love to we don't really talk about this a lot on our show, Adam. But one of the things I like to look at is how quickly can a wide receiver turn back to his quarterback on hitch routes, on comeback routes, making that change of direction turn. And I saw a play, I counted it like 4 times. I thought Pickens turned back in like 2.5 steps, and I never see that. And we know that he's physical as all get out. He's a contested catch machine. We saw it in the preseason game. We saw it in a highlight in Steelers camp. We saw it a bunch last year. I think that this is a big-time breakout, and I have a feeling the Steelers are counting on it this year. He's one this is a hint. He's one of 2 people in this offense that I think the Steelers are looking to get a little bit more out of than people may not necessarily get based on last year and the year before. So I am drafting Pickens ahead of Deontay Johnson. Jamie Eisenberg and I have a bet over which one will have more targets this year. And I think that there's absolutely something there for George Pickens as a huge breakout receiver this year.
All right. I want to go around the room, and we'll go Dave, Ray, Marcus. And I'm going to ask you 0 to 10 on the breakout-o-meter. How much of a breakout season, are you buying? How good of a breakout candidate is this player? All right. 0 to 10. So let's start with the kind of an easy one, Garrett Wilson.
11.
Okay, that's fine.
Agreed. 10. He's a 10. He's a 10. Yes. I'm with
We
Dave.
did not need to see the
Yeah,
preseason touchdown from Aaron Rodgers either.
This is a no-brainer. I mean, look, I go back to the thing that made us most excited about Garrett Wilson last year was when Mike White was starting. Like, we got excited about that. So now he gets Aaron Rodgers. This is a no-brainer.
Okay, how about Ramondre Stevenson? 0 to 10 on the breakout-o-meter.
5.
I'll say 6. I mean, he was good last year. I don't know how much better he is than he was last year. So I'll say 6. He's good. He's good, but I'll give him a 6.
I'll go one more. I'll go 7. I'm not as worried about Ezekiel Elliott, and I think that they have an actual offensive coordinator coordinating the offense, and I think that helps.
Yeah. I've heard, I don't know a lot about football. I've heard that does help, yes, to have an actual offensive coordinator. How about Travis Etienne? 0 to 10.
As far as a breakout goes, let's put him at a 7.
Marcus?
I mean, I'm gonna
Ray, taking a pass?
Yeah, I'm gonna go 4. I think Tanks Bigsby is gonna be a problem, and I just he's not the pass catcher that I thought he would be coming out of college. I really thought he was gonna catch more passes, and he just doesn't.
Marcus stole mine. I should have went first. It was 4. But when I say that, it's not an indictment that I think Etienne is bad. I think he's going to be awesome. But I'm probably with the 4. I think Bigsby is a little more of a problem than people realize because Travis Etienne is not that type of pass catching back. So I'd say 4.
All right.
I would be surprised, Adam, if Etienne had a large role in the passing game.
All right. How about Christian Watson?
8.
I think he's like a 9.
Okay.
I was gonna go 7. I mean, I think I think he's close to. I think his numbers are gonna look similar to what he had last year. I think he gets more targets. I don't know that the overall production is gonna be as good. Just Jordan Love's not at Aaron Rodgers, and that's not a knock on Jordan Love. He's just not Aaron Rodgers.
Did either of you guys watch Jordan Love this preseason?
A little bit.
I did. I had some very strong takes on Jordan Love, so I was invested in watching him this preseason. Yes.
Did you think his biggest flaw was being a little late on throws?
I think so. Timing is a little off, a little bit late. I mean, Christian Watson versus Cincinnati, he had him for 6 and missed him just a little bit late.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I watched a bit of Jordan Love, and I'm optimistic yet very, very cautious.
Okay.
I get it.
Would you guys like to play a quick round of Name That Player before you leave?
Sure.
Yes.
All right. First one to get it right. We got 3 of these. Let's see who wins. All right. First player, a Super Bowl champion, a recent Super Bowl champion, 2014 third-round pick from Georgia State. And he had touchdown receptions in 6 straight regular season games.
I got it.
Go.
Jerick McKinnon.
Yeah, you don't have to raise your hand. Just say the name.
Well, you didn't specify that, host.
1-0 Dave. All right, next guy. Top 15 ADP at his position. He's a top 15 at his position. He has a new quarterback this year. In his final year in college, 2 of his teammates had more receiving yards than him. That was 2021.
2021 was his final year in college.
Jalen Waddle
are in the NFL. No, not
give me the clues one more time. I think I got it.
Top 15 ADP at his position.
Yeah.
Has a new quarterback this year.
Yeah.
And in his final year of college, 2021, 2 of his teammates had more receiving yards than him. Go ahead.
Chris Olave.
Garrett Wilson, and Dave.
All right. Dave wins, but this round is worth 3 points. So Ray and Marcus.
I'll stay out of this one. Let's have Ray versus Marcus.
All right. He was the tight end 10 last year, and his current ADP on some sites is tight end 10. He has been in the NFL since 2017, but never more than 4 touchdowns in a season.
I know.
And me and Dave were a big fan of his even before he was drafted, because we went to the same college as him.
Did you go to school in Florida?
We did.
Do you like Mr. Njoku?
All right, Ray and Marcus, thank you guys for hopping on and hanging out. We appreciate it. Thanks for helping us raise money today.
Appreciate you guys, man.
Thank y'all.
Absolutely.
Appreciate y'all. Beautiful cause. Thank y'all for having us.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Be good, guys. Good luck this year.
All right. So keep it going in the chat, guys, and keep it going with Dan Schneier. He'll be answering your questions. We are waiting for BMAC to hop on. We have a surprise guest with him as well. Do we want to hear? No, all right. I guess not. Something else. Anyway, Dave. So far, so good. Only one Snickers for me tonight. I could start another, but it's only us, so I can't take a break here. But
I mean, you could, if you want me to filibuster for about 5 minutes, I could go over my sleeper column that went out today.
No, that's all good.
Do you want to snick? Oh, so you don't want to hear about my sleepers. You don't want me to share my fantasy advice with the people.
Go ahead. And we have something very special when BMAC joins us, which will happen momentarily. So just everybody just hang out for a sec. We're still right around 1,700 people, which is awesome. Thank you for that. Love it. Tell your friends, though. Tell everybody to hop on because we're about to have a special guest, and we're just having a terrific time tonight raising money for St. Jude. That's why we're here. Please hit that donate button. Let's get to 2,000 viewers at one time. All right, Dave, give me some of your sleepers.
Well, the one that I love the most is Jaylen Warren of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I mentioned when we were on with Ray and Marcus that George Pickens was one of two guys I think the Steelers are banking on. I think Jalen's the other. And we've just seen Najee Harris over the majority of his career just not have that explosive element to his game. Is he a physical running back? Absolutely. Could he be a touchdown hog? Yes, Najee Harris can do that. In fact, when he averaged 15 PPR points per game over maybe his last 8 games last year, he was scoring a lot of touchdowns. But what Jaylen Warren brings to this offense is explosiveness, better hands, and he's got a little bit of a thump to him himself. So I'm kind of curious to see what's going to happen during the season. In the preseason, it was a 57-43 split in terms of snaps with Kenny Pickett. That's better than 60-40 for Jaylen Warren. I think Warren can gain ground on Najee. I think he could eventually be the lead back in Pittsburgh. And if anything were to happen to Najee, then you're looking at Jaylen Warren as a must-start fantasy running back. I'm over the moon for him. Happy to take him in round 8. His ADP is in round 10. And I think he's absolutely going to be a guy that fantasy managers can draft, be a little bit patient with, and then win with during the 2023 season.
All right, before you get more sleepers, actually, I think it's a better idea. Why don't we grade some rosters?
Okay, and if there's any sleepers on the rosters, I'll bring them up.
Just grade the rosters. We have so many, and they all donated, so I want to make sure we
got it.
Time for them. All right,
Sure.
Here we go. Let's take a look at Joe's team. Sorry, that's right here. Joe's team, half PPR. He's got Dak and Russ. He's got Henry and Stevenson, Wilson, Ridley. I hate the tight end, but I like everything else, Dave. What's the grade?
I'm going to give it, we're giving them A+ just because they're donating to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, and we love that they're doing it. And I love that he's got Jaylen Warren, and I actually love his wide receivers. I think he's got great wide receiver depth there. Pairing that with Henry and Ramondre, this is the rare team that I would give an A to that's got Tyler Higbee at tight end. So we're going for it. We're giving him an A. And just don't be committed to Tyler Higbee. You can use him in week 1 if you want to. I believe he plays against the Seahawks in week 1.
Yeah, he does.
Not the best matchup in the world for him. You can see where that goes.
They give up the second most fantasy points to tight ends.
They are a different defense this year. They really tried to improve their safeties, their pass rush. Because they sucked last year doesn't mean they're going to suck this year. Don't fall for that fallacy.
Bobby Wagner back. All right.
I don't even know if that's the biggest move they made.
Jacob has Mahomes, Bijan, Gibbs, very young team here. Bijan and Gibbs, St. Brown and Higgins. I mean, how do you have Pitts, Kincaid, and Ferguson? Deep rosters here.
Yeah,
all right, this is a much better team than that.
This is an A+, and it's without the whole schmaltz of saying that he donated to St. Jude. And you'd rather be too young than too old when it comes to the NFL. That's a great squad. It should be fun. If that's a dynasty league team, you're going to win your league like 3 of the next 5 years.
All right, Manning faced God. Okay. Chase and St. Brown. St. Brown falling to 22. I don't know the format here. I don't know
if that's non-PPR, that seems about right. Maybe even he should fall a little bit lower.
Olave, Breece Hall. Okay, that's
Breece Hall is his first running back. Is a bold move, Cotton.
Everything's good except running back here. I mean, let's be real. Wide receiver's ridiculous.
Well, it's going to come down to Breece Hall.
Oh, the tight end is Musgrave, or am I missing something?
I don't see another tight end. Musgrave is he's got Chicago in week 1. That's not bad, but that's a streaming tight end. He should double check to see if someone like Juwan Johnson is on his waiver wire. Chico Conquo, I would rather have him than Musgrave. I'd rather have Kincaid or Laporta over Musgrave. Musgrave's going to play a lot. That's a good thing, but I think he's going to be very touchdown dependent. This team's going to come down to Breece Hall. If Breece Hall ends up being what he was during that 4-game mega stretch last year, then this team's going to cakewalk to the fantasy championship.
I want to hear from some legends. Right now here. So let's hear from a quarterback legend who you're going to hear on CBS this year.
Hey, what's up? It's Matt Ryan. Thanks for tuning in, and a shout out to the guys at the Fantasy Football Today Draft-A-Thon, supporting St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. If you can, if you're able, click that donate button. They're doing amazing work, and we need to support them as best we can.
Thank you so much, Matt Ryan. And thank you all of you for being here tonight and for donating. Hit that donate button. I see BMAC is just about ready. He's miking up right now.
Oh, man.
We'll bring him in just momentarily.
Well, you know what's crazy? He's not on time, is he?
He's not on time.
Oh, so if he were a player, he would get chewed out right now.
He would
for not being on time.
I don't want to bring him in before he's ready. Give me a thumb. You ready, BMAC? You good? You getting that?
Come on, man.
BMAC, you good? You good,
I'm
man?
good.
Look
I'm good.
at you.
Here I go.
First of all, you don't call me today when we were talking about having a phone call.
We will have our
late
phone
to the
call.
Draft-A-Thon.
We will have our phone call, Dave. I just had to make sure I was positioned to take down my notes that you will provide for me, because I'd have 2 big-time fantasy drafts happening next week that I need to be ready for, and I need all the inside information that you can provide me. So I needed to make sure I was situated and had paper in front of me.
We'll get
You're a little late, which is fine. We appreciate your time, but I understand that you were late for a team meeting before the Super Bowl. And right, and Coach Cower, he gave you a little bit of heat for it, right?
Yo, so what happened was we just beat the Denver Broncos in the AFC Championship game. We played in Denver, we flew home, and man, we had fun. We partied all night long. It's my rookie year. Oh, that's Coach Cower.
Keep going. Hey, I want to hear about this party. Who was with you at that party?
All the old vets, the Shade, Chris Hope, Joey, Casey. I was with all the legends, man. We partied on the plane, as you remember, Coach, going back to Pittsburgh. And when we got home to Pittsburgh, man, we partied. And if anybody know anything about me back, I don't drink. I don't drink alcohol at all. But I can hang with the best of them. And after we got done partying, we went and had some breakfast. And I told Chris Hope, I told the guys, I said, listen, y'all make sure y'all call my phone, because after I eat this good meal, I'm gonna have some good sleep. So I said, please call my phone. They didn't listen to me. They got a missed assignment, an MA, and I was late. And that was the first time Coach Cower ever called me to his office. I remember Dick LeBeau, after our defensive meeting, he said, Coach Cower wanted to talk to you. And I was like, oh, shoot, man. And Coach Cower played one of the dirtiest pranks on a rookie that you can play on a rookie when he said he was taking all my Super Bowl tickets.
That was Lonnie Palele, right?
Yeah.
No, it's Chris Kiamatu, the offensive lineman.
But Coach, it's good to see you, Coach.
It's good to see you, B-Mac. So tell me, what do you think about our Steelers?
I love what I'm seeing so far, Coach. And I said this earlier on CBS HQ. If we stay healthy, Coach, I think we could be this year's 2021 Cincinnati Bengals team. Remember, in 2021, no one expected Cincinnati, number one, to get into the playoffs, right? And then when they got into the playoffs, no one expected them to do anything significant. And of course, they made it to the Super Bowl. Right now, in regards to playoff expectations, they're getting some highlights based on what they did in the preseason, but leading up to before preseason play, no one really felt like Pittsburgh can get in the postseason. And if their defense stay healthy, coach, as you know, with TJ Watt, some of the additions, they're not afraid of any other team in the division. Heck, they split with every team a year ago with uncertainty at the quarterback position. They have more stability at that position. This team is more talented than what they had a year ago. So if they just stay healthy, I think they can do the same thing or something similar to what we saw with that 2021 Cincinnati Bengals team.
You know, it's interesting. You look at the secondary and Patrick Peterson. I know you sat there and do shows with Patrick, and I said if there's one thing that Omar and Mike did this offseason, not only did they address, obviously, the offensive line, they took care of that, they upgraded that. 2 starters no longer there from last year. I mean, it'll be 3 maybe at some point if Broderick Jones gets in there. Mm-hmm. They've also taken a quarterback and put him back under center. Kenny Pickett's a guy who should be under center. They can run the ball. Najee Harris, a downhill runner. I love what you're talking about, Dave. I think Jaylen Warren, you're right. I think he's going to get a lot of play, and I think he's going to be the guy that you'll see a lot. But I do love also what they did in terms of bringing in leadership in the locker room. And you know, you talked about that team. We had the vets, right? So what do you do? Get Patrick Peterson. What do? You go out and get the receiver from
Allen Robinson.
Allen Robinson.
Yep.
And I love the tight end that they just got, Washington, Darnell Washington.
Yep.
If you watch him in the preseason, he was moving. There was no one who was setting the edge on Darnell Washington. He was setting the edge and making it a nice, easy edge to get around. So they're going to run the football with Frymouth. I love where they are with Kenny Pickett, and I love where they are with Kenny Pickens. I mean, I think Pickens has matured. Allen Robinson was the best thing to bring into that receiver room with Deontay Johnson and with Pickens.
Yes, sir. I agree. It's going to be a fun season, but as you know, Coach, you got to stay healthy.
Got to stay healthy. You got to have sometimes your young players, rookies, have to make plays in big games. Something like a guy named, you heard about the Indianapolis Colts game, and I'll say this again for all of you people at St. Jude's, and thank you for tuning in. What a great place, an amazing place. Brian McFadden, in his rookie year, integral part of what we played on defense. All of a sudden, when Jerome Bettis fumbles, they get the ball at midfield, and here it is. It's like, wow, giving the ball back to Peyton Manning. First down, I think they tried to run it, and all of a sudden, the second and third down, they found the rookie. And you know Peyton Manning's going to find the rookie. And he's out there, and yes, we're playing man-to-man, and we're going to go after Peyton Manning. We're not going to give him any time. Reggie Wayne and Brian McFadden made 2 plays in the end zone in that game, and you are a big reason why Super Bowl 40 happened, because you made those 2 plays. I iced the kicker, and Mike Vanderjagt missed it by about 30 yards to the right, and we went on, and you made Jerome Bettis one of the happiest guys in the world, because the last thing he could have remembered for could have been that fumble. So, B-Mac, you are a special guy. Love you to death. And the only reason you didn't go in the first round, because I tried to call you. You weren't there in your room on time. So you know what? I said, okay, if he's not there on time, I'll take him in the second round. So you could have been a first-round pick. And once again here tonight, you're 3 minutes late. If we're supposed to say, hey, B-Mac, if you're going to say, if it's 6:23, he just said 6:23. You're supposed to be at 6:20. My meeting starts at 6:20. It starts at 6:20. You come in 3 minutes late, I would have said the meeting starts at 6:23. So just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. I love you. Can't wait to talk to you guys. Thank you for supporting St. Jude. I've got to go. Now you're making me late for dinner, so I got to go right now. So
I love you too, Coach. Appreciate it, Coach. I love you too.
Love you too, man.
Yes, sir.
See you guys.
Thank you very much, Coach Bill Cowher. Amazing to have him on here. And I was hoping I was going to ask him to give like a motivational speech to everybody to donate to St. Jude. But you know what? If he stopped by, that was really special for him to take time out, because he knows this is a really important cause and a really important night for us. So please, I still have more drafts to grade. You can donate $50 and we can grade your draft. Schneier can tell you all about that in the chat. B-Mac, man, those plays you made on Reggie Wayne, I got to ask you, did that feel good to do that against the Miami Hurricane?
I knew you were going.
Continued in the NFL.
Why would you ask that?
I can't.
You know what?
In
all honesty, at that time, I wasn't really thinking about our college rivalry. I was just like in a state of shock, because we were supposed to be in the locker room celebrating already. Like the game was supposed to be over. And then when we go out on the football field, it was like sudden change. Like, oh, shit, we go from celebrating thinking Jerome is going to win it for us, to now we got to get a stop. and I already knew what was going to happen. I knew I was going to get heat. I knew they were coming my way. I was the only rookie in the football field, and for like 3 or 4 plays, guys, I didn't breathe. I don't know exactly what is the time limit on you being able to hold your breath, but I didn't breathe like for 3 snaps. And those plays that happened, as Coach Cowher just highlighted, I didn't breathe. Everything was silent. It felt like it was only me, Reggie, and Peyton on the football field. I just didn't want the team. I didn't want to let the team down. That's it. You know, my defensive coordinator at Florida State, Mickey Andrews, who's a legend Hall of Famer, he used to always emphasize to us as defenders in the secondary, fight until you hear the whistle blow. And that's what I was trying to do. I was able to accomplish that. And as Coach Cowher just mentioned, man, you know, we went on to Super Bowl 40, won the 5th Lombardi, and eventually became the first organization to win 6 Sticky Lombardi. So it was a huge play for me, something that I'm happy I was able to be a part of in a good way. And I'm happy that I was able to be around such, you know, influential individuals like Coach Cowher, like Jerome Bettis. Think about all the members from that team that are already in the Hall of Fame, right? That were first ballot Hall of Famers. Coach Cowher, you know, Mr. Rooney, who's no longer with us, Jerome Bettis, Alan Faneca, Russ Grimm, who was the offensive line coach, Troy Polamalu. We're talking about a team that was loaded with Hall of Famers. Eventually, 7 is going to get in. He's going to be a first ballot. You know, eventually, I think Hines will get in at some point in time. I mean, we're talking about 7 members from that team that won that Super Bowl that are already in the Hall of Fame, man. It was a great group, man, a legendary group. And I just didn't want to let the team down.
Dick LeBeau, right? Did you mention him?
Oh, I forgot about Dick LeBeau. I mean, yeah, I think it's 8 of them. You know what I mean?
In the Hall of Fame? I'm sorry. I didn't remember if he got in or not. I know he's
he's in.
Oh,
He's a Hall of Famer.
He's in as a player, or
yes.
Okay,
player.
He should be in. Should he be in as a coach? I mean, I know only a defensive coordinator, but God, what a legend!
Yeah. So think about that, guys. For a team to not necessarily be a team in the 70s or the 80s, to win a Super Bowl, to have at least 7 or 8 members already in the Hall of Fame is impressive. I think we have more Hall of Famers than some of the 49ers championship runs. You know what I mean? I think we clearly have more Hall of Famers than any of the Patriot Super Bowl teams. You know what I mean? So that just tells you about the foundation that was built by the Mr. Rooneys and everyone under him, and just the coaching and just the ability to put great people in the same building under the same roof and win championships.
All right, Dave, let's talk a little fantasy with BMAC here, right? So
yes, please.
The Steelers, I would say, since the start of the preseason, as a team, collectively, probably the biggest risers. Maybe the Packers, right? But we're loving Jaylen Warren right now, and people are pumped about Kenny Pickett and George Pickens and Deontay's Deontay. But BMAC, Najee is the one player that fantasy managers aren't loving right now, because he used to be around 3 pick. The emergence of Jaylen Warren is pushing Najee down, but I don't think he's going to dominate carries and touches like Steelers running backs always do. So I know you already talked about that, but it's easy. I understand it's easy for you to be positive, but do you share the concerns about Najee Harris that fantasy managers have?
Yeah, I share the concerns. Consider where we valued Najee 2 years ago or even a year ago with the expectations, and just seeing the emergence of Jaylen Warren, the explosive nature in which he runs, the speed, the burst. You have to find a way to get him on the football field. So my concern for Najee, and I would love to hear you guys' thoughts as well, if he's not involved in goal line, red zone action, will he provide significant points?
No, but I think he'll definitely be involved. I think that's where he'll make his money, in the red zone.
And he has to, but also too, if you factor in how they've used Jaylen is a guy who will be utilizing the red zone as well.
You think so? Yeah. I don't know, Dave. I mean, to me, it was just interesting. It's because one thing you could just set your clock to was the Steelers giving one running back a ton of work, just over and over and over again through different coaching staffs, basically. But the preseason has not been that way at all. And it hasn't been like Najee comes off the field on 3rd down. I mean, these guys are just sharing, not 50-50 exactly, but Warren plays in roles that you would maybe think Najee would be in, and Najee might play in some roles that you would think, it's not an assignment, basically. You could see them both in the red zone. That's my read on it, Dave. What do you think?
Yeah, I tend to agree. And I think back to what happened and this is just a Steelers reference, but 2005. Let me double check to see if Bryant was on the team. Yeah, you were on that team.
Mm-hmm.
Bettis was there, but he wasn't like the Jerome Bettis that we
That
came
was
to know
Willie
and love.
Parker who emerged.
But Willie emerged.
Yep.
Okay, the year before he played, he didn't get a lot of work, and the team realized pretty quickly that Willie Parker was their best bet at running back, and he totaled over 1,400 yards. He only had 18 catches. I think Warren can do a lot better than that.
Mm-hmm.
He only totaled 5 touchdowns. I think that might be where Warren ends up. But they have a good way of all the franchises. There's a handful that seem to consistently find the way to improve their players and create advantageous situations to use them in. And when they've got a player who can play, they will play them. Okay. Seattle does the same thing. I'd like to think the Packers have done the same thing. There's some other franchises that'll do it, but there's other franchises that kind of take their time and they're not sure. And some coaching staffs are just very passive. No, the one thing we know about Tomlin, especially, is when he knows he's got a guy and he's got that confidence in a guy, he will use him. And if Tomlin somehow loses confidence in Najee, then we could see Warren as that feature player for Pittsburgh.
And I'll tell you this about Mike Tomlin, similar to what you just gave us, Dave. He's going to ride with a hot hand. He's made it known to us as a team. Like, if a guy is hot, we're going to keep it going. Like, we got to ride the hot hand. So hypothetically speaking, if Jaylen Warren, catches a little streak going, you better believe they're going to put the ball in his hands because he's shown the ability since day one to be productive. He's shown that ability, and he's not a liability in the passing game either. He catches the ball well out of the backfield, and he can block. He wants to block. So he's a do-it-all type back who's not a high-rounded guy like Najee is.
Let me update everybody on what's coming up on our Draft-A-Thon here. We still have 3 hours and 20 minutes left, baby, and I think I can make it, but I feel like I have to get up and stretch my legs at some point. So I'll pick a time probably at 8 o'clock or so. We've got rapid fire questions from the chat coming up in a bit. We got Joe Pisapia and Chris Towers at 7 o'clock to play some Fantasy Jeopardy along with Dave. We've got at 7:30 Jake Seeley to talk about some of the best and worst ADP values. 8 o'clock, Nando DeFino joins us from 8 to 10. That'll be wild. And Will Brinson, Pete Prisco, and Nick Costo. So this is just I don't know, a lot of upside, a lot of downside in that hour. It's going to be chaos.
No, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Name that colleague we're going to play with Pete Prisco. I'm going to give him fun facts about Jamie, Will, and Nick, and we're going to see if Pete can get them right, assigning them to the proper person. So we have all those things. We also have our mock draft, and I believe, I'm sorry about this, I haven't checked in on the draft in a while. Our audience is on the clock, so I'm going to go to our mock draft right now. We'll do a YouTube poll. Audience, we see Devontae Smith, Joe Mixon, and Mark Andrews, and Jahmyr Gibbs come off the board, Dave. So I'll use your rankings. Let's give audience team number 1 their choice of 4 players. They have Eckler and Waddle. The 3 quarterbacks.
So they can go in any direction they really want to.
Yeah, not quarterback or tight end, though. I think we're looking at running back and receiver, right?
Well, who's left?
Ridley, Higgins.
Yo, Azer, I already put up a poll.
Oh, all right. What's the poll?
It's Burrow, Lamar, Etienne, and Calvin Ridley.
Okay. So I guess we are going quarterback. Burrow, Lamar, Etienne, and Calvin Ridley. Okay, not T. Higgins. Interesting. That's probably who I would take. But we'll see what they say, and let me know when those results are in, and we'll come back to that. All right, B-Mac, let's have some fun here. I'm giving you $15.
Yep.
You have got to eat and drink. You see that grid there?
Yeah.
All right. So we got $5. We got the beer, steak, fruit salad, ice cream, $4 down the line, all that. We need one from each column. Dave, B-Mac, I hope you're hungry. This is actually a really dumb idea by me because I am starving right now and I'm not off the air till 10. So this is going to be tough. But we got $15, guys. And all of you out there in the chat as well, we got $15. Let's make a good menu here. I'm going to say immediately with water. So that's all I drink. Basically.
I'm right there with you. I take water.
Okay, water. I mean, grilled chicken for $4. Grilled chicken should be the $2 choice. There's no freaking way I'm going to a barbecue and having grilled chicken. Get out of here.
So you do grilled chicken. I'm going.
You can have the same stuff. I'm going water and burgers. So that's 5.
BMAC's
burgers
going
are good
off the
value.
menu. He's going to find the mac and cheese.
Yeah, if I had mac and cheese, you know I love mac and cheese.
Yeah,
I'll go steak.
Okay, all right, expensive. Ooh, fancy guy.
I go steak.
All right. Well, so my lineup is water, burger, fruit salad, ice cream. That's 15 right there.
All right. My lineup: water, steak, baked beans, cookies.
I'm going to go with steak, hamburger, hot dog, cookies, ice cream, and pie.
Oh, man.
That seems like a pretty good barbecue to me.
Not going to have anything to drink, Dave?
Who needs liquid?
You know, I'm getting a little like someone's calling me out for fruit salad. Fruit salad is delicious, and I'm having burgers and ice cream. Like, I got to do something healthy, right? Like, can't just be Dave. Dave, your doctor's on the line, Dave.
I promise to take off one of the hamburger buns. Because, carbs.
Very nice. BMAC, so you and I have one thing in common here. Probably only one thing. We don't drink any alcohol ever.
Mm-hmm.
But how do you go out? And how did you go out and party with people? I would get so freaking bored. It'd be like half an hour. I'm like, can we leave now? And the answer was never yes.
Well, I've always had a natural high. So even when I was in high school and going on my visits to these, universities where they would take us out, they were thinking I was drinking because I would just be bouncing around, like on the dance floor, moving from corner to corner, I just had a natural high. So everybody used to be like, man, this man has got to be wasted. Like, no, man, he's not even drunk. He's not even drunk. He don't drink. Literally, anybody know me going back to my recruiting days when I was going on different visits, and when I got to Florida State, it's like, oh, BMAC can go with the best of them. So, and back then, my drink of choice when I was hanging out would be pineapple, orange juice, cranberry mix.
Oh.
That's what I would go to.
So it always looked like you were drinking.
It kind of did. Now, because I don't really drink a lot of juice, I just drink straight water when I'm anywhere. But that's what I used to go to. That was my go-to drink if I was hanging out. Pineapple, orange juice, cranberry mix, or pineapple, just orange juice mix.
See, Dave, just drink water, man. That's how BMAC and I have this physique,
Yes, just water, just straight water.
I drink a ton of water. It's good for you.
Yeah, you need some electrolytes, of course, when you're working out, though. You got to have some electrolytes in there at some point.
All right, give me a MVP pick before you leave. Who's going to win it? League MVP, who's going to win the Super Bowl?
Wow, MVP.
No Steelers.
Ooh.
I can tell you who I took in that sports line betting league that I'm in.
That sounded fun, by the way.
It is fun. It was very challenging too, because everybody knows what they're doing. They're very sharp pickers. Sportsline really has the best handicappers on the planet. I went with Mahomes. He kind of just was languishing. People didn't want him because he's the chalk and because he's already been a 2-time MVP. I just figure he's going to have another monster season. I've got him number 1 in my quarterback rankings. If I'm up in late round 2 and I want a quarterback, he's who I'm taking. In everybody's home league, when they're up in round 1, they're going to take Patrick Mahomes. I think he's got a great shot to be the MVP. And it's chalky, but he's really good at what he does.
Yes.
It is chalky, and you're not wrong.
Yeah,
going money Pat Mahomes.
Yeah.
That's
not my Super Bowl pick, by the way.
You got Kansas City running in the back. Okay.
No, I don't. No, I don't think.
You don't? You don't? Okay. I got a few. Of course, the MVP is tied to winning. So you got to have a player that you believe is going to be a part of a real good team.
I'm gonna say, you know what? I'm gonna say Burrow this year. I think Burrow, and I don't know if I think the Bengals are gonna win the Super Bowl. Actually, let's go. The fun pick would be Lamar Jackson and the Ravens making a big run this year. They've been in first place each of the last 2 years when Jackson's got hurt.
That's a fun pick. I'm gonna give you 2 names off the radar. Trevor Lawrence and Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
The Lawrence one is right on Pete Prisco's radar.
Yeah.
He could.
I think they're going to win their division. They should win their division easily. I think he's going to do numbers. especially year 2 with Doug Peterson, and that really helps. Now with Justin Herbert, I think Kellen Moore might be the best play caller he's ever been with.
B-Mac, do you remember when we were at the Catch in Miami
Mm-hmm.
and we got the chance to talk to Justin Herbert?
Yeah.
And I asked him about that. And usually when players talk about new coaches, like, of course they're going to say positive things, but I couldn't believe how enthusiastic he was over Kellen Moore. That stood out to me. Hey, Adam, we never really talked about that on the show. I kind of feel like an idiot for not bringing it up before, but you could almost sense that he was really, really happy to have Moore, who's just such a clever play designer and willing to take chances and a quarterback-driven play caller on his side.
Yeah, and think about this, guys. Kellen Moore got fired from Dallas kind of by default because that offense was good. But if Dak Prescott was smarter with the football, Kellen Moore would still be there. That wasn't Kellen Moore's fault when you look at the interceptions. They still did numbers. They still was up there in the NFL in points per ball game. So it wasn't like he got fired because they weren't scoring and they weren't effective. He got fired because Dak Prescott led the league in interceptions and only played 12 games. So when you factor in his creativity, being a former player, as you mentioned, Dave, and then they're finally healthy. You know, it seemed like the last 3-4 years, every year coming out of training camp, they've already lost 2 or 3 starters on either side of the football field.
Yeah.
You know, the offensive line is together. I mean, wide receivers are together. I mean, and we know what type of talent Herbert is. So those are my 2 off the radar picks, Trevor Lawrence and Justin Herbert.
You know, it's funny, B-Mac, I'll let you go after this, but I remember over the summer last year, 2022, I did a Twitter poll or X poll, and I said, who would you rather have on your NFL team, Justin Herbert or Joe Burrow? And I think about 2/3 of the people said Justin Herbert. And then at some point after the season or during the season or something, I did the same exact question, and 2/3 of the people said Joe Burrow. I said the first time I said Herbert, right? I said that, right?
Yeah.
Like first time they went for. So it's like I think before last year when Herbert had such a bad year, I feel like the general public looked at Herbert as this unbelievably talented, super special football player. And yeah, we're looking from a fantasy standpoint. We're looking forward to him reminding everybody just how damn good he is going to be and can be. B-Mac, thanks for coming on, man.
No problem. Hey, Dave, whenever you're ready to chop it up, if we can get it in tonight, just let me know.
I don't think I can get it tonight. Let me check my schedule real quick.
Okay.
Maybe around noon tomorrow, or I think I'm going to be able to make it happen like late tomorrow afternoon. Is that good for you?
That should work. Just shoot me a text.
All right, you got it. Good talking to you, man. I hope you enjoyed that surprise tonight.
I did. Hey, you saw my reaction?
Yeah.
That was really funny, man.
I felt like I saw someone, but then I wasn't really paying attention, and I looked again like, oh, shoot, that's cool. Oh, that was great. That was great.
Thanks, B-Mac. Let's talk to you later.
All right. Thank you.
Later, B-Mac.
Right. Next time we'll just get our calendars out. Dave.
Who would surprise you if we could surprise you? Who would be a big surprise from the NFL world that would make your jaw drop right now?
My mom. Like,
well, your dad wouldn't show up for more than about 4 seconds on the stream. He'd show up and then he'd shut it down.
No, who would surprise?
What about from the NFL world? Because we found Cower for Bryant. Who would be the big surprise for you?
Oh God, I don't really know anyone, Dave.
No?
What about you?
I mean, I don't know if I necessarily know anyone. Let's say it's someone that we don't know, but if they just showed up, you'd be like, oh, this is awesome. And like, we got them for you.
Oh, I would say Daniel Jones.
Yeah, that's what I would say for you too, you knucklehead.
For you?
If it's a current player, I don't know if I've got somebody, but I know who the former player would be.
For me, it'd be Ken Dorsey. That's the
I mean,
Ken Dorsey.
And you know what Ken Dorsey would do? You know what Dorsey would do? He'd be like, ah!
All right, Chris. Somebody tell Chris that he's coming on. Chris, you there? All right, Chris. We'll get you on. Let's get some chat questions, Dave. Let's grade some teams as well.
Okay.
I'm going to put that up there. We have a lot, so we'll go kind of quickly on it. And we got Joe Pisapia coming on for Fantasy Jeopardy soon. So here we go. Chris is almost ready. Dave, this is Henry's team.
We already
We
looked
did
at
that
this
one. We
team.
did that one. I'm sorry. Henry, you did very well. Here's Frank's team and Garrett's team. What do you got for Frank?
Frank.
Actually, Dave, this team is from Frank.
I've got the other cat here now.
Hey, cat.
A wardrobe change on top of that. I like that
Yeah,
shit.
that's 3 shirts.
Cops are still coming though.
Oh, yeah. Too many Hawaiian shirts. You're under arrest. All right, Frank.
Andy Reid wants his shirts back. He called the cops to get them.
So
Hurts and Kyler, Sanders, Herbert, Charbonnet. Okay, so he waited on.
This is borderline 0 RB because you got
It
Kelsey,
looks like
Waddle, Hurts, maybe DJ Moore, Miles Sanders. And
I have a very similar team in the flex league where I grabbed Hurts and Kelsey very early on, and it's one of those ones where you always have to remind yourself. I went early tight end and quarterback because I was looking at the team and I was like, feels like a player's missing. Then I got to Kelsey and it's like, oh, of course, it makes sense now. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I get it.
Garrett. So I'm going to give that team a B plus. I think. I think RB2 might be a little bit of a struggle. I like Herbert, but I think he should be an RB3 or a flex for you. I'm going to go B plus.
You'd want those wide receivers to be just a little bit better.
Yep.
If you're going 0 RB, and we don't talk about Mike Evans enough, and I think that we're kind of sleeping on him and Godwin.
We got a lot here, guys. So let's
go. Let's go.
Well, what's the grade?
B plus. I like the B plus.
All right.
/ A plus.
Let's grade. Let's grade Garrett's team.
McCaffrey, Olave, Gibbs. Great start. Warren feels a little, okay. And then he's going to go Richardson and Tua. So we're going all in on the upside downside quarterbacks. This is a team I'm in love with. I give this team an A.
I love how upside focused it is, right? Because who cares if you're in 8th place, right? Is the difference between an 8th place and 12th place finish is nothing. So try to win the championship. Fantasy football leagues, there's always guys available on waivers. I love chasing upside like this. I think this is a great team. I think this is an A.
I think this is a C plus. I'm sorry.
You're thinking too much. You're thinking too much week 1.
I didn't see Tua. No, I'm sorry. I thought he was starting Richardson and Okonkwo. I can deal with the one bad quarterback or tight end, but I'm not a Richardson guy. But Tua makes this B plus, A minus at the worst. Okay, this is JJ James.
Triple J.
I think we did this one.
Looks familiar because I badmouthed him about not playing on CBS.
We did this one, and it was a very good team. All right, how about the Great Gatsby? That's a clever team name.
The Great Gatsby. GASB?
I feel like we did this one too. Am I wrong?
Yes, we did. Because remember I said that Herbert fell a little early in round 4, but you got DJ Moore in round 5?
All right, that's okay. So let's do this one. This is 10-team 2QB league from Jay. 10-team 2QB.
Ooh, 2 QBs. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Love the running backs a lot.
I think this is a really great team.
Yeah, love the wide receiver. Oh my gosh.
You've got great running backs and wide receivers. You've got a great tight end in Dallas Goedert, but I mean, your QB2, you sacrificed a little bit, but I love the Pickett Howell combination. I think you're gonna get a good quarterback out of those two.
Yes. So even if Pickett's not that good, I think this team is really good. Congratulations. Yeah. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit to help you guys out.
I'm kind of straining.
Okay. I don't really know. I'm not so great at this. Here we go.
Dudes with glasses can't read the fine print on the screen.
Oh, first of all, the PS on this, you get an F. Disagree completely.
In anything remotely athletic, we've got to get you guys on
It's just you guys you have your little you have your little feud. And I don't know if you've ever seen the tweet that's two women comparing how they look, and then a third person comes in and is like, these two women are having a mid off. That's how I feel about your feud, where it's neither of you is any good at athletics at all.
That's not true.
One of you may be slightly better, but it's not going to be something that we're blown away by your athletic prowess.
Oh, no, not that. No, but I'm better than you think, and I'm better than Dan thinks, and I'm better than Josh thinks too. But Josh, your team, let's see, from the 10th pick in a 12-team league, Ridley. Oh no,
This is some interesting.
It's a keeper league.
Oh, my bad. No, this is good then.
So it changes the values.
Chris, I should keep reading before I give opinions.
I mean, it would be helpful.
Now this is really good with Mahomes and Olave as keepers. All right, A.
Yeah, and ATN in the 13th too.
Yeah,
again, keep reading.
Yeah, A for you. Okay,
you have to give the A after you read the ETN. If you gave the A before the ETN, then you're an easy grader.
Blake Bennett. This is
Double B.
Yeah.
Blake the Snake.
Blake the Snake.
Trust me.
All right.
I'd go to
Diggs and St. Brown at wide receiver.
Yeah, Diggs and St. Brown at wide receiver, but still getting Stevenson and Gibbs is pretty impressive.
Pretty good.
I'm happy with that one. Yeah.
Yeah, and DJ Moore's in one of his flex spots. McLaurin, he's going to have to ditch for the first couple of weeks of the season.
Herbert and Pitts. This is one of my favorite teams.
Yeah.
So
Do you guys get the same feeling where like my softball team the other day, we're all like, oh, check out my team. Tell me how it is. And I'm like, man, it's like really nice to get a glimpse into like how real drafts are.
Yeah.
And like how much more value is available in those. You guys are killing it.
All right, let's see. This one's a little hard. Do I need to zoom in on this one too? 12-team PPR super flex.
You gotta zoom in.
We need the Hubble telescope for this one.
That's a lot of zoom.
200%.
I see Chargers.
This is super flex.
All right. So who's the super second QB is Anthony Richardson with Justin Herbert. I like that. Eckler, DK, London, Dobbins.
Team feels okay to me. This team feels like
it's more B than A.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I do wonder like where Waller.
Oh, there's Dotson on the bench.
I do wonder if like that was the Waller
bench.
pick. Yeah.
That team's got to be no worse than a B plus.
Okay, here we go. Another one. Oh,
King
let's have
Dotson,
last one for now. Champagne or something. Juice. Lawrence, Etienne, Dobbins. Chase, Lamb, AJ Brown. I mean, this is anything more than a 10-team league.
That's so much.
That's
fun.
still hard to pull off in a 10-team league.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to know.
That's like an A plus. I almost feel like someone like
gotta be a keeper league or something.
Yeah.
Brees Hall on the bench too. Yeah, that's a great team.
James Cook on the bench.
That's an A plus.
All right.
Why am I never in these leagues? Why?
Let's see. Do we have our guest? We sure do. Here he is.
Hey.
Oh.
Hello, everyone. How are you? I don't have glasses. I don't know. Should I put on a pair just to?
No, we got it.
I...
We got it segregated now. The guys on the left, no glasses. Guys on the right got glasses.
I wear glasses for night driving, so I'm old enough for that.
Me too.
But I am noticing though lately, all of a sudden, like I'm trying to read some ingredients in something, and I got to start doing this stuff. So I got to imagine that's like the
you
first
do this.
step,
Do
right?
you close one eye?
No, only when I'm a pirate.
Turn the font
That's
up on your phone.
Only at Halloween. But no, the font up on my phone I haven't done yet. But I have to say, the bigger font is more comfortable. So I'm embracing my old age, I guess.
Yeah, it's almost like admitting defeat, though, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
It's sad.
Listen, Joe, I don't want to make you feel out of place or anything here, but we're gonna play some.
I mean, look, within the last 3 years, I shaved my head and got glasses. I admitted defeat on all fronts.
Hey, man, I haven't had a haircut since 2005, Tower. So don't worry about it. Like, we're going very long and strong with the bald. Now, look, I can wear these. These are like my Blu-ray things.
I love it.
The screen bothers me.
Oh, that's good. That is clever. Yeah.
Yes.
So what?
It's very Jeff Goldblum for the fantasy discussion. Yeah.
What kind of balm do you use for your arthritis?
Funny you should mention that, Adam.
Yeah.
I use different ones on different days.
All right, Joe Piece of Beer from Fantasy.
Find me an apartment.
An hour.
Yes. Okay.
Hour number three.
I'm punchy. I was on hour number 5 on our Fantasy Fest on Fantasy Pros. That's why I'm so punchy at this point.
Wait, round number 4, aren't we?
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Who knows?
There you go.
Yeah, we're hour number 4.
Just keep going.
3 hours. There we go. We're presented by Snickers. Rookie mistake. Maybe you just need a Snickers. I know I need a Snickers. Look at that. I'm very excited. I only had one so far, but I'm gonna have more. We'll do Fantasy Jeopardy in a bit with these 3 guys competing. And we have Jake Seeley coming on in a half an hour. You want a little bit of fantasy karma this year? You want your team to do well? Give us a $5 fantasy karma donation right now to St. Jude. Going to check in on the stream here and see how much we've written. Wow, we're really getting there. We're at 4.4K of our $5,000 goal. So let's forget about 5,000. Let's crush that. All right. Let's get to at least 6,000 tonight. Really appreciate everybody. We'll try to grade your team with a $50 donation. All right. I want to check in on our draft. And Joe, I want you to give your thoughts here as we look at, we're in the middle of round 3. Chris just picked Keenan Allen. So go ahead and soak it in a little bit. So far, 2 tight ends, 3 quarterbacks, which not a surprise in the tight end front. We are seeing an average draft position. Lamar Jackson, I don't think he's going to go in our draft here, but he and Joe Burrow are creeping into round 3. We've got 2 teams that are the audience picking, and we do polls for them. So they have Eckler, Waddle, and Ridley from the 5 spot, and Barkley and Wilson from the 10 spot. But if you look at the teams that have 3 players right now, is there a clear? I don't know if you need your glasses for this, but is there?
No, I've expanded the screen, so that I've done that route instead. Here's a question: is full PPR we're talking here? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, sorry, it's full PPR and it's 2 flex, 2 receivers, 2 running backs,
Gotcha.
2 flex.
Did you say 2 receivers and 2 flex?
2 receivers, 2 flex.
Yeah. Well, the 2 receiver phenomenon lately is one that really changes, I think, a lot. I think that's probably why you're seeing some of these running backs go off the board as they did. I got to tell you, I kind of like the start of the 2 teams at the turn of Dave and Thomas. I know you put them together, you have the founder of Wendy's, which sounds really fun. But I think if you have Pollard and Lamb, despite the fact being on the one team, you're kind of dominating the scoring there of a team that should have a pretty good offense again. I assume Dave is Dave that we're talking to here. Yes, Dave Richards' team. Hi, Dave. And my only thing is, though, I'm not big on Devontae Adams this year, so I probably would have gone Olave there, which I know sounds crazy. I'm sure he took Adams just as a price enforce, which makes sense. But, T. Higgins is kind of maxed out, I feel like, of what he is, barring an injury from Jamar Chase. And then with Devontae Adams, I have significant concerns about Garoppolo's health because history has taught us we should have those concerns. And I just don't know. When you get to 10 years in the league, that's when I start fading those guys in favor of the Jalen Waddles and the Olaves, and I prefer the younger guys. So definitely open season still. I think anyone can win this, but not a bad start at the beginning, too, with your team, Azer. And I hate saying nice things about you. That's really difficult. So Jefferson, Allen, and Devonta Smith, not a bad start there, too, to get those premium guys. But I kind of want to see what happens at the turn with Dave and Thomas, because those teams, I think, have the best start, or should I say my favorite starts.
All right, so it looks like we got audience team 2 is on the clock. So we're going to give them 4 choices here. They have Barkley and Wilson. I think we should throw a quarterback in there. So we'll use Joe. Which quarterback you think? Jackson, Burrow, Fields, Herbert. Who's your QB 3 or 4?
Well, my QB 4 right now is Lamar. But at this point, I would wait. And I would go BPA right now. I don't know who's left out there, but
well, I'm gonna give them 4 choices. One of them, I'll just give them a quarterback. Just
so the audience is doing it as a consensus. I see. I pick up what you're doing now. That's fun.
So we'll do a poll. So we'll do Lamar Jackson. We'll do Ramondre Stevenson.
Okay.
Let's see.
I assume Amari Cooper is kind of in this range too, I would imagine, of wide receivers.
He's out there.
Moore would be our highest ranked wide receiver. So definitely Jackson, Stevenson, DJ Moore. And boy, this is a tough spot in the draft, man.
Mm-hmm.
Dave's highest ranked running back would be Aaron Jones.
Yeah, I think Aaron Jones is kind of like the 1 or 2 for everyone left.
Yeah.
And that's why for me, when I'm down at the turn, I like to double tap the wide receivers there. Like I would have gone CeeDee Lamb, Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, AJ Brown. Like the fact that AJ Brown went all the way back in the second round is kind of interesting to me, but I feel like when you get down to this range, if you're in a draft, especially with people where quarterbacks are going to go off the board, yeah, okay, it's 2 wide receiver league, but at the same time, you still have the 2 flexes. Like get the best players who make the biggest impact. And then this value that you're getting, whether it's Stevenson or Harris or, some of these other running backs like Aaron Jones, like I'm just fine with 2 of those guys. So that's why I like the early wide receiver at the turn. And that's why when you get down to here, all of a sudden now, when Judy gets hurt, McLaurin gets hurt, you have some of these injuries in the middle of wide receiver 2. All of a sudden that wide receiver 2 cushion doesn't look as cushy as it used to.
All right, let's see what they do. So the 4 choices we're giving them are Aaron Jones, Lamar Jackson, DJ Moore, and Ramondre Stevenson, and we will check back in with that. But I told Joe he was coming on the show to play some Fantasy Jeopardy, so why don't we play some fantasy friggin' Jeopardy. Here we go. We have and I'm going to screw this up 100%. You do not lose points for wrong guesses. And in order to buzz in, you just need to say your name. You must answer in the form of a question. And you have 3 categories, guys. We have quarterbacks, we have running backs, wide receivers, tight ends, and we have famous Joes. Okay. Awesome. So we have quarterbacks, running backs.
Finally, a category I have. I am not a famous Joe, so I'm not making this list. I can tell you right now.
You don't really. It's funny. You don't really have any advantage in this, like everybody. But it's. It will.
You don't know that. We could have a whole club. You have no idea what we do on the weekends. You don't know that for sure.
All right. So Joe, you're our guest. We have 200, 400, 600 for each category. Quarterbacks. Okay. Let's say flexes and famous Joes. Your board is yours.
All right. I'll take famous Joes for 200.
All right. And remember, to buzz in, you got to say your name.
Okay.
Famous Joes for 200. Whoa.
Dave.
Dave.
Who is Joey Lawrence?
That is correct, Dave. That is correct.
The weird part is I started to say Joe, and then I went, oh, wait, I have to say it in a question. And then I realized I have to say my own name. So my entire brain just got locked up. So
yeah, the first thing you do is
get past.
That's it. That's the first thing you do is say Joe.
I know, but the category threw me off there.
I'm sorry about that. Board is yours, Dave.
Joe's for 400.
His brother Nick plays piano, and his brother Kevin plays mandolin.
Chris. No.
I think it was Dave, right?
Oh,
who is Joe Jonas?
Correct.
Terrible.
I think Chris, for the record.
I don't know why I said "oh" first before saying my name. Like
because you get very excited about the joke.
I know
that was your natural reaction.
All right, Dave. Board is
Dave's for 1,000, please.
That doesn't.
Joe's for 600.
These are 3 of the 4 starting quarterbacks who won a Super Bowl and were named Joe.
Joe
Pisapia, you're up.
Let's see. Joe Montana. Let's see. Joe Theismann. And God, another Joe that won. Oh, this is
3, 2.
I don't know why I can't access the third one. I can't do
it.
Dave.
Oh, no, hold on. When you're hitting the button that fast, it doesn't work. That's how Jeopardy works. I've seen it.
Chris, you go. These are 3 of the 4 starting.
Who are Joe Montana, Joe Theismann, and Joe Namath?
Correct.
Oh, Namath. Oh, Christ.
What about Joe Flacco?
Joe Flacco.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah, that happened.
All right. Now it is 600 for Dave and 600 for Chris. We got quarterbacks and running back and quarterbacks and flexes for 2, 4, and 6.
Oh, it's me.
Yeah.
Flexes for 4.
You stole the question, so you get that.
Yeah, I wind myself into it. It's fine.
Flexes for 4. He led all running backs with 13 carries of 20 or more yards last season.
Dave.
Who
is Tony Pollard?
Chris.
It
was Austin Eckler.
He led all running backs with 13 carries of 20 or more yards in 2022. Joe?
Gosh, now Pollard was my guess too. Let's just say Barkley, but I'm sure it's him. Yeah.
Who is Nick Chubb?
I should have known it's the Chubb Club. Always the Chubb Club.
Chris, still your board.
Let's go flexes for, did I say 400 last time?
Huh?
We'll do 600 this time.
He is the last running back to win Super Bowl MVP.
How is this a flex question?
600. Yeah, sorry.
Did you just accidentally hit the game of the week music?
Yes, I keep hitting the buttons on the board.
Does that mean that you stink as a game show host or a game show producer?
Everything. He is the last running back to win Super Bowl. Chris.
Jerick McKinnon? Oh, God, no. I think I know who it is.
Dave?
Yeah, that's
James White.
No, because White didn't win.
Yes, he did. That was the overtime game over the Falcons.
No, but he didn't win the MVP. That was the big controversy, and Brady gave him the car, right? Because he didn't win.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot that Brady won it because
that was the whole thing. It was like, well, Brady gave him the car, so everyone's like,
that
should
count.
Is it Emmitt Smith?
He
did win.
Who is Terrell Davis?
God, man, you gotta go. Yeah.
Okay.
Emmitt Smith was the second most recent.
Oh, damn it. Okay.
All right. Ready, Chris? Board is yours.
QBs for 600.
7 quarterbacks rushed for more than 400 yards in 2022. 2 of them are on this NFL team.
Joe.
It
is crap. It is. I think it's gonna come down. Is it
400 yards?
400? I'm too.
Three.
Yeah, that
I
totally threw me off there. Oh, Lamar! I got it. Lamar Jackson and Tyler Huntley.
No,
Dave.
Can I read the answer again? 7 quarterbacks rushed for more than 400 yards in 2022. 2 of them are on this NFL team.
Dave.
Oh, you mean now?
Dave.
Oh, who are the Eagles?
Correct, Dave. Good job. Marcus Mariota and Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I completely misheard that. Again, my brain is not functioning anymore. But
We
continue.
still have flex for 200, right, Alex?
Yes, we do. We do.
Flex for 200, please.
He is RB3 in Fantasy Pros PPR ADP and Draft Sharks PPR ADP, but he's RB6 in CBS.
Dave. Who is Derrick Henry?
Chris. Is it Bijan? Oh my god.
Dave.
Joey, wait, you can't keep going. It's my turn.
I don't know if that's
Can I hear the
rule or not.
question
I'd
one
at
more
least
time?
try.
The answer is he is
Wait,
RB3
Wait,
in.
Joe can still get it.
Yeah.
No, I'm giving him the
that's-
answer, not the question. This is Jeopardy.
Right.
He is RB3 in Fantasy Pros and Draft Sharks PPR ADP, but he's RB6 in CBS.
Is it Nick Chubb?
Who is Saquon Barkley?
Yeah.
Nah.
All right, so our count right now, 1,200 for Dave, 600 for Chris, and we have $600 left on the board here. So a little bit of drama. Who's got the board? Dave, you?
Quarterbacks for 200, ma'am.
He is don't know about the future. He is being drafted as a top 12 quarterback, despite averaging his lowest yards per game in 5 seasons in 2022.
Dave.
Joe.
Dave.
Who is Aaron Rodgers?
Ooh.
Who's being drafted? He's being drafted as a top 12 quarterback despite averaging his lowest yards per game in 5 seasons in 2022.
Joe. Deshaun Watson?
That's a good guess.
That might be the
That's probably
actual
true.
answer.
Chris.
Actually, wait a second.
Hold on a sec. Is that true? Because I think
It's Chris, your answer.
I'm looking it up right now, Joe. I think we've got
Dak
him.
Prescott.
I think we've got it.
What the heck?
Who is Dak Prescott?
Oh, come on. Come on, Alex.
Joe, but neither of you answered in the form of a question.
Ridiculous.
I said, who is Deshaun Watson?
You absolutely did not say that. You have not said who is once, but you haven't gotten any right.
I'm terrible at that.
Adam.
It's Deshaun Watson would have been correct, but
Deshaun Watson averaged under 200 passing yards per game last year. That is a career low.
I understand, Dave. What you're not hearing is that he didn't answer in the form of a question, or I would have given it to him.
That sucks.
Unbelievable.
All right, $400. He is not being drafted as a top 12 quarterback, despite finishing 8th per game last season.
Chris.
Dave.
No.
Who is Geno Smith?
Hey, congratulations. You still lose to Dave, but that was a good way.
Wait a minute. Geno finished as QB6 last year, didn't he?
Per game.
Per game. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I see your game.
We couldn't do like the fantasy feud where you just arbitrarily decide that the last one's worth more points just for fun.
That's what I did for the feud earlier.
Yeah, why couldn't we do it?
Let me tell you that I love Family Feud. It's one of my favorite games. It is one of the most unfair and low stakes games.
Yeah.
They win like $300. And then they come on for like
that's why it's been on the air for 50 years because there's
yeah, it's cheap.
And the family only wins like 10,000. That's like 2,000 ahead.
Yeah,
the family won 10,000.
I think that's what the grand prize is. Maybe it's more now.
Grand prize, right? Yeah.
Like you're gonna go to Hollywood and be on the game show, and all you're gonna take home is $2,000 a person.
Well, I guess you get the trip out to Hollywood. I guess they fly.
No, I think you have to pay for that.
No.
Oh, no way. Not nowadays. I can't imagine them doing.
Well, maybe.
I think it's in Atlanta, by the way.
When I was on Wheel of Fortune, I know that I had to pay my own way to get there.
Well, that's because Pat Sajak didn't like you very much.
Our White Sox pals.
So who do you guys think won in the Twitter poll? Are they drafting Lamar Jackson, Ramondre Stevenson, DJ Moore, or Aaron Jones?
I'm going to say DJ Moore.
I'm going to say Ramondre Stevenson.
I think I'm going to say Stevenson too.
Yeah, it is Stevenson. So that team now has Barkley, Garrett Wilson, Stevenson. Which audience team is better? Eckler, Waddle, Ridley, or Barkley, Wilson, Stevenson? Wow, that's tough.
Barkley, Wilson, Stevenson, I like, depending on how they attack wide receiver in the next couple rounds. Like if they're able to get, if they can really pound the table now at wide receiver, like the Zay Flowers, Jahan Dotson group of guys, like I think that would be a good pivot there.
Anyone else? It's tough. It's pretty close.
The audience is going to be able to go and get another receiver in round 2. I think I like audience. Audience 1 got Eckler to slide to 5. That's always a good thing.
Yeah. Does anybody like Eckler better than McCaffrey?
No. I've got McCaffrey higher.
No, I've got McCaffrey higher.
I got Robinson above both of them, so it can't go by me.
Oh.
I want the younger running back. I mean, that's just the end of the day. Like I want the young workhorse running back that I know is going to just get all the carries there. That's what I want,
So, does anybody ever talk about Christian McCaffrey as being injury prone anymore? Because that was basically the biggest.
No, I mean this is how injury prone works. You are not injury prone. You have no injury risk. We don't talk about injury risk unless you've recently been injured. And then if you make it through, let's say 6 weeks, really, because like by week 7 of last year, nobody's like, I think Christian McCaffrey is going to get hurt. It's just like once you're presently healthy, we just forget about it.
Well, yeah, 2 injury-plagued seasons. I think that's always a better way to put it. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he's another year older in the league, and the workloads that he's carried have been enormous. And it looked like Mitchell was working in that rotation enough that, I'm not saying it's going to hurt McCaffrey, but again, if you're going to be a top 5 pick, I want the guy who gets all of it. That's why I like Jefferson, Chase, Hill first, and then if I'm going to take a running back, it's Bijan for me because I just think he gets all of it. Like I don't think Tyler Algier does not enter into this equation as far as I'm concerned. He's just too good of a talent, Robinson.
I think. I don't know. Like he doesn't enter in the equation. What exactly do you mean by that? Because
he doesn't enter the equation because when he's been a top 10 pick on a running back in 2023, it's his job. Like that's it. Like this is modern day NFL where these top talent running backs barely go in the first round, let alone the top 10 picks. When you start taking guys in top 8 as your number 1 pick, that says exactly what you want to do and identify what you want to do. And look, I'm a big fan of Robinson's anyway for years now from Texas. Like I just thought he is the generational talent of the position. So if you're going to give me the kid fresh into the league, and it's not like between Zeke's rookie year and Saquon's rookie year, like that's the thing people keep throwing away. Well, the Falcons are bad. Well, the Giants won 5 games when Saquon was an RB2 in his rookie season. So it's not like the Giants were a great team either. They had Eli Manning past his prime, standing there like a statue, handing the ball off to Saquon Barkley. So like I'm okay with that. And I think now is the time in redraft that I want to get in a little bit on the younger side of these guys. And I want to fade some of the workloads of these guys who've been really, those monsters the last couple of years. Cause I mean, if we look at the trend, typically that trend is downward. So why would I want to be on the downward trend that early in the draft? That's my take on it.
It's been an interesting time at both running back and wide receiver. Cause historically, like 28 at running back and like 29 at wide receiver are like I don't know about that. But we still have, McCaffrey and Eckler who are all, I think they're both 28 or 29, 27, 28. The wide receivers for the most part, we've got the new class of Jefferson, Chase, Lamb, but those guys are all, Hill and Devontae Adams are still really, really elite players as well. And it's kind of like we're still waiting for the torch to be officially passed at both positions. And it feels like it could be happening right here in 2023.
Well, Chris, do you fear the, 10th year in the league for Adams and 9th year in the league for Diggs and, Diggs averaging 160 targets over 3 seasons? Like, I mean, it's not that like, I don't like the players, but again, it's not an old man's game typically. And we see the drop off sometimes be dramatic. Do you feel any concern for those players?
There's definitely big, like just fallout risk, I think, for both of them. But the analogy I always look at is like back when David Ortiz was still really good for the Red Sox, it was like Yeah, but you can't draft David Ortiz because the number of 39-year-olds who have hit more than 25 home runs is, three.
But in all fairness, David Ortiz didn't play positions either. All he had to do was get out there and hit.
But,
That's the only thing.
My point is that, like, the number of guys who have done what we hope Davante Adams will do in year 10 is a relatively small list. The number of guys who did it in year 9 is also probably a pretty small list as well. So it's one of those things where I do worry about the fall off. I do worry about the drop. And I think a couple of those guys are going to see, there's probably a decent chance that one of McCaffrey or Eckler just isn't drafted in the top 30 next year. And one of Adams and Diggs and Tyreek Hill. But which one is it going to be? That's the thing that I'm struggling with. And I think for the wide receivers, especially, there's enough of a Davante Adams discount that I'm not so worried about it, just because if I can get him in the second round rather than the first round, where he'd be going if he was 3 years younger with his track record. I mean, if he was 3 years younger and had his track record, he's probably a top 5 pick, right?
And his quarterback.
And his quarterback concerns, sure. But I think Jimmy Garoppolo is a drop-off from Derek Carr.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's probably not as big of a drop-off as Aaron Rodgers to Derek Carr. And we just saw Davante Adams have a great season with him. So there's risk. It's already baked into the price. I worry about double counting that, where he's already cheap enough. If I start to downgrade him even more, am I double counting the risk? That's where I'm at.
I'll tell you something I did today in our pick by pick. I had Travis Kelce in round 1. I think I got him at 8. And in the second round, I think I like Davante Adams better than Garrett Wilson. I mean, I don't have a strong opinion on those two. I like either one in round 2. But I didn't want to go Kelce Adams. With my first 2 picks, I don't want 2 old guys. So
I think they're 64 years old combined.
Right. So I went Kelce, Garrett Wilson there. So I don't know if maybe you want to let your first pick determine if you want to take one of the older guys, because Davante Adams is much older than A.J. Brown, Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and CeeDee Lamb. I mean, but that's maybe the only disadvantage he has. He's so freaking good. I'm not that worried about him. But I didn't want to go super old. Like, I wouldn't go Kelce Henry. I wouldn't go. Yeah, I wouldn't do something like that. I want to get some youth with my first 2 picks, if not both players. I think I had Eckler in one league and I passed on Henry or something for the same reason. It just feels a little bit too risky for me. All right, let's see if we have they're on the clock. All right, audience team number 2 is on the clock. They got Barkley, Wilson, and Stevenson. So, guys, I'm giving them Justin Fields, Amari Cooper, DeAndre Hopkins, and Aaron Jones.
You shouldn't put Aaron Jones on there.
Why? He's your highest ranked running back.
But they already have 2 running backs.
But maybe they want to go best player available. I want to give them that choice.
All right.
I don't know who else would you put?
Who's the next rated wide receiver? And is there
Drake London, Jahan Dotson?
Wow, these choices kind
had
of
a pretty significant run of wide receivers if you look at all
Hence the early wide receiver build.
Yes.
I just keep coming back to it, especially at the turn. Like, it's just, to me, it's just a no-brainer this year.
I was thinking about taking a running back with my round 4 pick, Joe. And I just thought, what's going to be left at wide receiver when I'm up in round 5?
Well, and if you're going to do hero like you're doing there with Tony Pollard at the top, like that I'm okay with. Tony Pollard, Nick Chubb, like those guys make it to you. You want to take them.
Yep.
You click it and you go, and then that's fine. But after that, like, it is really hard. And that's why I think it's even difficult, to take Lamar there at the turn, because again, you're passing on DK Metcalf for Lamar, but who's to say in the next round that Fields isn't still available for you, maybe, or, Herbert or Lawrence or those guys. So it is tricky because, Lamar does have that rushing upside that we all covet, but Lamar has more risk because of it too. So I don't know, man. I don't think wide receiver is clear. And I think, and I've been practicing this all year. I've been talking about this on our shows, which is, it's not even the wide receiver's fault. It's the youth at quarterback. We have so many rookies, so many second-year players, so many retread guys that bottom third of quarterback in the NFL is more suspect, I think, than it's ever been. It's what makes Superflex so hard this year, where you see these quarterback runs that are absurd compared to years past. And I think it's because of the uncertainty. So nobody knows how the quarterbacks are going to play. Therefore, nobody feels good about certain wide receivers. Even like Drake London. We all love Drake London's talent, but what's it going to look like?
I mean,
that's like the great unknown.
DJ Moore, I think, is a top 12 wide receiver in the NFL.
We don't know.
I hope he's going to I hope he's going to finally live up to it, but I'm skeptical.
The nice thing about DJ Moore, who we just did a draft and we had this conversation on our Fantasy Pros channel, which was you could draft DJ Moore still as wide receiver 20, and at worst he's wide receiver 20. The upside is all of a sudden he becomes wide receiver 13, and that all of a sudden becomes a huge jump in ADP.
By the way, this team is taking Justin Fields. I just want to throw this up, Joe, because man, I don't want to make this about me, but this is one of my favorite teams that I've drafted. And
wait, you don't want to make it about?
I do. But I want to tell people that I don't. I went RBRB, and this is PPR league. So
two wide receivers.
Two wide receivers.
Is this our charity league? Is this the one we drafted the other day?
No, this is part of our charity league. This is the FFT Open.
Oh, okay.
Business Ethics.
I see. I love the team name.
Yeah. And I love this team. This is my favorite team because even if Walker's not as good as I think, I got Ayuk on the bench in a PPR league. I like Swift, but I went RBRB. I think I was probably a little lucky to get Ridley in round 3. I think that's probably what happened. I had the 10th pick, so him at 310.
So that's late round 3. Yep.
I have not seen him go in any draft in the last 2 weeks outside of the top 30 picks for sure, 24 about, he's been going that. And look, he's earned that. I think what do we always say? If camp doesn't matter except for the guys that it does. Well, it mattered for Ridley and he looked really good. So next thing you know, the ADP flies up, especially once I'm telling you the Judy McLaurin injury, those 2 injuries, and then JSN having that slow start to that injury, all of a sudden everybody started to panic and everybody just started to bump up other wide receivers, and Dotson's one of them and Ridley's one of them right now.
Someone said, Adam, you better donate because they're grading your team. I will donate in just a second. Joe, I'm going to let you go here. What do you think about that Jake Seeley guy?
I already saw Jake today once, twice in one day. That's enough for anybody. I love you, Jakey. Good to see you, brother. Look at that.
I don't know why he listens to that Jake guy.
And I end my day with Jake Seeley. What a perfect day. That's really what it comes down to.
Joe, thanks, man. Great having you on.
Thanks for having me, guys. Good luck.
Later, Joe.
Take care.
All right. Hey, Joe. Hey, Jake. What's up?
Hey, Jake. Hey, Joe. Who are you talking to here? I don't even know at this point anymore.
What's up, man? Welcome.
Thank you. Hold on, I gotta do my due diligence and retweet. I want to make sure. Can we get 5,000 while I'm on air? Because if not, I'm just gonna stay on for the rest of the night until you get 5,000.
We're 500 away.
All right.
I know.
I'm gonna contribute to that right now. Dave, why don't you talk to Jake? I'm gonna make a donate.
Well, I wonder what we could do
punishment?
to warrant such a donation, Jake. Let's put something out there into the universe. What can we do for somebody if they make a nice big donation?
I saw in the chat there was a request for Adam to play some guitar for a donation. So,
I was going to say that there's a buried signed Kyler Murray jersey that I don't have showing anymore.
we got to get rid of that one. We got to get rid of that one fast. The value is not going up.
Well, if it's a baseball jersey, it might work out. What if
true.
there's somebody who's watching who's always wanted to be on the air with Jake Seeley? Do you think they pay $250?
$250.
I was going to say you might get like $50 for that. I think $250. If you can get $250.
$250 to come on the stream. How about it?
$250. You can come on and yell at me about Cam Akers for 2022.
Was that one of your guys?
Oh, yeah, that was one of my guys. I was very much champion him in the 5th round, and by being so excited about it, a lot of people took him in the 3rd and the 4th. So, yes, I definitely ruined. If anybody wants to come, yell at me. $250, come do it.
It's their fault. They didn't keep him for the fantasy playoffs.
I said to be fair, he did help people win championships, just not the people who drafted him.
That was the worst thing about drafting Cam Akers is there's no way you actually had him on your team when he was good.
No, but I picked him up when all you guys dropped him in all of our leagues. Because Adam, you remember, like I was on the other side of that with Jake, and I just didn't. There wasn't any buzz. There wasn't anything good. I didn't hear anything good. It was just. It was rough.
To be fair, there wasn't anything good behind him.
Jake, he was even lucky to have even played because at one point he got kicked out of practice.
No, he was lucky to be on the team. Just Sean McVay basically drove to the other team's stadiums. They were like, "Hey, do you want to take this running back, please?" And he's still stuck on. Barkley's got the zooms. If you hear that in the background.
Oh wow!
I'll mute for your safety.
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. Jake is going to give us some of the best and worst values. And since Jake has come on, we've actually raised quite a bit of money. We're almost at 4,700, trying to get to 5,000. But I still think we got 2.5 hours left. So I think we can get to even more than that.
What if 250, you get to come on the stream, you get to hang with Jake Seeley. Chris, can you show us what's outside your window if someone puts up the 250? And Adam, can you play the guitar? If someone puts up
the guitar if you want.
There's just like a train out there.
So this is a smorgasbord of great stuff for
Chris
one
likes to
person who goes ahead and donates 250.
Do a Funko box break on the show.
You know what's funny? Chris, I've been playing guitar for 25 years. How long have you been playing?
Probably 20 years.
Yeah, I don't know if there's like one song, because our taste in music is so different, that we both.
Oh, come on. There are 4 chords in Wonderwall, Adam, and I know you've looked that up before.
But do you have the capo? Because you got to bring the capo, you know?
Yeah, I think I have a capo, yeah.
All right. Oh, man, we're crushing it. Look at another $20, $4,718.
Let's go.
Jake.
Wonderwall, you can pick something better than Wonderwall.
Yeah, we can do better than Wonderwall. We can do some Petty. We can probably do some Tom Petty, right?
How about Animal by 9 Inch Nails?
How about One? If anybody can pull off One by Metallica.
Oh, wow. That song used to make
pretty
me
easy, right?
really sad.
Are you being serious, Chris?
I'm thinking of Nothing Else Matters.
No.
Too, yeah.
No, One is nobody's hand's supposed to be able to move that fast.
No, I can't do that. I can't do the fast hand stuff on guitar. It's chords only at this point.
Oh, all right. You play the chords, I'll solo. Anyway, Jake, I'm going to hop off for just a second. Dave, Chris, Jake, take it away. Jake, tell us some of the best fantasy values. Best fantasy values.
Best fantasy values.
ADP. I'll be right back.
So think about ADP and where players are going, and you think
Yes.
that they're like steals, just absolute bargains.
Well, I mean, I've done Jahan Dotson with you guys about 17 times, just like the rest of the industry. And yet, the funny thing is, I will say this, Dave, because I've warned people on All in Football podcasts, is like, don't listen to so many people in the industry that you all of a sudden say, oh, I got to get Jahan Dotson in the 4th round. You were in a draft the other day with me that happened. And it's like, you ruined it. Like,
Believe it, right?
No, yeah. So don't listen to all of us and be like, oh, I got to get that guy rounds earlier. So we'll move past him. At running back, I got asked this a lot this week. You tell me, guys, what am I missing that Rachaad White's not even going as a top 20 running back?
I was out on him at the beginning of camp because my biggest thing is just I'm not sure he's like a particularly good player, right? Like he couldn't beat out Leonard Fournette, who still doesn't have a team last season. He wasn't any more efficient as a pass catcher or a runner. So I just wasn't sure that he was going to be the clear number 1, but I'm in now. I think he's 20 or 21 for me, and it's because there's clearly no competition there. Like everything we've heard out of camp, everything we saw in the preseason is Rachaad White's the guy. And so I'm in. It's a volume play, but it's a volume play that should have 60 catch upside,
and it's weird to kind of trust what the Bucs coaches are doing. Todd Bowles is head coach, Dave Canales, the first time offensive coordinator. But Chris, you really nailed it. They didn't do anything to bring in somebody to try and take the job away from Rachaad White. I'm impressed with Sean Tucker. Tucker is the undrafted running back out of Syracuse. He didn't get drafted because of a health condition. He's been cleared. He's going to play. There is talk that he is the number 2 running back in that offense, but that Rachaad White just has it on lock. If you end up drafting Rachaad.
So excited about I just want to see if we can how long we can get the freeze. There we go.
I mean, it's kind of crummy, but you could do it, and you'd be you might be happy. Look, Tucker's got some juice. I think he can play. It's just a matter of when he gets that opportunity to do it.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. I just obviously it takes some time. If we're sitting here as of today looking for bell cow running backs and how few are left, the reason he's inside my top 20 is we'll go back to Cam Akers. What role do I know as of today? I know Rachaad White over Cam Akers, and if he's going to be any better than he was last year. James Conner can't play a full season, and that offense is going to be even worse. And then, here's where I go from it. So I have him in front of those two, but then we're playing Javonte and that backfield and Samaje Perine. What's the roles going to be? Breece Hall and Dalvin Cook, what are the roles going to be? Isaiah Pacheco and the rest, what are the roles going to be? And that's just, it comes down to a default of maybe if they had the same amount of share,
as Rachaad White would. I would take a bunch of those running backs, but what's the one that we do know as of today? Like you said, Chris, they didn't bring in anybody. They didn't even flirt. They didn't even be like, hey, maybe Fournette wants to come back. Maybe we bring in Kareem Hunt. No, they just went, we're good with Rachaad White and probably Sean Tucker.
The one back going behind him is Miles Sanders. And I'm not saying I definitely like Miles Sanders more. That's the one I could see. I can't really see a Cam Akers top 12 season. It would have to be something weird would have to happen in Los Angeles for that. I can't really see a DeAndre Swift top 12 season at this point. I can see it with Miles Sanders if they really do commit to throwing him the ball. That's the one going behind Rachaad White.
That's my concern.
They're talking about it.
Because the Eagles said, "Screw it, you're done. We're done throwing you the ball."
Lost that role. People blame that on Doug Peterson. That was a Miles Sanders problem. Miles Sanders was just really bad catching the ball.
I'm curious to see if the Panthers actually give him that much of an opportunity in the passing game because of just right. Like I think there's concern that like they talked it up and there's that video that everybody's seen, but there's no guarantee that that's going to happen. And I know that Bryce Young in his last year at Alabama threw like crazy to Jahmyr Gibbs, but that was Jahmyr Gibbs. And I don't know if Miles Sanders is the same guy. I've got another player. Let's debate this ADP because I think this is pretty low. Brandon Ayuk is going on CBS as the 81st player off the board on average.
That's later.
I feel like that's a great price to pay for a breakout candidate receiver. I've got a few concerns about the quarterback just because Brock Purdy, I don't know if you guys caught the preseason game. He played a couple times, didn't throw downfield very much. I was worried about his velocity. Didn't look like he was throwing a tight spiral. I wonder if he's just going to have to lob his way into those yak yards for Ayuk, but that's what Ayuk does is he goes and he gets you yards after catch. He's a great route runner. He's very quick, very fast. And if the 49ers are aiming to be more explosive, that's the guy that they can target. So when we're talking late round 7 on Brandon Ayuk, even as a number 3 receiver, I think it's a no-brainer.
As number 3, I would take Brandon Ayuk every single time if I could. I initially, before I went back and looked more, like I was on Brandon Ayuk potentially over Deebo Samuel this year. Like that's how much I was into Brandon Ayuk. And then I went back and like you're talking about Brock Purdy. It's like we obviously know George Kittle's not going to catch a touchdown every single week. Yeah. And George Kittle's target share was in the mid-teens. We're talking about somebody for past years. There's a reason I'm coming to George Kittle first. Yeah. But you're talking about somebody that was 20-25% of the target share as a tight end, which is what got us excited. So if you look at Purdy, like despite the fact that Deebo was banged up, he did like Deebo. Now, is that the chicken and egg argument? Is Dave, is that because he does struggle to get it deep and does struggle to get it to Ayuk consistently because that's where Ayuk is spending more of his time and Deebo's a big 3 yards and out when he's playing with Purdy? So I'm with you, but the upside is immense. Like if Ayuk is the number one, if any of the 3 are a number 1 option, where all 3 are going because of the uncertainty, there are arguably all 3 of them are values.
Sure. Absolutely. I think this offense can be versatile enough using all the weapons that they have that they can move the chains without being a big time downfield passing team.
The other thing that just makes Brandon Ayuk obviously a value at 81st overall in CBS, and this is the interesting thing with all the different providers, is he's the 56th player in NFC ADP over the last week. So even if you're not a Brandon Ayuk person, it just makes sense if you're drafting on CBS and he gets down to the 70th or 80th pick. I think you kind of have to take him just because there's clearly a path to upside there. It requires probably an injury on that offense, but even without that, he's going to be a solid starter. And then there's huge potential if something happens to either Kittle or Samuel, because I think he is a top 15 wide receiver by talent.
Can you guys hear me? Got me?
We got you.
We got you.
Did you just scarf down dinner or go to the bathroom or both?
Both.
Hopefully not at the same time.
Oh no, not Adam. Are you kidding?
Yeah, my rotisserie chicken that I.
Oh, great! Show us your disgusting bones.
Can you just hold up the carcass?
I show you my disgusting bones every time I raise my arms, Dave. My top 3 comedy movies of all time.
Brain Donors.
Say Airplane. No, I mean Brain Donors is like a personal favorite, but it's not one of the 3 funniest.
It should be up there. It's hilarious.
My Cousin Vinny for sure. I could argue my cousin Vinny is that's great. My cousin Vinny might be the best comedy ever. It is timeless, never too old, never gets old. And oh god, that is really tough. I love Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
And that movie has aged really well. I
Really
watched
well.
it recently. I was worried. It's really good.
Yeah.
My cat's really being annoying right now.
Yeah, and, thank you for the question. And thank you for all the donations. Look at this. We were up to 4.8. I think more than that.
That's amazing.
Yeah, more than that. So, and that, look, 4,830 out of our goal of 5,000. That's just on YouTube. We're over six figures, I'm pretty sure. So we could update you all later, but we've done an amazing job. And, yeah.
But really, they've done an amazing job.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. That's what I meant. I meant the collective we. Oh, yeah. Thomas Schaefer says, Billy Madison, you quoted every other day. That is business ethics. That is true. I don't know, man. That's a really to make it 3 comedies is really tough. You guys still talking?
Happy Gilmore's number 1.
I used to be that, but I feel like as I've seen those movies age, I think Billy Madison is better than Happy Gilmore.
It's just sillier. It's sillier and stupider than Happy Gilmore.
Which is why it's worse than Happy Gilmore.
Is it sillier and stupider than Happy Gilmore? I mean,
I think
it's
stupider.
Top 5 silliest and stupidest there is, period.
Yeah.
But it's very amusing.
I'm a Monty Python and the Holy Grail guy.
Oh yeah,
that's always going to be top 3 for me.
All right. So, do you guys want to talk more ADP? Should we check in on our draft? I think I'm kind of out of the flow right now. Dave, what do you think?
We've been talking ADP. Happy to keep bringing up names. What I was especially looking for was picking up players who we have not talked about a lot.
Okay.
And whether or not their ADP is
so Jahan Dotson
particularly good or bad. Yeah, right. Well, we got through it quick.
We did talk about him some.
Yeah, I thought we got through that quick.
We haven't talked about Dallas Goedert a lot.
I was about to bring up the tight ends after Goddard.
Tyler Higbee.
Ew.
Oh, he's.
I know. Why? Why? Ew. He's the number 2 with Matthew Stafford. Why? Ew.
Sure
he's number 2.
I'm not sure if I'm convinced that he's.
So I think the problem.
Who's the number 2? Well, who's the number 2?
Van Jefferson.
Oh God, no! Stop.
I think Van Jefferson has had 3 games with more than 5 targets in his career.
I think he could get.
I like Puka Nacua in that offense as a
think he's
deep league
talented.
sleeper.
That's a
I
good
think he
call.
fits with what they like from their wide receivers with the post.
But we've been doing Van and Nico Collins and Rondell Moore. Can we start like 17 years of these guys? It's enough.
Yeah, Nico actually has a chance to maybe get you 10 or 11 PPR points per game this year.
Yes. Yes.
Dallas Goedert's ADP on CBS is 62.2. Kyle Pitts' ADP on CBS is 71.0.
Yeah,
discuss.
Discuss that the video is what's got everybody nauseous, is that Kyle Pitts still doesn't even look 100% out there. I think that's
agree.
why. That's the issue.
Yeah.
Is that, but here's the play with Kyle Pitts is where he's going, the discount is worth it because it might be like the Saquon Barkley from a few years ago where he rolled up his ankle in week 5, unfortunately, but it took till the end of September to see that 100% Saquon Barkley. The problem is it's tight end. And do you really want to draft the tight end and be like, oh, I'll just have to wait till October to get potentially top 5 production, because who wants to really carry 2 tight ends?
Well, and especially because a lot of people are going to be really itchy if he's not good right away. And a lot of people are
that's
gonna
the play.
Think about dropping him.
Let somebody else draft him, or even get him on drops or get him on a trade after like towards the end of September. That's the play.
All right. Well, how about we grade some drafts here? We had some very generous donations of $50. So I'm going to share my screen. We're going to grade some drafts. I'm probably going to have to zoom in. I know you guys can't see anything. So let's see. Here we go. And we are grading drafts in 3, 2, 1. Grade it. I will zoom in, though, because even I can't really see that. So zoom. Okay, there we go.
Oh, hold on. I got to tweet this. We're $100 to go. We're doing this while I'm on the show.
Oh, let's get it. Let's get it.
All right. I think I zoomed in too much, though. Try that. We got to get that whole bench. All right. This is a 12-team league, guys. We got Lamar. Gibson obviously stands out. Oh, but, that's
Madison and flex, yeah.
Christian Watson in flex. Like Gibson, get Gibson out of your lineup and put Christian Watson in your flex. And this team is winning a Super Bowl. This is terrific.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, that's the thing, like we talked about earlier with one of the teams where we took a quarterback and tight end early, and you get to the rest of the roster and you're like, oh, it feels like something is missing. Here, he's got Lamar Jackson. The rest of the roster still looks really good. I mean, you still got Bijan, you still got CeeDee Lamb, Calvin Ridley. Like that's
I'm
three
so
top
glad you said.
25
I
players.
just noticed. I was about to be like, does he really have Brian and Gibson, Brian Robinson in the starting lineup? I'm like, what the heck? And then I realized it was Bijan. I was trying to figure out where he went early in the draft. I was like,
No, it's amazing. All right, let's go to our next one. That's an A for sure.
That's an A. Yeah.
This one, what's the same team?
The same lineup.
Oh, he's got Greg Joseph at kicker. A minus.
Oh, he plays with kickers. Ban this team. You lose. The end.
Adam, what did you do?
Is that the end of it?
Did we reach the end?
I don't think so.
But
I'm
grade
having
1 team.
My Google.
Jake will tell you if you get to the kicker, you are at the end.
If you get to the kicker, you went too far.
All right, donate
So-
$200 if you want to be on the stream. By the way, I'm going to check to see if we have any more teams to grade. I apologize for that little delay.
Where are we at money wise?
We are at
I want to.
5,230.
Love to see it.
That's
awesome.
There we go.
That's great. Oh, Dave
Yeah,
come
that's
on
right.
and hit goals.
Dave Richard donated $250.
I
that.
want
There
to
you
hear Adam Azer play
Over
the
the top.
guitar.
This
I
is
want to see
amazing.
the view from Chris Towers' room, and I want to talk with Jake Seeley.
All right.
Do you want me to,
really
do
wanna
you want me to
see-
put on a helmet to do so?
Yes.
You could have included that in the list.
Let's go.
Darth Vader, Halo,
Okay.
or
Darth Vader.
or Ant-Man.
Vader.
Vader?
Yeah, I got
All right.
You're
Okay.
gonna look good
there's
with
a-
the Ant-Man because you kind of look a little like Paul Rudd. Let's get that nice face off the screen. My wife might be watching and she'll be like, "Who's Jake? He's nice."
So there was a downpour in Norfolk here the other day. I soaked walking back from lunch, and some lady yelled at me. She's like, "Great nipples through your blue shirt."
And if I had $1 for every time that happened to me.
That's awesome.
Incredible stuff. All right, now we got to get to 6,000.
All right,
we,
so Chris,
uh,
I want to see the view, Chris, because it's already dark
Hold on.
up in New
Yeah,
York.
it's gotten dark. There's no view now. This is I
Crap.
got.
All right, you
I got
owe me on an
nothing. Sorry.
F15 and 5
All right.
soon.
Thomas Schaefer, can we get one of our AFC West or NFC East grids? Can we give that a shot? We'd love
There
to.
we go.
Look at that. All right, nice. We got it.
That doesn't sound like Darth Vader.
Jake, you got to give us a fool you. What am I? All right, so
team.
we've got the AFC West here. We're gonna do a snake draft. Oh, what happened to Chris? We need Chris for a snake draft.
Where's Chris?
I think he's probably trying to change his camera angle. Is hopefully my guess.
Oh, okay, that's cool. That's cool.
I can't see the screen, by the way, so you're gonna have to tell me if you have any questions.
Okay, fine.
You do need to see the screen for this. All right, so we have to draft one from each position and one player from each team. All right, and these are all in the AFC West. So Jake, I will give you the first pick. You got to consider position scarcity here too.
Okay, don't tell us how to play, Adam.
If you take Kelsey, you can't take any other Chiefs.
Wait,
Obviously.
and it has to be only players on the grid. I can't go
Okay.
off the grid.
Only players on the grid.
No, that doesn't matter.
One of
Then
these
I'll
players
take.
has only one hamstring.
Yeah,
I made this
this
before.
is
So
100%
one player-
Kelsey.
Is it one player per column or one player per team?
It's both. It's one player at each position and one player on each team.
Okay.
I think we can do that, right?
So yeah, we're nuking the rest of the Chiefs, including Patrick Mahomes. It is Travis Kelsey in a landslide.
Yeah, it's Herbert, Eckler, Devontae.
No, it's a draft.
Wait a minute, we're
Jake-
drafting
Oh,
here.
okay. I wasn't paying attention.
You just gave away your cheat sheet, Chris.
We'll go up, right? We'll go Jake, Chris, Dave, Adam, and we snake. So I didn't play. This was my idea, but I didn't play it out. I don't know if this is actually going to work. So let's give it a shot. Jake takes Kelsey at 101. Chris, you're on the clock. You can take anyone you want.
Austin Eckler.
Dave?
Patrick Mahomes.
I will take Josh Jacobs and Keenan Allen. Dave, you cannot take
Taking Keenan Allen over Devontae Adams.
Oh God, no, because I took Jacobs.
Oh,
Yeah,
you don't want to
so-
have two Raiders in our fictional AFC.
You're not allowed
West?
to have two Raiders.
You're not allowed to.
Oh,
You have to take one of each position and one of each team.
I can't with Jake wearing the.
I know. I love the fact that like it's a 2-piece Darth Vader helmet. Too.
Oh yeah, it's got the like.
You can take off the noggin guard.
It's terrific. All right, Dave takes Devontae Adams. Yes, you're on the clock. Who was your first pick? Eckler.
Austin.
He took Eckler.
Okay.
Chris.
I think it's gotta be. Oh. Yeah, Justin Herbert.
Nope, can't do it.
You took a Charger.
Oh, that's right. Oh man. Oh, I screwed myself over.
Yeah.
This is terrible. And I can't take a running back.
Nope.
Oh,
you already
boy.
took one.
Yeah, see, this is a fun game.
There's no good players left. I guess I'll take Jerry.
What are you
Judy.
talking about? Get Garoppolo.
Jerry Judy.
Oh,
Judy.
this is I
You
played
and
myself.
Kelsey, you're on the clock for 2, and I think Kadarius. Oh, see, this is why the game doesn't work, because the only Chief left is Kadarius Toney, and he already has the only receiver left is Kadarius Toney.
So he can't take him.
No, in that event, you can take Kadarius Toney.
Oh, now you're changing the stupid rules.
no, because I mean, I was going to take Javonte and Justin Herbert and take whatever was left at the end anyway.
Okay, you get Javonte and Justin Herbert. Chris, you're on the clock. What do you have so far? You have Eckler and Judy.
Yeah, Eckler and Judy.
You should take Wilson here.
How did Darth Vader fight? I'm fogging up so hard in this.
Devontae.
It's got to be. Oh God, I guess the Broncos' number 2 tight end, Greg Dulcich.
Okay. Dave, what's your team so far?
I've got Mahomes and Devontae Adams, and I'm kind of messed up on the rules here.
No,
So
you
I,
didn't mess up on
I
the
have to
rules.
take a Bronco and a Charger, and it's got to be at wide receiver and tight end.
Again, this game does not work. I designed a game that does not work. So
shocker.
You could have done this with 3 teams.
Pacheco's the only running back left, so you have to take him.
Okay. Well, I almost feel like that's a great pick given.
I'm going to take Russell Wilson and can I take Kelsey? I guess Gerald never. I'll take Michael Mayer. Well, this game sucks.
How about let's do this?
Stump it.
Can we just
pull the
do build your own team?
I don't
No,
even
because then we just take all the studs from the division.
Yeah, that was just
an incredible segment.
I never played that out.
Just an
All right, so we.
Darth Vader is thinking.
All right, you know what I want to do? I want to do a segment called "Plant Your Flag." Because Chris, you've said I'm planting my flag. I like that phrase. I'm taking a bold stance on something. This is different than a bold prediction, because bold predictions are kind of like if they don't come true, whatever. Plant your flag.
This is the thing you believe.
Yeah, this is a thing you believe, and it's pretty much you're on an island here. And I'm going to start. Here we go. Planting my flag. Anthony Richardson is going to be hot garbage in fantasy football.
Okay.
There we go.
That's all you have to say?
That's it. Now it's out
the
there.
end of it.
That's it.
All right, I'll go. I got one. Chris Godwin's a top 12 wide receiver.
Oh. I don't mind it.
I think everybody's kind of missing a player, and we haven't seen him drafted in a lot of our mocks. And Jake, I know that you would not take this guy. He's been top 10 at his position every year of his career. He is known as one of the best at what he does. I will plant my flag for a all-time great year for Ravens kicker Justin Tucker.
Oh.
Jake, what do you think about that one?
That is not the way. Wrong show, but
it's not the way.
Wrong show, wrong character.
I know. Hey, wait, no, he showed up, right? No, wait, he didn't. Not yet. It's the other one.
I'm lost.
His son showed up.
I'm like sweating in here, so my
Take it off,
my
take it
brain's
off,
about.
take it off, take it off.
No, I'm gonna finish this. Because I'm gonna give you my my plant my flag
I'm
over
still
here.
waiting
This
for
one.
Adam to play the guitar. I paid
Yeah.
him.
Really doing that? I don't want to do that.
No.
As I lean into the mic.
You got a $250 donate.
All right. I'll be right back, Dave.
All right. Jake, go for
Nando's going to kill me for that. He's going to make so much fun of me for this.
He's not watching. There's no way he knows about it.
Do I get to plant my flag?
Plant your flag.
Damian Pierce is an RB1.
I love that call.
That's one. I did the FFT Dynasty show with Heath and Jacob Gibbs earlier in the week, and I know that's one Jacob Gibbs would love because I think he said he's going to be like a top 8 running back in Dynasty by this time next year.
I can't get to the phone right now. Please leave your name, number, brief message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Nando, it's Dave. Tune into the fantasy football draft-a-thon early.
Are you texting him?
Play his guitar. He doesn't think that you're going to be watching, so go ahead and tune in. He's going to play his guitar for us tonight.
I do like this flag planting from Dan Schneier. I've toyed around with it.
The David Montgomery over Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah, David Montgomery over Jahmyr Gibbs. I think there's a decent chance it happens.
Of course.
Do you know how to get Nando immediately on your show? Just tell him you're going to talk about poop. That's all you have to do.
Or oddball sports cards.
Oddball sports cards. Or you would love he actually messaged in Slack asking I just forgot who's our Commanders writer. I just having a brain fart for The Athletic. I have to look it up.
I've got to know that.
I know. I should know this.
I read your stuff.
I Slack him all the time too, and I talk to him all the time. Why am I having to?
I'm gonna look it
Ben
up.
Standig. There you go.
Yes.
Nando's trying to
fantasy football today.
I know he's trying to galaxy brain this. He's like, is Eric Bieniemy going to create a great tight end with the Commanders? Because that's my long, deep theory is that Bieniemy loves tight ends, and Nando, he loves his conspiracy theory stuff.
Yes. I think he had the world's record for most Sports Illustrated for kid magazines with Victor Wembanyama's card inside it.
Oh, you should have seen the amount of text that Emery Hunt and I got all last year Nando talking about my Geno Smith cards that I got cheap are going so much higher. It's great.
Yeah. It's amazing. Yeah, Geno's story is amazing. What's his ADP?
That's too low too.
For either of you?
No, I did. Oh yeah, he's top 12 for me. I actually mentioned that when I did Fantasy Pros that you just with Joe earlier today. He asked for a really low one at quarterback, and I said it's absurd that he's going QB 14 or 15. Like if you guys know if you're gonna love Tyler Lockett, still is a top 30 at worst. DK Metcalf is top 15, and Jackson Smith and Jigba is supposed to be top 4. Where do you think the ball's coming from?
Yeah. He's one I've got projected at 10. And then I rank him 13 just because if I project him at 10, I'm going to draft him every single time. You know?
Sure. Who are some guys that you have, Chris, in your projections, Jake in your rankings? Who do you have Geno ranked ahead of that would make a jaw drop?
Kirk Cousins, Aaron Rodgers, and Daniel Jones.
I'll give you one more.
Rodgers and Jones too.
Deshaun Watson.
There you go.
I could easily do that.
Yeah, I'm believing in Deshaun. But I get where you're coming from, and I do believe in Geno, and I've heard it from 2 different sources that he's throwing the ball just as good as he did last year, if not.
I'm
better.
over Dak too.
Yeah,
over Dak Prescott.
No, I've got
One's close.
All right, you guys, you ran into you're bleeding into the 5th hour here. We got to cut you guys off here.
Yeah, but there's nothing better than this. You got to admit it. Come on, Adam. You didn't expect a Darth Vader mask on your show tonight.
I tell you what, man, I didn't expect this flurry.
I'm not leaving until I get the guitar.
Dude, I can't really play the guitar right now.
I'm gonna stay tuned in just for that.
Please, yeah, Jake is allowed to stay for this.
No, I can't really do it. I got people coming on, man. Like, you know what? I'll just bring them on now. Here's Jamie. Here's Nando. Here's Nick.
Oh, Nando!
Whoa!
God, I was about to use my producer privileges and just enter the chat if you guys didn't.
Unbelievable.
I just like how
Let's go.
It's Dave holding us up just like the old days here.
Babble, make a point. Babble, make a point.
This is the best Brady Bunch reunion I've ever seen.
This is like Hollywood Squares, but without any Hollywood.
Okay, so I told everybody that if someone made a $250 donation, would Adam play the guitar? Adam said yes.
Adam agreed.
And I made a $250 donation, and now he's backing out of the guitar bit. I think he might be goaded into it.
There you go.
Hollywood Squares. Does that mean Jamie's
There we
calling
go.
in?
I know.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Will?
What's up, buddy?
I play the guitar. I play the
Hours. Dave, Jake, how you guys doing?
What's up, Will?
Peter,
Cheers.
Good to see you.
Nick, Jamie. And I guess Adam.
Hello.
Best of luck, guys.
Nando's got the party lights going on over there.
I got an assistant. Since you scheduled me my daughter's bedtime.
Jake, I gotta let you go, Jake. Thank you very much.
Oh, I missed out on this. I'm screw you. I'm watching.
Yeah, why do you have to let Jake go?
Fine. I'm gonna let Dave go.
I'm watching the live stream. Enjoy.
Hi, Jake.
Jake, thank you.
Where are people watching this?
All right.
Hey, I didn't know Furio from Sopranos was going to be on.
Hey. Don't listen, man. You've been jealous of my hair for a long time, and now the flow is super stellar.
It's getting pulled all the way back, just like mine is. Look at that.
Is that an Italian mullet? Like, what's going on?
This is all sex appeal, and you know it.
Oh God, Jamie,
Look, mine's all the way back here, but yours is back a little bit since we last chatted on here.
The hairline police. I mean, this guy, everybody, your hairline is it's just so funny. Dude,
Yeah, it's just amazing that we've got bald Trump criticizing me on like my.
Well, Nick, you didn't deny it this time. Normally, you fight back. You didn't fight back.
Well, I'm 40 now, so I might have to just, Father Time maybe winning this particular battle.
He gave in. I won.
All right. Welcome to hour number 5, presented by Snickers. Rookie mistake. Maybe you just need a Snickers. Welcome, everybody. We got 2 hours left here on our Draft-A-Thon. So far tonight on YouTube, we've raised, what did we start with? We're over the 5,000 mark, probably raised close to 4K, 3 to 4K today. So we really appreciate that. But we have 2 hours left to make this
You made a rookie mistake bringing the 4 of us on this hour.
Adam, I got
donations.
I got a great phone call before I came on that you're going to be very happy about in the 9 o'clock hour from a donation standpoint. Very happy.
Before we came on?
Before I came on the air with you. Yes.
Okay. I don't know about this yet?
You do not know about this, no. Nando's going to find out about it in a second because we're going to make you do some crazy stuff to earn the money, though.
Okay. All right. Well, first of all, how you guys doing? Nick, been a while. Welcome.
Great to see you guys. Great to be on here. Listen, this is the best time of year, man. Football this weekend, college football, fantasy football, draft weekend, games next week. What a time to be alive. It's awesome. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, one more Sunday.
also, like, I love Dave. Jalen, was DeAndre Swift not available for Dave's draft sleeper this year? Jalen Warren? I mean, God almighty.
He's going pretty late in ADP. I mean, I think anyway.
I mean, in what leagues? Like drafted by ogres? Like, who's not taking Jalen Warren in like the 7th or 8th round of their draft?
Okay. Well, I took him in the 7th round and Heath killed me for it. I actually, that was a 14-team league. I think it's a little, Jamie, when's the right spot for Jalen Warren?
At this point, round 9, the latest.
Yeah. I'd feel better about it if I got him in round 9.
Their best running back.
Yeah, it might be. Nando, what's up, man?
Just trying to figure out this ring light. How are you?
You look
a damn.
Great, and you
look like it was flashing or something.
Nando, remember
it's this.
Nando, remember when like every Sunday afternoon for like a year, you, me, and Asia would talk to like random retired NFL players.
Yeah.
COVID, what a time to be alive.
DannyWoodheadFacts.org, man. That was Azer would just always come up with something very wrong about one of them.
That's right.
Oh, Dave.
Nick
Danny,
Costos, you are the only person to think that Jalen Warren is not a sleeper. I'm shocked. I talked to a dozen people about it, and they all were like, "Oh yeah,
Who, like first
ADP 's low."
graders?
So I need to defend this a little bit.
Like, do these people watch football or no?
What?
Like, he was good last year. Like, he's better than Najee.
I completely agree with you that he's better than Najee. I'm just taking offense to the fact that you think he's not a good sleeper.
I think like Ty Chandler's a good sleeper. Like,
He's a great deep sleeper. Agreed.
Yeah, I think like you should go with Ty Chandler instead. You take that one on the house.
You know what this is kind of like? It's kind of like taking the easy layup for start of the week that Jamie does every week.
Jamie,
By the way, I don't know if you guys knew this, but Justin Herbert's going to be a great start against the Dolphins this week in week 1.
I'm going Mahomes week 1.
when Jamie takes Kirk Cousins against the Lions at home, but then like somehow Kirk Cousins gets like shot in the thigh with a BB gun an hour before kickoff. He just can't catch a break, this guy.
I just wanted to come on here and defend myself a little bit. I'm going to go get myself some Italian for dinner. Any suggestions on what I should have?
I was thinking, like the calzone the size of a manhole cover. I think.
Jeez.
So Pete, I know you struggle a little bit with name that player. So we're
and camera angles too.
A little bit.
Imagine having that view in real life. You're in bad shape.
Fine. What are you talking about? Here, who am I?
All right. Do you want to play a variation? Name that colleague.
Ooh.
All right. So here's how we're going to play Name That Colleague. Jamie, Nick, and Will each gave me facts about themselves. I'm going to read the fact, and you have to tell me who it describes, whose fact it is, okay? Nando,
who's playing this game?
Why can't we hear Pete?
You can play as well.
Okay.
All right? You can compete against Pete, all right?
Wait, you mean I can be part of the 2 hours you booked me for? Thanks, man. And didn't tell me about until 2 days before? I appreciate
What are you
that.
talking about? I told you about it.
Hey, when's the draft-a-thon? Oh, tomorrow.
Yeah, right. Come on. All right, so you guys are competing against
Hey, wait. By the way, how many different wedding situations do we have on this thing?
Oh my God, that's great.
Because like the three of us are not invited to Nick's wedding. And what you doing now? Did you get cut out, or was it? Did you just get cut out, or just not part of the groomsmen? Did you get cut out? You introduced him, right?
Go ahead,
I'll let Adam tell you the story. Go ahead. Adam to me is just my wife's friend's husband, who works in the same industry at this point.
Nando introduced
who comes over to my house and uses this for our swing set.
And
breaks your toilet.
It clogs your toilet. Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah,
God.
No, it was.
Look, I know this segment is sponsored by Snickers, but let's move on, guys.
We handed him a plunger and he started putting the stick part down. That's how little he knows about
Oh my
life.
God, you're revolting, Azer.
It's disgusting, dude.
You clogged his toilet?
And then went stick first?
No.
He tried to use the loofah.
Why do you believe him on anything? No.
That is so believable
Azer,
for you.
did you clog his toilet? Yes or no?
It was. I peed. And
Azer, did you clog his toilet? Yes or no?
I think it was clogged before I used it.
Yeah, it was totally clogged before.
I flushed the toilet. It just started going up. I turned it off on the bottom, and Nando goes, "Oh, I'm surprised you even know how to turn the toilet off."
Then I checked his phone, and on YouTube, it's how to stop a clogged toilet.
Yeah,
At
usually
my
you know
friend's
if
house.
the toilet's clogged before you use it.
So you're suggesting that you clogged a toilet by going number one.
I swear to God. I swear.
That means it was already.
Well, Will, I don't know if you've
rising.
heard about the legendary Azer.
What?
It goes all the way in the toilet.
I gotta tell you, I don't think it does.
I'm going to say that's not true.
Yeah, that's a lie.
Yeah, that's not my fact. All right, let's see. Wow. All right, we'll start off with this first fact. Best game ever attended was Super Bowl 46. Why can't I hear Pete? Am I the only one?
Uh-oh.
You're back.
I bet his AirPods died.
That's Nick.
Nando, what's your guess?
Super Bowl, who was 46?
Giants.
That's you.
No, I'm not in this.
I know. That's Nick.
Yeah. All right, you guys both got it right. Won the math bee in 6th grade. Won the math bee in 6th grade.
Well, that's a nerd thing. That's Jamie.
Incorrect.
No, but you know, Jamie was a writer. Jamie was like a serious Miami Herald writer before he did this with long floppy hair.
Never worked at the Herald, but sure.
Whatever. The Miami, what was it?
Palm Beach
Fort
Post.
Lauderdale
Palm Beach
Sun.
Post.
Yeah.
Who wants to claim the
Forget
math
about the
bee?
Boca Raton News.
The Boca
Well,
News, that's right.
I actually won the math bee in 6th grade, and like I may have tattoos and a beard and long hair, but that's to hide the fact that I am a massive wuss. And a massive nerd. I won the math bee in 6th grade.
You're a nerd.
Okay, how about this, buddy? How about you be a bigger nerd and fix your damn microphone? How about that? You sound like an idiot.
Clue number 3. Never
You heard me
saw-
well enough to yell back at me.
Never saw his favorite NFL team growing up win a Super Bowl.
Well, I don't know how old is Jamie? Like, he might be old enough to have seen 72 and 73.
Pete's the only one guessing.
That would be Jamie. That would be Jamie.
Nando?
I'm not paying attention. I just got an instant text message from Jamie. But I'm gonna say the way you're doing this, I'm gonna say it's Will. Whatever it was.
Jamie, it's Jamie. Let's see.
I didn't watch football growing up.
Tyler Durden blogs are his favorite.
That's Brinson.
I gotta tell you, Nando, I've never been more insulted. I don't know what that is. It's definitely Will.
That's Brinson.
Is it? Is it?
I think that's
Jamie. Jamie, it's you, right?
I love Tyler Durden blogs. They make me laugh.
Oh,
every
Tyler
single-
Durden blogs. Oh, I thought he said something else. Okay. Yes.
That's an inside joke that is hard to really dive into.
Brinson is the one who did that.
I didn't tell
that was
Jamie
me.
to do that.
Ran a 4.96 40-yard dash.
When?
Strong question.
That's a good question.
I'd say Brinson will claim he did, and I don't think he did.
I think that's Jamie. I've seen the way he brags about his kids on Facebook. That's a pride thing.
Hey, look. See, multiple CBS employees were there, and one CBS employee, Matt Brodsky, filmed the 496 that I ran in Fort Lauderdale.
I remember it.
Yep. No one believes it, understandably.
Heard Dave Richard mumble love for calzones and cheese.
That's Jamie. Jamie.
Were you there, Jamie?
Nick, actually, no, that's Nick.
Yeah.
Nick heard it.
It's Nick.
Nick,
Sorry.
you got to tell the story.
All right, so it was 2016 probably. NFL Sunday. I guess they ordered pizza in the Fort Lauderdale office, and there was a big calzone. And Dave, I don't know if Dave is still here. He denies it to this day, which is like so weird. Like, you did it. Like, who cares? Like, it's not a big deal. Dave was muttering under his breath, like, I think was completely in awe of like the Italian feast in front of him, and muttered to himself, calzone, good. And then went, cheese.
You know what's amazing?
Like, it was
about
like borderline sexual, and it happened.
You know what's amazing about that story is you'd be more embarrassed about the size of the calzone that he ate than whether he said cheese or not. That thing was that big, and it was finished. And then, of course, he told the wife that he had a turkey sandwich.
Oh yeah, that's it. You know what, guys? I think this is going off the rails a little bit here.
What did you think was going to happen when you scheduled this segment?
By the way, Nick, I got a YouTube poll for you. Is
All right.
Jalen Warren a sleeper? 68% say yes.
Great, I don't care. He's not.
Nando, what's going on with you, man? How many fantasy drafts you done so far?
Yeah, you don't.
Do you
care,
just
man.
kill the game?
Yeah.
No, we can keep doing the game. We can keep doing the game. Yeah, I'm going to kill the game. I'm not really enjoying it, but here's the last one. Who of the three was a certified paralegal?
That's Costas. He's a smart guy.
As opposed to the others.
Yeah.
I would say Brinson because his dad was in the law.
Pete, I told you Pete was going to go way over your projected total.
Will Brinson was definitely the Kendall Roy of paralegals. There's no question.
Well, he also went to prep school.
Wait. Do you think being a paralegal is it like you're the next in charge? You have to do all the work.
Yeah, no, but like your dad probably got you the job and you were incompetent would be my.
I mean, I was working for my dad and was incompetent, so yes,
The
that does track.
Murdaws of North Carolina.
Yeah.
Let me get a little football talk here, Pete. How optimistic should we be about the Jaguars offense?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, great. I'll be back.
Jeez. They're going to score 500 points this year, and Trevor Lawrence is going to be the MVP.
All right. Calvin Ridley, is he going to be true alpha?
He answers the question in 3 seconds. Like, Pete, you do content for a living. Give him a
Yeah, it's not right.
Well, I want to hear more about your being the math whiz when you were in 6th grade. I would say Ridley will have 80 catches for 1,300 yards and 10 touchdowns. The ETN will run for a lot of yards, but I think they're going to take away some of his touchdowns because of Bigsby. The Ingram catches will go down a little bit because Ridley's there. They're going to score. I'm telling you, they're going to be the most explosive, one of the most explosive offenses we've seen in a long time.
Jamie,
like more so than like the Chiefs, or like
in that ballpark. They're going to be in the ballpark with the Chiefs.
By the way, way to really vanilla this puppy up, Acer.
A little bit of fantasy here, right? Don't we? Or do we not?
What did you do the first 4 hours?
We got an hour.
You want to do
Where's, by the way, I want to ask you this. Where's Trevor Lawrence going in like drafts, most of the drafts?
8th.
Where? 8th round?
No, 8th quarterback.
8th quarterback?
Yeah.
5th round, 6th round.
So he's going behind.
He's behind the
Allen,
big three of
Hurts.
Mahomes, Allen, and Hurts. He's behind the next group of whatever order: Lamar Jackson, Burrow, Fields, and Herbert.
That's pretty scary that he goes behind Fields. That's an indictment of fantasy.
Well, yes, running matters.
Yeah, it's an indictment of fantasy.
Oh, all right. What do you think about Anthony?
Ladies and gentlemen, Pete Briscoe propping up the Draft-A-Thon. Gave the endorsement of fantasy
It's
football.
like oh, money matters. I'm never playing Monopoly.
Hey, by the way, one more from this game before we go, Pete. Before we finish the game, where Azer squashes all our fun like he usually does. Which one of your colleagues, after they turned 40, began finding stray cats in the alley behind their house and returning them to random homes?
That would be Nick.
Nando, you live in the city. Have you ever taken in a stray cat before?
Oh, no way.
Nick.
No, I would be tempted to, but no, I wouldn't do it.
Tell me the story about all these stray cats.
I honestly I could.
You're
tell the
posting on
story,
Instagram
but,
about how you love to wander. Like your favorite activity right now is wander around your neighborhood and feeding stray cats.
Yeah, I like it.
What the hell is wrong with you?
I don't know. I really like it. Like I like taking care of the strays in the neighborhood. I'm into it. I mean, I could talk for a while about it, but I don't think that's what your audience is looking for.
When you walk out, now that you walk out and they know you have food, they come running to you.
No, not the stray, like the actual strays don't. But I mean, this particular cat was like a house cat and like ran right up to my wife and I, and it was just like, this is not a stray cat. And then we put him on Facebook.
He posted today on Instagram with a picture of the cat.
I love
Helping
the
this
cat.
guy get back to his home.
I'm very sad to have given the cat back to its owner.
One of my favorite things in 40 years on this planet.
What is going on?
I mean, look, I'll own it, man.
Some people buy a motorcycle. Some people, I don't know, like get a weird haircut. Some people feed stray cats when they have a midlife crisis. Whatever, I don't know what it is, but you're in the middle of one, buddy.
I guess what you're older than me, so there you go.
Sure.
You actually need to get a cat.
I might. But I think we're gonna have a kid, so I think that'll probably come first.
Wait, after all that, you don't need shit. You don't have a cat?
I don't have a cat.
Yeah, you should definitely have a cat.
I'm going to at some point.
All right, you guys ready for?
Do you think your cat will be okay with you, like going outside and like seeing other cats?
I think if I were Adam Azer, I would be like putting pins into the Will Brinson voodoo doll right now.
I'm thinking about hitting the mute button. I am considering it. I want to show you guys.
Okay, all right, sorry. All right, slow down, reality. Let's.
I was gonna say he's probably so hot right now in his pants, thinking he could be Tony Reale for a second.
Oh God.
Or
well, keep him away from the toilet then, or else he'll clog it. So.
Well,
especially the LDE toilet.
All right, so some of our guys working behind the scenes came up with a very cool fantasy football immaculate grid.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, so we're gonna do this here. We've already tweeted it. Now, all right, there is. So when you see 1,000-yard rush season, and you guys let me know, producers, if I'm explaining this properly. It doesn't have to be someone who did that while on the Dolphins. It has to be somebody who ran for 1,000 yards and also at any point since 2000 was on the Dolphins. So so you can be a little more creative there. But yeah, I think that's how it is. And Debo, if you want to come on, or Schaefer, if you want to come on and explain it, just in case I have it wrong here.
How have you not played Immaculate Grid?
No, these are who, me? I've played it. No, it's just
how do you not know the rules then?
Because these are different rules. Because usually
that's the same rules.
Is it?
What are you talking about?
I thought on Immaculate Grid like the.
So this is Giants 40 points and on the top right, Dolphins 1,000-yard rusher and top 15 fantasy finisher, and the same for the Chiefs.
No, I understand that, but
Do you?
I'm not sure.
I don't think you do.
I don't think he's ever played Immaculate Grid before. I think this is a total lie. Did you hear his voice go up an octave when he's like, "Yeah, I played it." He doesn't know what he's looking at. He just wants to put an X in the middle.
All right. So it's any 1,000-yard. All right, forget it. You know what you're doing. Never mind. Let's do this. Let's find some rarities here, guys. Some gems. Go for it.
Well, Giants, Dolphins. How about Larry Zonka?
Is it since 2000 or not?
No, it's only the bottom left one is since 2000.
Oh, okay.
4%.
Nice. All right, we don't want to do Kadarius Toney. That's a little too easy.
We could do like Tynes, but we could probably come up with something better than that.
Yeah.
Lawrence, yeah. Better
I feel
than
like
that.
times
I
would
bet
be
you-
low though.
Yeah, he'd be
40
low.
plus fantasy.
40 points, fantasy points per game?
That's a lot, right?
No, in one
a
game.
In one game.
Oh. I was like, man, I don't have a clue.
I think for the Giants, that could only be like Beckham or like Tiki.
I
Like,
remember
who had a game
Eli had that game against the Saints where he and Breeze went.
I think he'd probably want a quarterback and not a
Yeah, that's fair. Because
Well,
I'm
I mean,
thinking skill. I'm thinking skill position players. But then why is PPR like? Oh, it doesn't matter for a quarterback.
No.
Yeah.
I don't know that any Giant has. Oh, I bet Tiki Barber did that actually. That game against the Raiders.
Well, no, I'm thinking the game against Kansas City. He had like 223 yards. I think it's actually that's actually the number.
But 40 is a lot. I think Eli Manning's the only safe bet there.
I think it can't really be anyone.
I
else.
think Tiki's probably going over 4. I think Tiki's definitely going over 40.
Has Saquon had a 40-point game? No, right?
No.
Gary Collins, did any other quarterbacks do it?
Collins had some monster games.
We want to get we want to obviously
Plaxico's a possible deep cut.
No, Plaxico, I don't think ever had like a big stat game like that. Cruz might have.
Oh, Victor Cruz is a good call.
Right? The Christmas Eve game against the Jets in 2011 when he had the 99-yard touchdown would probably be the game. But I would say Tiki.
I would vote Tiki as well.
I'd go Eli.
I'm going with Pete here. Let's go Eli there. Come on, Jamie.
Nope.
No, I said Victor Cruz. That was my guess.
All right.
Let's go Victor Cruz.
We could try Victor Cruz.
I mean, it's Tiki's the answer.
Yeah.
Wow.
Unlimited guesses, man.
He probably also fumbled 4 times.
There you go.
I mean, what are the other 90.2%?
Like, I'm the
people
Giants.
guessing?
I'm the Giants fan here. Come on.
I know, but like
the other 90% are guessing incorrectly. And leaving that square blank, probably. Or no? Or is it like?
I don't think that's how it works.
I've only played once.
You've never played once.
I swear to God.
What have you done more in your life? Played Immaculate Grid or clogged toilets?
Toilets in general, or just Nando's toilet? Because I guess that would be a different answer. Who had 40 fantasy?
To be fair, I pooped at his house once. I think this was revenge. Now that I think about it,
that's true.
Did you flush?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I even when I was done, I took the brush and I wiped the streaks off the sides myself.
Oh my God!
I gotta tell you,
Come on.
It was weak plumbing. He'll admit it. He doesn't even use that bathroom anymore.
I use it all the time. All right, 1,000-yard.
Yeah, but not to poop.
Nando de Pupo.
Just punch that into the Kansas City one and see what happens.
Put what?
Nando de Pupo in Kansas City.
All right, how about Chiefs 1,000-yard rusher? How about Barry Word?
That's nice and obscure, man.
Pete, did he ever have 1,000-yard seasons? He played with Okoye.
I don't think he did, but I could.
Brinson, he was on our show.
Oh,
0.13.
Hell yeah.
Well done. Well done. Let's see.
What about 1,000-yard? What was his name? That Williams? It could be any Dolphin. What was his
How
name?
about Lamar
Ricky?
Smith?
No.
Cadillac.
Delvin Williams.
Who?
Ooh.
I don't
I don't think he ever got a 1,000-yard season.
Let's find out.
I don't know. There's unlimited
right?
guesses. Yeah.
What about Sammy Smith?
Let Pete throw Pete the Delvin Williams.
I remember Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, but
that's a deep cut.
yeah, but I think
I gotta tell you, that's solid, man.
Delvin Williams. Never heard of him.
We're really resonating with the 18, the young demographic.
I mean,
in this
we're killing
particular
it. They should be
segment.
taking notes. He just did
Yeah.
0.28%.
No, for sure, no doubt.
All right, so 40-point fantasy game and 1,000-yard rushing season. That can't be too hard. Like, who's a running back who had a
Probably Falk, Marshall.
yeah, any
I
of
mean,
them.
LT would be an easy one.
I think Falk's probably the safest one, right? Because he's definitely had a 40-point
Can
game.
you
Edgerrin
use
James.
But it's
Can you use Tiki again?
Does Falk? But it's top 15. Yes, I guess top 15 since 2000. Falk would definitely qualify.
Derrick Henry. You think he got 40?
I mean, LaDainian Tomlinson
Henry's definitely
unquestionably
done it, right?
hits. LaDainian Tomlinson unquestionably did this in 2006.
What about Priest Holmes?
They probably all did, but is there like a total rare one that I don't know how much more rare we can go than?
What about Mike and was Mike Anderson after 2000?
No, he's before.
Before,
And there's no way that he did 40 points.
He might have been in 2000, right? Because wasn't
No, actually true. Terrell Davis was 98. Gary was 90. And Anderson
Throw
was
Mike
2000.
Anderson in there.
I don't think it has to
There's
be.
no chance Anderson
I
at
don't
40.
think he had
No
a
way.
40-point game.
Throw him in there and see.
No, but that it doesn't. It will.
1,000-yard rush or top 50. I guess it's the same thing, really.
The 1,000-yard rusher doesn't have to be since 2000.
Well then don't use Mike Anderson there.
It's not. I mean, it's definitely wrong.
Okay.
It's not. I don't think it's a bad guess.
And it's in your face, Nick. It's in your .06.
You killed it, man. You're right.
He had a 40-point game,
Dude, if you I mean if you rip off a couple touchdowns.
Good job, man. That's a good job.
Thank you.
All right, what
Look
else?
at that. Look at the percents on that middle row. My God.
They say when 6 people do the immaculate grid, it's a lot and have unlimited guesses. Apparently, they say it's a lot.
And all work in football.
Right. I haven't contributed much. Look at this game from Mike Anderson: 37 carries, 251 yards, 4 touchdowns.
I think you got to 40 there.
Yeah, holy cow! That was against the Saints in 2000.
And then had like 9 yards against the Ravens in the wild card game.
So who's a random ass top? Oh, you know who would qualify? That would be a really good. Would be the Billy Volek, Drew Bennett combo when they won everybody a title, but that may have been playoffs. So I don't know if they'd be top 15
for a season.
Not for a season, yeah.
Yeah, no, not for a season.
I mean, they went nuclear, dude.
so this has to be a top 15 finisher for Miami. That's
Oh
obscure.
yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the bottom left, yeah.
Right. So obscure.
Chris Chambers.
That's Ricky Williams.
Ricky's definite.
Dwayne Bowe had that one season where he was probably top 15.
Ricky's not obscure though. You will get a lot of points for that.
Oh, for the Dolphins. Sorry, not for the Chiefs.
Was Chambers ever top 15?
I don't think top. I mean, Lamar Smith might have been the running back there.
Yeah.
I mean, what about a tight end? It's so easy to be a top 15 tight end.
Is it? Oh, it's not. Is it top 15 overall or top 15 of your position?
That's a great question.
I was reading
that
that as
Azer
overall.
definitely does not know the answer to.
So it was not Lamar Smith, huh?
Okay, so remember when I was giving that incorrect instruction earlier? It was this one. It was they don't have to have had their top 15 season on the team. For example, we won't use this one. Jay Cutler could count for the Dolphins. So he played for the Dolphins in this time period, and he had a top 15 season.
Frank Gore.
Yeah, that's
absolutely one that could.
Yeah, Reggie Bush.
Yeah.
You're not going to get a lot of points for those guys because they're pretty obvious. But
Brady Quinn, did he have a top? No, never mind.
No.
Any quarterbacks or something that?
But is it top 15 at your position or top 15 overall? Because that matters a lot.
I'm guessing position because
I mean, just Debo or.
Yeah,
I got one. Wes Welker.
Overall.
Oh, Welker's a good one.
Welker's really good.
Nice.
Oh, and 1.1. Nice job.
Obscure Chief. Dwayne Bowe's a good call.
Bowe is a good call.
Yeah. And would have been with the Chiefs too.
Nice.
4.9. Wow.
We're killing this, honestly.
Oh, I also wonder if like people are treating it as if you had to have had that season on, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
How many people are actually guessing on this?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it got some pretty good traction on X.
So now you got a 40-point and a 15 finish. That should be easy to put in there.
All right, well, go ahead, buddy. What do you got?
I mean, LaDainian Tomlinson is a lock there if you want it.
Tiki. Can you use him again?
No.
No.
Chris Johnson.
He's probably about 2,000
Jalen
yard season,
Warren?
probably.
I mean, is
What's that?
LaDainian Tomlinson too obvious?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
You're definitely right. Just
for sure.
obvious.
Oh, you know Jamal Lewis? Did somebody say that?
Sean Alexander.
Jamal Lewis.
Yeah, let's go Jamal Lewis.
Jamal Lewis 100% has a 40-point game.
Yeah.
Sean Alexander does too. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Look at those running back percentages.
Nice. Let's do a Wordle after this, guys.
Now you
Azer's Googling popular online games so he can pretend like he plays other
Well,
stuff.
are we gonna finish here?
Yeah.
What
Giants.
about like Peyton Hillis?
Yeah. It's pretty good.
That's a pretty good one.
Let's
Is
do
that-
it.
is that that's right?
It's definitely right.
I wish Brady played for the Giants.
Can we enter a Peyton Hillis?
Yeah,
to see
Peyton
how-
Hillis.
Yeah, throw Peyton Hillis in there. But I mean, that's going to be pretty low.
What was it?
Rank 19th. Who did better? I mean, let's see the top.
How many?
4%.
Jeez.
Yeah, we
Let's
did good.
see. 19 out of 1,936. I need to know what the top score was.
And how many of them didn't cheat?
None.
How many of them use 6 people?
6 people right on a live show.
All right. Good job, guys.
Really, it's like 5 and a dude who's typing it in.
So is this the best one? Yeah. All right, John Jenkins.
Wow, Azer, way to burn the winning answer with Jay Cutler.
Let me see who's the best one. Jay Cutler.
Gail Sayers. I mean,
Yeah, how would Gail Sayers be that low?
Fantasy football wasn't real back then.
Josh Gordon's excellent there.
Who do they have for
is this
the
the
Chiefs Giant? Who do they have for the Chiefs Giants one?
Can you
I can't
tell
see
me?
it. Yeah, it's too obvious.
This is one that's like super chalky.
Yeah.
Look at that rank.
Oh,
Look at that rank they got.
Culpepper is excellent. Roger Craig. I mean, but that, like, if we had known that it was all-time NFL.
Yeah.
You mean Azer didn't explain that correctly?
I don't know.
Guys,
Wait,
I think
so-
that
wait, so-
NY is a Giants logo.
So
I mean, like, we could have guessed Don Hudson.
I think that means they lived in New York at some point.
Oh man, did you see that we're 1.1% for Peyton Hillis, Chiefs, and 1,000-yard rush season? That's pretty good too. We could have gone, yeah.
Let's raise some money for St. Jude, everybody. All right, so you're here to donate tonight and to get some fantasy football advice and some entertainment. We're at $5,355 on YouTube. What is that? What is this?
Who did that? That's Joe Polito.
This is Nando right after he got arrested for clogging Azer's toilet.
I mean, Nando, man, you weren't missing many meals around this time.
That's just the shadow.
Oh my gosh, you look pretty much the same. I'm not gonna lie. Like the same. You look exactly the same. No,
That's my CBS.
No, he looks
ID.
better now.
Yeah, he looks better. But
Appreciate
it's
that.
not a great picture. Anyway, please hit that donate button, and if you want to come on with these clowns, $250 to get a spot on our show, we'd really appreciate it.
Right now?
Yeah.
Right now?
Yeah, they can come on and
If
donate.
somebody donates $250, they can come on with us right now.
How much do we get out of that?
Yeah.
Nothing.
That's our slice.
It's all
Why
for
would you have him come on and help with the grid? Like you should have done that before the grid.
All right, Nando.
Now it's going to be awkward. What if like Jordan Earhart gives you $250 and he just swears the whole time?
Well, he's not going to be able to do that. You have to be.
How
You
do
have
you
to
know?
behave yourself. We didn't get any $250 donations.
What if like our buddy
Sorry,
Dante
Jordan.
Hall showed up, Nando? Just like Dante Hall comes flying into the
What,
chat.
and like throws up the X?
Remember when he did that show and he's like, "Hey, what's up, guys? Sorry, I'm actually at the Superdome for the Chiefs Saints game that we're supposed to be talking about right now." And like
That's right.
security couldn't throw him out because
Yeah, that was
being
nuts. He
recorded.
almost got arrested. It was they were so mean to him for no reason. But all right,
Was trying, hey, remember that game you had in 2008?
So can we take a look at our mock draft because the audience is up right now? So let's give the audience an opportunity here to make a pick, and then we got some grids to go over as well. We'll talk about our favorite sports movies and things like that. We have 22 more minutes of this madness. Scott Fish and Tara Roberts are going to join us in the 9 o'clock hour. We have an hour and 20 minutes left in our show today. But here's what we got so far. Let's pick apart Jamie's team. He just made his fourth pick. That was probably an hour ago. Bijan, Devontae, T. Higgins, J.K. Dobbins. Man, he loves J.K. Dobbins, Will Brinson. Is that too early for J.K. Dobbins?
I mean, it's never too early for J.K. Dobbins. A lot of running backs off the board, obviously. Wanted to get his running back too. Felt secure with his two wide receivers. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, I do worry a little bit about the way that it seems like, I mean, Baltimore and that front office is typically, and Harbaugh leans into it as well, like pretty analytical. And I think that they may be worried about capping his touches. Although if it's like, you know, you want to get paid, dude, like go eat. I don't hate it.
Can I give it a toss? I can't believe that Devontae is going like where he's going. Like to get him there in like the middle of the second. I love Devontae this year. You had T. Higgins there in the third round. I think T's like a second round pick. And like I love Dobbins as an RB2 this year. I've done a couple drafts already. I think I have him in all my leagues so far as my second running back.
But Jamie, you took him ahead of Dameon Pierce here.
I mean, that's why I have it ranked. So yeah, I think Dobbins has a little bit of a higher ceiling, better offense.
Agreed.
They profile as relatively similar players to me because you're hoping that their role in the passing game improves, and I do think it will for both these guys. But I just think that the offense will score more for Baltimore, and I think Dobbins is just a better player.
Pete, what do you think this offense will look like? Do you think Lamar Jackson will take to it quickly? Or think it'll be an adjustment for him?
No, he'll be fine in it. I think Todd Monken's bright. I mean, I've known Todd Monken a long time. I think Todd Monken's a really good coach, and he will make him a much better passer. And they will look. The way they used him in the past, they didn't allow him to grow as a passer. They never allowed him to do it, and now he feels like he's free. So I think he's going to be really good throwing the football in this offense.
Pete, what's Monken's philosophy? Like, you know, like some guys are run OCs, some guys are pass OCs. Does he just bounce around with the weapons he has, or is he like, let's establish the run first and then open up the pass game?
He'll lean more to the pass. He'll pass first and then run second, but he does like to run the ball. There's a great myth that he doesn't, but he's a wide receiver. He came in as a wide receivers coach, so he's naturally going to be one of those guys that likes to get the ball to the wide receivers, and he always has wanted to get the ball down the field, and then he'll come back and run. Because you go back and look at those Georgia teams, yeah, they threw the ball over the place, but they ran it too. So I think he's going to get a nice mix, but it's going to be more pass heavy than it will be run heavy.
Audience is on the clock. We gave them 4 choices on YouTube right now. They have Eckler, Waddle, and Ridley. And their 4 choices are Pierce, Hopkins, Burrow, and Herbert. Dameon Pierce, DeAndre Hopkins, Joe Burrow, and Justin Herbert. And there's several quarterbacks. I don't think it's makes sense.
Why are you guys forcing them to take a quarterback?
We're not. We gave them Pierce and Hopkins too.
I mean, kind of.
They have the choice. The audience has a choice to vote on.
I know. I understand how it works. I'm saying that like you're giving them 2 quarterbacks, or Dameon Pierce and DeAndre Hopkins. Like they should take a quarterback.
No, they shouldn't take a quarterback because the 3 teams in front of them already have a quarterback. And you have Burrow, Herbert, and Lawrence all available. So I don't think they should take a quarterback.
Burrow's not going to come back because Jamar Chase is on Dan's team, I assume. And
so then Herbert will come back.
Probably.
Yeah. They're going overwhelmingly with Dameon Pierce here. So I will make that.
Yeah, good for them.
I'm
just saying it's just weird that you give him 2 quarterbacks and like a running back and a.
The other option
I agree with Will. I think you're really trying to tank the audience teams here.
Yeah, you realize how hot they started. You want to take them out.
Like you tanked Nando's toilet.
That's right.
If you'd like to know the truth, I actually didn't make the poll, so you're actually getting mad at someone else.
I'm not mad. I just think you're giving the audience a raw deal.
And it's easier to give you a hard time.
Yeah,
it's true. I accept that. All right, should we?
How easy is this job? They're like, hey, we're going to do an immaculate grid. You're like, yeah, no problem. Like, you don't even think to Google it and see what it is. You just kind of sit there and do stuff.
He was probably in like 55 meetings about the grid, though.
He
demanded we sent like our things that had happened to us, like our peak guesses at 3:00 this afternoon, and then kill the game 2 guesses in. But I mean, other than that,
I do a lot of things that I think are going to be good on the air, and then they're just not.
well, bring that back up because I'm guessing that Debo is the one, and Debo's on the clock now. I'm guessing Debo made the poll for the audience choices, which is interesting because let's see who he takes.
I don't think he did.
Well, he's going to take a receiver here for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be better than one of the ones that were optioned in the poll. That's what it is.
What's wrong with Hopkins here? I like Hopkins here.
I'd take Ridley over Hopkins.
Well, he's gone.
I would take Justin Jefferson over Hopkins.
Yes, I take Ridley over Hopkins. Yes, of course he's gone.
Yeah, Ridley was taken in the middle of the 3rd round. So,
who are the next couple best receivers taken? Pete, do you think Hopkins is washed? Is that a yes?
He's as washed as Pete's microphone.
I think he'll be okay. I don't think he's going to be anything special.
Jamie, or let's go to Jamie's rankings. Jamie's best receivers are Hopkins, Jahan Dotson, Drake London, Christian Kirk, Chris Godwin, Ayuk.
Wait, Mike Williams is still available, right? Like that's the easy pick.
I mean, I would take Ayuk over Hopkins.
I take Mike Williams over both of them.
Yeah, that's fine. Whatever.
Just take Madison. Just go hard into this running back thing, man.
You could. We don't start 3 receivers. We start 2 receivers and 2 flexes. So you could do that. Jamie, why is DeAndre Hopkins your highest ranked receiver here over Mike Williams over Ayuk?
I think he's still going to get the targets there. So I lean toward Pete that he's not the same player, but he's still been very productive. I think he's got one more good season left. So the Burks injury helps him a little bit. I know he's back, so we'll see how that goes. But Kyle Phillips being out, we'll see just in terms of targets. And it's easy to crap on Tannehill, but the year that he actually had receivers with AJ Brown and Corey Davis, he was a very productive passer. And I do think that the coordinator change will matter a little bit. As much as Derrick Henry's still going to be the focal point, they'll throw the ball a little bit more too.
The pick was in, and it is Brandon Ayuk. And we'll see.
Ayuk to me, it's just there's so many mouths to feed in that offense.
Right.
And
I agree.
And you're trusting Brock Purdy. And the thing with Mike Williams, while there's immense upside, injuries have been a problem for him, had a back injury, lingering into the offseason. And how much is Quentin Johnson going to be a problem?
Yeah, just the one thing with the Niners, they have so many mouths to feed, but they all get hurt. Like a lot. McCaffrey, Debo, Kittle, right? They all get hurt.
You would just think, though, with Kellen Moore now, this is the Mike Williams smash season. And then if he gets hurt, then it's Quentin Johnston smash season.
Well, they're at least going to throw the ball down the field.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Here's the other thing. We were talking about Ayuk and the Niners. One of the great assumptions of this entire offseason has been that Brock Purdy is somehow morphed into Joe Montana. Seriously, what are we doing?
But this is this is real life versus fantasy. He all he has to do is distribute the ball. He doesn't have to win games to win fantasy.
Even that. We're assuming he's what he did last year is what he's going to be. You can't make that assumption.
He had a bunch of interceptable passes in a Kyle Shanahan offense. That's not great.
Can he be Garoppolo, though? He doesn't have to be Montana. Can he just be Garoppolo or better?
Well, but here's the other thing, too, and it's this is why the Trey Lance trade is so crazy, is that Purdy was their 3rd quarterback last year. Why did you trade your 3rd quarterback after you had a season where you had to have your 3rd quarterback step in late in the year, win 7 straight games, and then you needed another quarterback or 2 more quarterbacks?
Well, they like Allen.
I get that, but I mean,
Here's the other thing. He played 7 games, and 5 of them were against defenses who are in the bottom 3rd of the league. 2 of them against Arizona.
Yeah.
Let's be real. Let's slow the roll on that guy a little bit.
I think if you were doing a bold, maybe I'll do a bold prediction story for next week. I think you could go on a limb and say Sam Darnold starts more games than Brock Purdy.
I don't believe that. But...
What if Purdy stinks for a couple of games and gets hurt?
Well, it's more realistic.
When did Sam Darnold become going to play?
Well, I didn't say Sam Darnold wins the MVP. I just said he starts more games than Brock Purdy. I mean, Brock Purdy had UCL surgery in the offseason.
We did have on our show on CBS Sports Network earlier this week, Matt Ryan, who played in Kyle Shanahan's offense, and it was a little surprising when he did say of the quarterbacks who take a step back, knowing that he knows what Shanahan's offense is, he said Brock Purdy.
Sounds
He
like
said,
a hater.
know,
Sounds like a
almost
hater to me.
essentially what Pete said. Like let's slow it down a little bit.
All right, let's get Miles Sanders to Heath. That is the next pick. Heath took Miles Sanders. Other running backs on the board were Madison, Connor, Najee Harris, James Cook, Ken Walker, Rashad White. Pete, we're going to play a game in a little bit here, but I want to get your thoughts on Anthony Richardson because in the last hour, I said I think he will be hot garbage for fantasy football. Obviously, he's going to run a lot, but what are your thoughts on Anthony Richardson this year? What do you think he'll be?
I think he's going to have some giant plays that you sit there and go, wow. And then he's going to have some plays where he throws it into somebody's stomach 3 times. I mean, he's too inconsistent. He hasn't played enough football, but from a fantasy perspective, he's going to run like Fields did last year. I mean, think about that. Shane Steichen's going to run him and use him as the run game. He's going to get outside and create a lot with his legs. So I don't think from a fantasy standpoint he's going to be garbage at all. I think he's going to be good from a fantasy standpoint. And by the way, he's improved greatly in terms of his mechanics throwing the football. It's been a big difference. If you watch them in Florida, entirely different guy. So it's going to take time. But from a fantasy standpoint, what round's he going in? 8?
Yeah. Well, in our drafts maybe, but in most drafts he's like 10, 11, 12.
Don't you think his floor is really the floor is always really high with him?
I don't think so, but I'm the only one.
I've said this a billion times. There's been 16 times since 2010 where a quarterback has run for just 700 yards. Forget about their passing, just their rushing. Every one of those 16 has scored at least 19.9 fantasy points. That's the floor, Nick. And the worst one was Daniel Jones last year at 700 yards, and he had 3,200 passing yards. So if he does what Fields did, which to me is the comp in terms of production, he's going to be a 1,000-yard rusher if he plays the majority of the season. And he's going to be around 2,200 passing yards. And that will get him into the top 10.
Can I throw something so today they waive McKenzie, right? And then they bring him back. So he's there, whatever. They have 4 wide receivers on the roster.
3.
Well, they brought McKenzie back, right? So now they have 4.
Back.
They brought him back. So it's McKenzie, Downs, Pittman, and Alec Pierce. This is not exactly the greatest show on turf, right? And it almost doesn't matter who the 2 running backs are, like Hall and Jackson, whatever, until Taylor comes back. He's their running back. And I don't even mean that as an insult. I kind of feel like Steichen is about to do something pretty interesting. I don't know if it's going to work or not, but I think Richardson's got a chance to be monster.
This is
fantasy monster.
This is what I fear. I fear that even if he has a good year, he will be so inconsistent and so unpredictable on a week-to-week basis that you will just never know when to start him.
You just start him every week.
Oh, great. You're going to have some really bad weeks.
Yeah,
or he's your backup.
But he's not. Jamie's taking him as a starter. And if you're going to start him every week, like Jamie just said, then he's in your lineup. So I don't think he's a guy that you can just start every week. I think you're going to drive yourself crazy trying to figure out when to start Anthony Richardson.
But there will be
low.
There will be some 30-point weeks and there will be some 15-point weeks. But by the end of the season,
8-point weeks.
I don't think they'll be that.
He's going to get 50 yards scrambling every because he's going to leave clean pockets when he feels any pressure.
What is his completion percentage at the end of the year?
In the 50s for sure.
It starts with a 5 probably. Yeah.
Okay, because Cam as a rookie went 60% on the nose.
Cam had his best passing season, his most prolific passing season in his rookie year. It was really weird. So he just doesn't have anyone to throw to. His team stinks. Pittman's good, but they stink. And they don't have a lot of talent. They don't have a lot going on.
I think they're going to do something weird on offense this year, and I don't know whether it's going to be good or
bad. What
do
you mean weird? What do you mean weird?
I think they're going to run like a college offense.
They were number 1 RPO usage percentage in the preseason. Not that necessarily indicates they'll be that in the regular season, but you have Shane Steichen running the offense, so it does check out.
Why wouldn't they do the push on every play? Why did they do the Hurts sneak on every play?
That's why it's so stupid that you don't pay Jonathan Taylor and bring him in and help out Anthony Richardson.
But see, here's the thing though. When you have a quarterback who can do that, that's your running game. You don't really need a great running back.
I never thought when this night started that Pete would be the more rational person explaining Anthony Richardson's fantasy value than Adam would be.
Look, man, I am not. It's not like I'm so stupid to understand that quarterbacks who run are good for fantasy, but Justin Fields started the year, 3 of his first 4 games, he scored single-digit fantasy points. So
And then what did he do?
Yeah, then he went off. That was great. But what did he do as a rookie? What did Lamar Jackson do as a rookie? He was very. I mean, it's a little bit different because it was kind of a gimmicky offense.
He didn't start till like halfway, like three-quarters of the way through, halfway through the season.
Like Lamar, was good enough that they started a playoff game, and also Fields had more on Matt Nagy as his head coach. Maybe Steichen sucks.
It's not a guarantee. Like you're talking about probably the worst passer in football this year would be my guess. If you all the starting quarterbacks, he'll probably have the worst passing stats.
Oh, this is a Florida thing because you're so hard on.
Oh, you're right. Good call, Nando.
Now it all makes sense. Now it all makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Azer, is Richardson going to have a better year from a fantasy standpoint than Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah,
but is he going to be better than him?
No, I don't think so.
That's the difference. In fantasy, he's going to be gold. As real quarterback,
what's the point?
Because the point is, it's real football, Nick.
Who cares? This isn't real football today.
In one league. And it's,
but Azer would do anything he could to host that show.
You want to be in that?
Hey, you don't want George Sedano hosting real football today. Come on, I can do a better job, guys.
When is our draft for FFT, by the way? Is it tomorrow?
Tuesday.
I might put mine on auto draft.
I like
All right,
Stroud a
so
little
we're
bit.
gonna give the audience 4 options here. We're gonna give the audience Herbert, James Conner, Drake London, and T.J. Hawkinson. So Herbert, James Conner, Drake London, T.J. Hawkinson.
Imagine drafting James Conner.
Yeah,
he's Jamie's highest ranked running back.
I mean, I would never draft him.
What happened to the quarterback? I thought we were coming back safely for a quarterback. What happened?
Yeah, we got Herbert, Justin Herbert, not Khalil.
Dan obviously took Burrow there.
You guys ready for a fun game?
Yeah.
You get $15. You got to pick one of each sport. Make your best movie lineup.
Oh man, I thought the winner was you get $15 from Azer. I was like, this doesn't sound like a real game.
Doesn't Azer have to play a guitar still?
This one I'm looking forward to. This is my favorite one.
Oh, great. Here we go.
Very hard, I think.
Thrilling so far.
I mean, Sandlot's the easiest call at the baseball one.
Liga. I'm gonna spend up for a league of their own. It's so much better than.
I'll go. Well, what about? Can I combo and go basketball?
No.
I mean, if you'll show me what the grid looks like, we'll play. But I mean, like I don't know what's going on here.
Any given Sunday, Sandlot is easy. I agree.
But you don't know which ones are $1 through $5 yet.
What do you mean? It's all listed there.
Go ahead. You got $15.
Where's the $1 movie?
There's no one. It's 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, $15.
Not fun.
All right. I don't know if it's going to go for 15, but I would do Any Given Sunday, Sandlot, Rocky, and White Man Can't Jump.
How is Coach Carter one of the
13?
4?
Is there a boxing category?
Yeah.
Or is it just random?
Are you reading the graphic?
It's a spinning wheel for me.
That top left is he's had to play for the Giants.
Tiki Barber.
You got boxing, football, baseball, and basketball. You have to pick one of each sport. You got a $2, $3, and a $4 and a $5 movie in each sport.
The graphic is spinning it's a spinning white wheel for me.
I'm taking $5 at the top. I'm taking boxing. I'm taking Raging Bull. And I'm taking Remember the Titans. They're right off the bat.
I'll even come back.
They all stunk in baseball. They were all average movies at best. I'll take the Sandlot because it's cheap. They were. And then I'll take the basketball movie Hoosiers is the only one that's worth a damn.
I mean, I was gonna say you are basically Gene Hackman from Hoosiers, so you have to pick that.
I mean, what Space Jam, Coach Carter, White Man Can't Jump, those movies stunk.
White Man Can't Jump is awesome.
White Man Can't Jump is great.
Yeah, but what's a better basketball movie? I was starting to think about that too. I'm like, well, Coach Carter, but then there's
The Sixth Man. Now,
what was that Denzel Washington movie where he pushed the guy off the top of the building from a dunk?
I don't know.
What was that one? When they're playing basketball on top of a building?
Training Day?
It wasn't Training Day. Hold on, I gotta look up his IMDb. I'll be right back. Can I petition that for a $2 movie, Azer?
The biggest steal here, yeah, sure. The biggest steal here is Cinderella Man to me. I don't know if you guys have seen that movie. I think it's.
I did. It was
great.
Okay.
Legendary movie. That's okay.
Raging Bull is a classic.
It's really good.
Oh, my hot take on that is that it's not a sports movie.
Oh, come on.
There's very little boxing in it. There's very little boxing.
Not a boxing in it. He fights
That's
Sugar
not-
Ray Robinson a couple different times.
Yeah,
He fights-
where's Jerry Maguire in the football movies?
There's that. Yeah, exactly. There's not a lot of
no
boxing.
more. He ain't pretty no more. Keep eating, you
It's a
fat
great movie.
bastard.
Yeah, it's a great movie, but yeah, Trading Day is so damn good. We got a comment there, but not a basketball movie.
He got game. Was that it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, with Ray Allen.
That's not better than Coach Carter.
I don't know why.
He would say that's not a basketball
Where's the
movie.
fish that saved Pittsburgh?
What'd you say, Pete?
The fish that
Azer
saved
doesn't know what that
Pittsburgh.
is.
Yeah, that movie came out in like 1941.
Pete's favorite football movie's not on here.
There's not a movie called The
Remember
Fish
the
Who Saved
Titans?
Pittsburgh, Pete.
I'm sorry, we don't do black and white movies on here, Pete.
Pete's favorite football
Raging
movie's not
Bull
on
is
here.
in black and white. You're wrong. Raging Bull is in black
Jamie's been trying to set up this joke for like a minute. What is
The
it?
picture in the
No,
top.
I'm just saying his favorite movie is what? North Dallas 40, right?
and white. My second favorite. Remember the Titans is my favorite football movie.
Oh, okay.
All right. So, Jamie, what's your lineup?
I didn't do the math on this, but I would go.
Are there any
Rocky.
with his cousin in them?
Well,
Who's his cousin?
First, well, for boxing, I'll take the Social Network.
Let's see.
Go ahead,
I'd go.
Magic movies here.
It's so, it's not fair. It's like I've been working with Jamie for so long, and I don't get to make these types of jokes.
Why not?
I don't know. He's a different guy in his group text with you guys. I guess that's the only way to be with you guys. You're just busting chops all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
Smart. All right, Jamie, I want to hear your lineup.
I don't know what the math adds up, but I go Rocky, Remember the Titans, Sandlot, and White Men Can't Jump. So it doesn't add up.
No, I think that's 15. 9. Yep, that's
If you-
15.
If you had to pick a sport that had the best movies on this list, it's clearly boxing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Baseball's excellent too.
Yeah.
They're all good
League
except
of-
basketball.
Well, baseball should have had Bull Durham as one of them.
The
Yeah.
Water Boy wasn't good. Come on.
Well, that's why it's
Any given Sunday wasn't that good.
You're right.
Any given Sunday is awesome.
It's
Stop
okay.
You got to fight for that yard.
All right, Pete. Well, Will's already gone, so bye, Will. Pete and Nick, it was great having you on. Good to speak to you guys.
Thanks for having me.
You guys are the best.
Cool.
It was fun.
All right, see you guys. Thank you.
See ya.
Real football today coming up, Pete. Get ready.
Well, today. All right, Nando, stretch your legs a little bit. What's going on?
I'm standing, actually.
Yeah, all right. Well, spread your wings a little bit. What did you have for us tonight? We got Scott Fish and Tara Roberts coming on shortly. Hang on tight, guys. Nando probably wants to play some tricks on me.
I know I didn't. Because you didn't give me enough time. I couldn't even print something out of Walgreens. It's like that's how tight the window was. Even EK sent me a text. He's like, "You ready?" I'm like, "For what, man? Like these guys didn't tell me. Azer figured it out. Just tell me that the day before this is happening."
I really that is so not true that I told you the day before. It's not true.
You were in my house.
I want to see what the audience. We'll go back to the draft real quick. We'll make a pick for the audience here. Oh, Justin Herbert, 71% of the vote. Oh, they already got it. All right, Jamie, you're on the clock. You want to make a pick real quick?
Hey, what if you don't play? If you don't play the guitar, how about you donate the $250 yourself?
I already donated 50, so we did
No,
that.
you didn't. You once texted me like, "I don't donate. I give my time."
That's so mean. I never said that.
That's what I got it right here.
Yeah, sure.
You need to draft Herbert in the actual draft.
Oh, sorry. That's how that works. There you go.
$50. All you gave was $50.
What song would you like me to play, Nando?
I'm a fire starter.
Yeah, I don't know that.
Something by Nirvana.
Something by Nirvana. That's easy.
Why don't you give the audience 4 choices?
You know what I heard yesterday on YouTube? I heard Nirvana covering Other Side by the Chili Peppers via AI. It was really weird. Yeah. All right. Ready to bring our new guests in? But before we do that, we got 1 hour left, everybody. We want to get to $6,000 in donations. We have about $600 left, $575 left to get there. So let's do that this hour. That would be awesome.
What if we go significantly over that?
Then Nando gets the rest.
No, I would. What's the weirdest thing you would do for a lot of money donated to a charity?
I don't know, Nando.
Should we do the scavenger hunt again? That was hilarious.
I still have stuff left on the list from 2 years ago. I just got to go find it.
We are in our last hour.
Go
here.
bring us a lock of your son's hair for $500.
Draft-A-Thon.
He's got a lot of it. It's fine.
It is presented by Snickers. Rookie mistake. Maybe you just need a Snickers. All right, I've been enjoying. I'm taking 2 Snickers down tonight, so it's been a good night for me. Probably
I have a draft starting in 12 minutes.
All right. Did you make a pick, Jamie?
I did. I took Trevor Lawrence.
What platform
The
is it
MVP.
on?
What?
Was it on CBS?
No, this draft is on Yahoo.
There he is, Scott Fish. You're muted. You're muted, Scott.
You're still muted, Scott.
Tara, you're not muted. What's up, Tara?
Hey, how you doing?
What's going on?
Hey, Tara.
Hi. I love Scott's. Oh, my son would love this. I'm gonna have to show it to him.
All right, Scott.
Well, now you made him feel weird. Now he's gone.
Oh, no.
Oh, it was Above the Rim. It wasn't. It was Above the Rim. That was the movie.
I never saw Above the Rim.
Why would you have? It was a good movie.
Scott Fish, you're
My-
good.
I'm good. I'm good.
You're
Steve
good,
Nash always wears a suit, so I thought I'd wear my Spider-Man suit. It's gonna be way too hot. So
There you go. It's been a really tremendous year raising money for St. Jude. But I think the biggest disappointment is Nando's lack of preparation for tonight.
I did a draft.
wait, were we supposed to prepare for tonight?
No, just not.
Oh, good. I was gonna say I did not prepare. I thought we'd just be cracking wise for 40 minutes.
If that's a challenge, give me 15 minutes and I'll be right back.
Fine.
I'm gonna have your wife send me pictures of every room in your house, real quick.
Oh my gosh!
Go for it, man. We want the fun. Do whatever you got to do.
I feel like when the guy's not the wolf anymore and Teen Wolf now, but this is all your fault, really.
This is my fault.
You actually ruined it for Scott Fish. He sent me a note earlier. He's like, "What are we doing?" I'm like, "Nothing." Nazer just told me about it yesterday.
All untruths.
I feel like that was done on purpose to avoid anything.
Exactly.
If you want some good karma, by the way, give me a $5 donation right now to St. Jude. Put it in the karma box. The fantasy gods will smile upon you, and you'll have some good luck for this season. Just a $5 donation. That's all we're looking for here. I'm looking for a different IFB. This one is just not working for me tonight. Anyway, Tara, Scott, why don't we get some busts? We'll talk about some busts here, and we got bold predictions coming up later. And we got a couple of special guests that you don't usually hear.
We have better things than busts. Scott, you let them know we have better things than busts.
Yeah, especially since I didn't prepare any busts, so I'd have to think of it on the spot real quick. Oh man, apparently Anthony Richardson is one for Adam. That's my QB9. So, okay. Yeah, Adam. So I talked to my board over at Fantasy Cares.
Oh.
And we are willing to donate up to $5,000 tonight.
Okay. Well, that's great. I'm not going to like the rest of this. Like, okay.
But some of it will be, we'll match donations that the chat makes while we're on.
Okay.
But the rest of it will be, you need to do some things.
Okay. Okay. Is Nando part of this?
I am now.
Jamie and Nando and I may have texted a little bit.
All right. What do we got?
Tara's actually got the sickest ideas, though. So, like, it's low key.
I feel like we could start off by I could match the $250 for the guitar playing, and we could do $500 to play the guitar.
Let's go. What are we playing?
You know he would pay you $500 to play the guitar.
I'll play the guitar. All right. Here's my guitar. I got to get a guitar pick. I don't have that, though.
Aza, remember, like, when you say no to this stuff, you're taking money away from St. Jude and Toys for Tots at the same time.
Right? I'm
just saying the rest of the stuff. I'm just saying the rest of the
Tara,
stuff.
you pick the song.
I mean, if I pick the song, I'm gonna make him like play Nicki Minaj on the guitar.
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
I don't know who he is. That's what
This is what Adam was doing. I wasn't planning to play the guitar. Oh, it just happens to be right next to me.
James told me earlier.
Wait, which guitar?
I only have one guitar. I'm like a jukebox hero. You get that joke. All right, what am I playing, guys? I'll play guitar. Fine, I'll do anything. Oh, Under the Bridge. That's kind of a tough one, Schaefer. I don't know that I can't pull that one off here. That's it. That's all I got. That's all I'm gonna play.
So predictable, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play Under the Bridge. I need an electric guitar for that one. Sorry. Yeah, you guys get whatever. You know what? You can make fun of me all you want.
Hey, play your go-to. What's your go-to?
I don't really have a go-to. I mean, what's my go-to? What have I been playing lately?
Blues Clues?
All right, look, I know. Look, this is all going to lead you. Just play something original, please, that you've come up with on your own, and we'll get it over with.
Stop playing the hits. Go to the originals.
Here you
go. What every audience yells.
Look at my son in the eyes. I'll never be David Hazer.
I played Heart Shaped Box. You didn't hear any of it.
Yeah.
I did. I played Heart Shaped Box.
You played it what, on mute?
I was playing Audio Slave earlier. Yes. Yeah. Oh, what do I play? I play. Right. Yeah, great.
Ooh, I like it.
Ugh, I have no room here.
Sing Do Hallelujah by Leonard Cohen. I guarantee he practices that in the mirror.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, whatever, something like that. I haven't played that. That's Allman Brothers. All right, there you go. Is that good? Did I get my?
That's good. That's good. It's good.
Okay.
Boom. That was much more impressive than I expected.
Hey, for another 500, smash the guitar.
No.
That's not happening.
I didn't even check what was in the chat when we started this segment. I probably should have. For the
do you need me to get a whiteboard to keep track of things?
Oh, I do have a nice big whiteboard over here.
Yeah, get the whiteboard.
Yeah, get the whiteboard out. Draw a big thermometer.
Oh, that's right. I did do that one year. Can you
We got
hear
over
me?
6K. We did it. All right, let's keep going. Let's go. We're at $6,005. Keep it going. Another 20 coming in here. Anonymous donation. Thank you. Tara, who are some busts in 2020?
Yeah, let's go to Tara for those.
Okay. Busts. Yes, I do have some busts. I'll back Scott up there because he was saying he is Anthony Richardson ranked high. This is a guy who I think should be drafted behind Anthony Richardson, unfortunately, because he doesn't have the same upside that he has. It's Dak Prescott, I think, unfortunately, who is a bust candidate. And let me preface this by saying that I don't think that Dak is going to massively underperform opposed to what he's done in the past. I just think that he's not going to have that same level of upside that the guys being drafted around him are. You either go with someone being drafted shortly before him, like Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, Deshaun Watson, or wait a little bit, get a Tua, Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson, because Dak's just kind of there in no man's land where he doesn't have the upside that any of those guys really have overall. So it's Dak for me. He's a fine, stable player, but if you're really looking for that strong fantasy push, I don't really feel like Dak has that top 5 upside compared to all these other players that we have now.
I totally agree. I totally agree with Tara on that. I have drafted Dak in exactly 0 leagues this year. It feels like he's right in that range with all the Geno Cousins types that I feel much, much safer with about the same upside. By the way, I love the chat right now. They totally know where my shirt is from, and they're cracking jokes. I love
Where is it from? What is that?
It's from a TV show called I Think You Should Leave with Tim Robertson.
Oh, nice.
It's Dan Flash's complicated shirt.
Oh, man. That show, I did not enjoy the 3rd season. Did you?
The 3rd season was definitely a downturn. Maybe
It was like
I did like the zipline episode, though.
Yeah, every sketch had so much potential, and it never delivered. It was like the Shirt Twins, the Shirt Brothers skit. I was like, oh, this is gonna be so funny, and it just did not get there. Yeah.
I think they were trying for it went on so long that it becomes more funny, and I don't think it hit there. I think you're right.
Yeah.
But by the way, like stuff like this, like the guitar playing, you have to do stuff. It's because we love you, man.
That's fine.
I love you. You're my favorite host out there. I love you.
Oh, thank you. What else do I need to do?
In fact, I tell Jamie that every time I see him in person. He's like, "You told me this already," in verbatim. Right? I basically tell the same story every time, right, Jamie?
I mean, look, coming from you, it's an honor.
Is there anything else I need to do to raise money?
No, come on.
Hey, why
Make
don't
him
you
work.
congratulate Tara on her award?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
we'll give you $100 if you can name the award that she won.
It was like Rising Stars.
Yes.
Yeah. Tara,
Thank you,
yeah,
thank
tell us
you.
about it. You deserve it. You deserve it.
Yeah, you really do.
I appreciate it.
I'm actually on the committee for nominating people for that award, and I tried everything I could to keep it away from you, and they gave it to you anyway. I tried to
Thank you, Scott.
Hey, we go back to those clubhouse days.
We do. That was how I started Clubhouse. If anyone was
I know. I remember the first time I heard you on Clubhouse. I quote you, like, "Follow this Tara girl." Yeah,
you're wonderful. But yeah, guys,
I got a game we can play.
Right forward.
Well, no, I want to hear it. Sorry.
But
let me hear
very,
about
very
the
much
award,
congratulations, Tara.
Then we'll go to
Thank
Jamie's.
you.
Go ahead, Tara.
No, like Scott would say, honestly, it was a complete surprise to me and a big honor, honestly, because I mean, just in Tag's memory, it just it means a lot, really. Coming from everybody, the positive reinforcement, everybody knows how much effort people that contribute, part-time work. It's a part-time fantasy football contributors award, and it's a lot of work, late nights, early nights, trying to run, get to lives, and do as much as humanly possible, push out videos to try and make it in the industry. And it feels, really awesome knowing that people see my work and recognize it. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, every time we've asked Tara for help, she's said yes, I think. I don't know if you've ever said no. She's so willing to help, and we absolutely love it. Jamie, what were you going to say?
I have a game we could play if you want.
Sure.
All right. So Nando had an idea to get a celebrity to call into the Draft-A-Thon. You know who it is. Obviously, Nando knows who it is. Yeah. Scott and Tara need to guess, and every incorrect guess is $100 from Fantasy Cares.
Yeah, not from us. Definitely not from Azer.
I already donated tonight. What have you donated?
Yeah. What have you donated?
I told you I donated $50. It's on record. It's on YouTube.
So Nando, tell the story about the celebrity and the connection with Adam that he says he has.
So Adam, well, all right. I think it's true they went to the same high school. But Azer claims they were really good friends. They did a lot of theater together. And so we reached out to his management group and they never wrote back. And then I tried to tweet at him today and never heard back.
I'm not surprised. He and I are not friends, and I never claimed that to be the case. He's a nice guy, but we're not friends.
You said he was a bully in high school.
Yeah, I never said a word about it. I never spoke to him in high school. They're talking about Josh Gad, by the way.
Oh, what did he ruin the game? What are you doing?
Oh my God.
So now do I have to make a bunch of I will be flat out honest. It would have taken me about 150 guesses to even come close to that. I would have needed so many hints.
Oh my God.
You were going to give us hints each round, right?
Yeah, we would have eventually gotten there, I think.
That was so bad.
Oh,
I'm
man.
sorry.
He's just trying to keep money away from the charity at this point.
Jamie's like, let's play a game. First round. Adam, tell the answer first. Are we supposed to guess the question now, like Jeopardy? Oh, man.
Please tell me you have a backup game.
Nope.
And I'll mute my mic.
Adam,
yes?
How much would it cost for you to shave 3 lines in the side of your head? Like Vanilla Ice. How much? But how much, for real? For charity. For sick kids.
How much are you offering?
$1,000 a line? $500 a line. Let's start $500 a line.
I will
Scott Fisher's money.
Definitely shave 3 lines in my head for $1,500.
Right Do it now?
Right now. Go.
100%.
Go.
All right, go.
Who's doing this? Who's doing this?
Who's donating?
Yeah, who's donating? Because I swear to God, if I do this and you don't donate.
Scott is.
Didn't you hear Scott when he came on?
Well, he said $500. He didn't say $1,500.
He has $5,000 from Fantasy Cares.
Up to 5,000.
I'm really tired. I'm sorry.
No, you said it. Come on.
Jeez.
Go get the razor.
They have to be at least.
Listen, you already put
2
on your
inches
fancy
each.
polo shirt today and went to your son's school. You're good.
Oh my God, I can't believe this.
Go get the razor. Come on.
I can't. Oh, I
You
can't
need
do it
clippers. You can't
myself.
do. You need razor. You need clippers.
Yeah, I have those.
Yeah.
Just get Allie to do it. You're fine.
All right, I'll be back. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I'll be back.
Yes.
Guys, are we going too far?
That's way too easy. We could have done 250. I'm sorry, everybody.
All right, so what's we talk about
It's
here?
like he's wanted someone to ask him to do that for a long
Well,
time.
it sounds like Tara actually.
We're gonna play a game. Don't say the person's name. Just Gad.
Unreal. That sounded like a fun game, honestly. Yeah,
I was looking forward to the
never
guess.
got it.
By the way,
I was gonna say he was a Dolphins fan. Would have been one guess.
Yeah.
And that he was the voice of a character in a kids movie.
Yeah, I would have loved this game. I'm sad now, and this chat is amazing with my short comments. I'm so happy for your chat is very very good with this. They're very funny. Yeah, we could go to some of the stuff Tara prepped because I did not prep. Did you prep, Tara? Did you?
Tara, what are some of your other busts?
I did some mild prepping, so I can toss them out.
I absolutely did not. I had this idea that I'm gonna throw a bunch of cash on here and see what we could do for 40 minutes. My goal was to talk no football. I figured that would be the best.
You were here for the charity, not the analysis.
So give us another bust, Tara.
Oh man, okay, we'll see if you agree with this one. Because people are very on the fence about whether you're either in or you're on my side on this one. It's Joe Mixon. Unfortunately, earlier in the year when it was kind of teetering on him being a possible cut candidate before he took the pay cut and all of that, and he was kind of checking in around RB15, RB16, his value was fine. But now that all of that is settled, it's shot back up there. And even when we look at fantasy analyst rankings, he's checking in more around RB10, RB11. And the problem with it is that while he can hit that overall, in terms of his overall points for the entire season, when we're looking at average points per game, I think he's going to fall below that. I just don't think he has a ton of upside because he's a pure volume play. And when you look at his numbers from last year, his efficiency was absolutely horrendous. And maybe you could blame it and say it might have been offensive line related or something like that. But I kind of get worried when you're looking at him. You say, maybe this is him, and that efficiency, that drop that we saw was him kind of teetering towards the edge of the downturn in his production. So I get kind of worried that if we see somebody else creep in there and start to take away at some of that volume, particularly the receiving volume, we heard that Chris Evans might be getting that third down role in terms of maybe taking some of those receptions away. If those receptions go away, that was his only saving grace. The touchdowns weren't there. The yardage wasn't there. The average yards per carry wasn't there. It was just bad overall outside of that one massive game that he had. So I'm worried that this is just the beginning of the decline for him, and the upside isn't going to be there. And he's just going to be, you could take somebody else after him, like a Jahmyr Gibbs and something like that, that has much higher upside than what he can ultimately offer.
So you think that one of the other backs, whether it's Chris Evans or Chase Brown, will be taking him off the field at some point during games?
Yeah, I'm worried about the receptions. I mean, the receptions are what really keeps him there in terms of the volume that he, I mean, just massive for him overall in PPR. And if some of that trickles away, I just don't know if the touchdowns are going to be there for him.
It makes sense. I mean, I've certainly been nervous to draft him, especially you have to pay now round 2 price tag for it. Round 3, depending on how far he falls, I think it's still okay. But I'm not going to fight you on that one where Joe Mixon has now started to go. It's a little bit concerning for sure. We have the draft. If we want to pull up the board, Thomas.
Oh, come on, man.
What? Oh, get out of here.
I chickened out.
You chickened out. Come
on, man. It's for charity. If anyone sees you, if you go to like the store and they're like, "Hey, why do you have 3 lines in your hand?" Yeah, I did it for St. Jude. Like, imagine that.
I couldn't find the buzzers. I don't know where they are.
Come on. You have your guitar right there, but you couldn't find a razor?
I will shave 3 lines in my hairline for it.
Yeah, perfect. Hazer, you can't the chat's gonna hate you, man. They're gonna turn on you.
They won't.
My wife's gonna like me very much if I shave 3 lines in my hair.
Come on.
Why? Wouldn't she be proud of you for helping?
This is honestly one of the worst things you've ever done.
Honestly, I don't know where the razor is.
This is worse than the time you got George Sedano kicked off the show to take over for him.
Oh, get out of here! I didn't chicken. I kind of chickened out.
I know you have Clippers.
So Tara, what's your drink of choice for the Bengals backfield after that? Is it Evans in the last round? Is it Chase Brown? Actually, you probably need to reach up a couple rounds for Evans, but
It was Chase Brown. I was hopeful,
Yeah.
but I'm buying into the fact that he is unfortunately the third option now. Now, granted, maybe at some point he takes over. I wouldn't target him in drafts, but just kind of keep your eye on maybe if Mixon were to go down with an injury and Brown has more of that 3-down profile, maybe that's where he could step in. But for right now, it's Chris Evans that I want to grab in that last round.
I'm with you. Yep. Same thing.
All right, well, I don't even know what's on the rundown right now.
My dynasty shares hate it though.
It's called disappointment is what's on the rundown.
Yeah, seriously, man. This is that's really messed up. You actually took the time to cut 3 pieces of paper and get tape.
You couldn't. You went to go look for paper instead of look for the razor.
I don't know where the razor is, and I couldn't. My wife's on the phone, so I couldn't ask her. So
I'll text her. I got it. I'll text her.
Don't text.
Does Nando have a better back and forth?
Well, I would. I mean, will you
what?
take your shirt off and shave it? Well, if you don't have it, I mean, all these have to do is shaving now, I guess.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to take my shirt off and shave it. I got to fix this.
Shave the letter A in your chest.
No, I don't think another
Like you're
one.
a superhero.
I can't fit another one.
Boo, Adam. Boo.
Yes, thank you.
Who's this guy?
I'm a little embarrassed. I'm
sorry to bother you.
No, don't do it. Don't do it, Nando.
But do you know where the Clippers are?
Stop. I know. I am sorry. This is bad form on my part. I am sorry.
We put you in a rough position. I mean, after that whole Josh Gad incident, it just
I'll play more guitar. I don't care.
That's terrible.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
It's not good.
I don't love making people do stuff they really, really don't want to do. Like for
Scott, he wanted to do it. He jumped out of his chair.
I would never eat a pickle there's no way you could get me to eat a pickle for I don't even know what amount you'd have to throw at me. So
Good for you.
I get why there are things that it's too much.
Let's help the audience make a pick here. I think there is a poll up right now.
Oh boy.
It's Christian Kirk, Chris Godwin, Najee Harris, or Ken Walker. Christian Kirk, Chris Godwin, Najee Harris, or Ken Walker. My vote is for Kirk. Ooh, this one is super close. This is the closest one we've had so far. Everyone's between 22 and 30%.
So we're going with a Twitter poll or a chat poll on this?
Well, this is their team. This is the audience.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So we give them the options and then they get to vote and you just see what the.
That's interesting. If it were my team, I think I'd be taking Walker here, but you already got 2 running backs.
I actually have lost the poll.
Of those 4, that's my highest ranking.
Yeah, I just don't know if I want 3 running backs on that team.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But remember, again, this is 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, 2 flex. So, does it really matter? All right, I'll see what they say, and we'll get back to you. We're up to $6,300. Tara, thank you very much. What?
I was gonna say, by the way, Fantasy Cares already dropped 500 into that bucket after that guitar. So.
Thank you very much.
Take it back after what he did.
I don't know how that works. I don't know how any of this works.
Tara, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it.
Anytime, always.
All right, we will talk to Tara soon.
Thanks, Tara.
All right, we have got 34 minutes left in the draft.
The only one who's dropped fantasy knowledge in the last 20,
actually, she was the only one doing her job here. Why did you let her go?
No.
just leave me alone.
Why don't we make her do something for $100? Bring her back.
I'm always so excited about the Nando times, and then by the end of it, I'm just so not excited.
You ruined this one yourself, man. I had nothing to do with this one. I came in ready to talk about my draft.
I have no idea. Wait, did we really just get to $10,000? Or am I seeing things? Check on. Wow, who donated? Holy cow! Got fish. Fantasy Cares with a 4,500. donation.
Yeah, we did 500 earlier. We dropped the rest in.
Thank you very much to Fantasy Cares. And tell us a little bit about Fantasy Cares and what you do.
Yeah, Fantasy Cares is a 501c3 accredited charity. What we do is we basically donate to other charities. What we do is we try to inspire the fantasy community to give a little with their hobby. You know, take one entry fee in your league, give it to charity, stuff like that. We run a bunch of contests, tournaments, etc., where you know, each one is for a different charity or whatever. It also, you know, it's the backbone of SFB, Scott Fishbowl, which you guys all play in and talk about on the show. And I thank you for that promotion, by the way. But that Fishbowl runs, you know, 18 live events around the country, and those give to local charities in those cities. Fantasy Cares also does Toys for Tots runs where we buy a bunch of toys in a bunch of different cities all over the country and give them to Toys for Tots. We work with Toys for Tots on that. We're a national corporate sponsor of Toys for Tots, so the Marines come out and they help us and they load trucks. It's quite a big thing. It's a very fun thing that we're able to do. I'm glad that it's this whole charity and fantasy connection thing has really caught on over the last few years.
I want to go shopping with Azer this year. Can we do that?
Yes, you can do that. Yes, please. Let's talk.
Let's do it. I mean, we'll go to American Dream.
We got like 3 months to plan it. We can get you guys out there.
I want to go shopping for you too.
Yeah, with a bunch of cash.
Hey, Jamie, fly up.
Not with you, for Scott.
Why not? All right, we'll fly down.
You fly down. That'll be the
You
day
know
Adam shows up.
I am going to commit to that right now, and I'm going to back
Oh,
out.
sure you will.
Week of.
I couldn't find my car keys.
Yep, totally.
Oh, you meant the American Dream in New Jersey.
We had lost our car keys, by the way, for over a year, and randomly found them. It was
what?
Yeah, it was amazing. They were in a stroller in the front pocket of one of our strollers, and it was like
for a year.
Over a year, one of our sets of car keys was missing. Like we had two, but yeah, that was a wonderful day. Scott, I love everything you do, but can you please stop changing the rules to the Scott Fishbowl? Every time I get used to it, and I think I know what I'm doing. You add something else. Point for something.
I can't, man. I can't. You know,
Scott, don't listen to him. Scott, he couldn't figure out the Immaculate Grid, which is everybody's been playing it for like a year.
I saw that on here. I'm like, man, why couldn't I have come on for that? That looks like fun.
You can do it.
I like the Immaculate Grid. Yeah, no, I can't do that. I gotta change it every year. I gotta keep everybody on their toes. Some years it's to get them talking about certain things, like our sacks a quarterback stat or an offensive line stat. Should we be doing 3 RR? Third round reversal? Should we be doing an extra game against the median? Many years ago, I brought first downs into the equation. 13 years ago, I brought Superflex into the equation. I'm like, we should be all doing this, and it's really my way of not only trying to push the industry to consider new options, but also to keep everyone, on their toes. I think if it was some standard scoring that everybody knows, people would just go on autopilot and not talk about it. And people talking about it helps promote the charitable aspect of it. So if I keep it the same, that might go away.
Fair enough. I think we know what you're doing, even though I don't. We will always trust your judgment.
I think we drafted that league in the 80s at this point, right? It feels like it was a decade ago.
I know, right?
Yeah.
All right, now you didn't get to participate in this earlier, so you both can. You've got your beer, so maybe that's what you're going to be paying up for.
Oh boy,
Nano and Scott, make your Labor Day barbecue menu. $15.
I wish it was a beer. It's actually whiskey. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm not a dessert guy, so I'm going to be able to save some money there.
All right, cookies for you.
Yeah, I'm not a sweets or dessert guy. Never had a cavity. 43.
Wait, that's where you're thinking not popsicle?
No, I'm just looking for where I can save some money on this.
Oh, I just meant Azer's like, hey, I don't like sweets. Oh, then I guess you get the whole pile of cookies.
Well,
I'm just one stick of ice that'll melt.
It'll be the cheapest for him. It'll be the cheapest. Yeah.
Just grab a bunch of your chest hairs and pull them out as hard as you can, man, for $100. And eat one, and Jamie will give you another 100.
Who do you think has more chest hair, by the way, me or you?
Me or sorry, me or you?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's pretty close, I think.
I think you guys should both
Let's
show
lift
it.
up our
Let's see it.
shirts and we'll have the chat decide.
Let's see it. Both of you show your chest hair. That's where.
1,
Come
2,
on,
3.
Adam. That'll make up for it.
Come on, Adam.
Get out of here. All right, come on, make a menu, Nando. Let's go.
Yeah.
Jamie, you can make a menu too.
Can I?
I'll
Can I
go
get
with,
stick things? 'Cause, like, I'm not spending.
You got to have one from each.
Yeah, I know.
Is
I'll
this for
go
me
with-
or is this for the party I'm throwing?
Cookies,
For you.
cookies, chips, steak, and beer.
Okay, $14.
I think I'm at beer, hamburger, chips, and I'm not gonna eat the dessert, so I guess cookies. So that's what, $12?
Yeah, you're good.
Can I get a hot dog?
I think so. You know what? I never let anybody eat their, spend their leftovers, but I suppose, yeah.
This guy just donated $4,500. Let him have a hot dog, Adam. For something you
Hey.
didn't even do.
Hey, 5K. It was 2 donations.
That's true.
Water, hamburger. Oh, I already did this. Water, hamburger, fruit salad, ice cream for me. Gotta be healthy, right?
Ace used to walk into Subway when we had lunch and ask the people for a free water every time.
For a cup. I asked him for a cup so I can go to the fountain.
Free water. Yeah, he asked for free water.
What am I supposed to do?
I don't know. Buy a drink like a normal person.
I like
You found the
water.
one loophole at Subway.
Loophole? You think Subway's the only place where you can go and ask for a cup and get fountain water?
Yeah, actually, I think so. You're like, all my friends just bought huge subs and it was sodas from you. Could I please have a cup? And they hand him the tiniest cup and he would walk over to the little thing with his tiny cup like this. And he would go,
And then I would say, hey, I could run over to 7-Eleven and buy some ice, but I'd like some from your machine here. Am I allowed to press the ice button too? I think everything was fine. Yes, fruit salad for the second time. I'm getting fruit salad, and who cares? It's delicious. Who doesn't like a nice fruit salad? Come on, popsicle is the worst choice of everything on this board. I think
your wife's ignoring me.
I agree with you on the pop. Only thing worse than popsicle is freezies. I swear those things live in your freezer.
What are those? Like the plastic tubes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, I hate them. They take up so much freezer space, and the kids have
They were Otter Pops when I was growing up.
Yeah, the same thing. Yep,
Yeah.
exactly.
Often imitated.
But by the way, when you guys do the shopping, you should take your kids.
It's fun.
It's a
No,
very
I don't.
awesome. What?
I'm just kidding. I was
just
go with Azer. Yeah.
I was gonna say it's a pretty awesome experience having them learn what giving's about and being able to, show them that, and plus they pick out some fun stuff.
Okay,
that is a good assumption that Azer's kids don't know about charity the way he acts. They probably are.
And then after you bought them, you get to tell them, "Hey, kids, you don't get to keep these."
Yeah. Actually, confession, Scott. I thought because we had that food menu up there, I thought you just meant when you go to the grocery store to go shopping, you should take your kids. And I was like, yeah, totally. I love doing that. Super fun.
No,
I want Azer to sit backwards in the cart while I push it around the store. If we could do that, he could grab things off the shelves.
Please get video.
Would love to. All right. All right. We gotta give links to our final guests here. Jamie, I thought you were gonna do that.
Give what?
You're friends with our final guests that are coming on in 5 minutes. You weren't gonna give them the links. I have to do that?
Yeah, that's your job.
That's not my job. Do it.
I'm in the middle of a draft. Leave me alone.
Oh, come on. All right. Can we all right.
That's why he got quiet.
We'll get them. All right. What's your team so far, Jamie?
Well, I took over a dynasty squad and I dropped 15 players on the team, of a 20-man roster. And I traded 2 players to get the second pick. I had the first pick. So I got Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs. And then I've just been taking basically every rookie, although somebody did drop Sky Moore of their cleaning of their rosters. So Sky Moore was the first pick in the 3rd round. Then I got Marvin Mims, Jalen Hyatt. Kyler Murray was dropped. I took Kyler Murray. I have CJ Stroud. I've just been taking basically every young player I could possibly get my hands on.
I have an announcement to make, but I'll make it in 1 second. Just want to.
Are you giving $5,000 yourself for not shaving your head?
Seriously,
No.
man. It's not even shaving your head. Just think about it, like in a week, as it's starting to grow back a little bit, and someone's like, What are those lines? You say, well, it was for charity. I'm a host. Like, think about how you can segue that.
Are we to 11K yet, at least?
Yeah, I actually have an announcement to make about the donations, but we're just kind of coordinating here, getting everything set for the remainder of our show. And yeah, do we have anyway? All right, we're gonna get Jason Horowitz on in just a moment. Sorry about that. All right, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. About $120,000 we raised for Draft-A-Thon throughout the process.
Amazing.
Wow.
Which is a record for us. And someone that spoke to Jamie earlier this week has a message for you. Let's hear from Matt Ryan.
Hey, what's up? It's Matt Ryan. Thanks for tuning in. And a shout out to the guys at the Fantasy Football Today Draft-A-Thon, supporting St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. If you can, if you're able, click that donate button. They're doing amazing work, and we need to support them as best we can.
Yeah, and thank you, everybody, for all of your donations. It's really overwhelming here. So, Scott, of course, thank you so much, man.
Yeah, no problem. Of course.
You kicking him? If he goes, I go.
No, you're staying by.
No, I will leave. I'll hit leave studio right now if you kick off Scott Fish.
Scott, you're the best, bud.
You're the best.
I'm glad you guys invite me on this every year. It's this is my favorite little grouping. We get to hang out. Seems like once a year, and it's just my favorite. I absolutely love it. Thank you so much.
You're a huge part of it. Thank you so much. And thanks for the generosity.
Thanks.
All right. That is Scott Fish. Here's Nando. Here's Jason Horowitz.
Hey, what's happening? I have to follow Scott Fish and his background that looks like he's at an outdoor patio that just made it look like he's and Nathan Zagura hops on and leaves all at the same time. What's that about?
And Scott Fish just donated $5,000. So you want to follow that? Yeah.
Well, that makes the donation I put in there seem very, very pale in comparison.
They all count. They all count. Thank you for everything. Like I said, what did I say? $120,000 we raised.
How awesome is that, right?
Dude, it's incredible, and like the FFT Open was super fun, and just all of our loyal viewers, listeners, we thank you so much. And Jason, how you doing, man?
I'm fantastic. What do you think all of our Zoom backgrounds would have looked like if COVID hadn't happened and nobody had Zoom backgrounds? Like, do you think anybody would have thought, like, man, I got to get this office done right? Me and Zagura have what it would have looked like.
I'm just sitting in the kitchen, baby. You know
it. Well, I'm not in the kitchen. I'm in the wall that I adamantly keep saying has to stay white until we move.
I'm actually doing a draft right now. So I'm in the middle of a draft. So I work for the Browns, and then I have another job where I'm the commentator for Absolute Intense Wrestling, which is a local wrestling company in Cleveland. And I'm in the middle of the AIW draft right now. Right as I came on, I had my second round pick. So I started off in the 4th spot, PPR league. And after the 14-team league, after the first 2 rounds, I got Jamar Chase and Chris Olave in the second round. So I'm feeling pretty good about that. I like it.
That's great.
Yeah. So Nathan, do you feel like, let's say when you were working for CBS and doing Fantasy Football Today, let's say that was you at 100% of your fantasy game. Where do you think you are now?
Compared to that?
Yeah, compared to that.
A generous 12%.
Really?
I mean, what I'm good at doing is like cultivating Jamie and Downtown and the people who in the industry, Anando, the people who's in the industry I respect. So I'm good at like putting together spreadsheets of all their rankings and then coming up with like my own. But in terms of my knowledge of the things that I used to know,
yeah,
maybe 1%. 12% may have been overstating. It might be at 1% now because I used to know every stat about everybody. Sure. 3rd string, 4th string. Now I know the Browns. So maybe 1/32nd, whatever 1/32nd.
Yeah, what's 1 divided by 30?
I believe that would be 3.1%. If 1/33rd would be 3.3. No, it actually be like 3.4, 3.5. Can I admit something right here that I'm both excited about and ashamed about all at the same time? So my 6.5-year-old wants to do a fantasy football draft. So I'm going to participate on Sunday in my first fantasy football draft since the last time I was host of Fantasy Football Today. Wow. How long ago was that? What? 9 years ago? 8 years ago? 9 years ago? How long ago was that?
I think
that's
it was
outrageous.
I think it was 10 years
More
ago.
than that. Yeah,
Was it
more
10
than
years
that.
ago?
You know
Well,
what?
That's out.
You know what? It was the year our daughter. It was the year. Remember, it was the year my daughter was born because I flew down. My wife went into labor. I flew back up. Azer hosted the show, and she wasn't born until Monday at like 6:30 at night.
That's right. That's 10
And
years.
then you got back, and Azer had taken your job.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
We call that Sedanoing you.
Jeez. All right, I got to ask you guys. You got the intel, right? So Jason covers the Raiders, Nathan the Browns. So Jason, we got to know Josh Jacobs. What are we thinking?
Yeah. So I went back on the text chain because Jamie was texting me when I was heading out to LA for the joint practices with the Rams, and Jamie's exact words were, "Hey, when's Jacobs show up?" And I wrote, "I think 8:29." I missed it by 2 days, and technically, he wasn't in the building till 8:28. So, like, I think I was pretty good on that.
Yeah, it's pretty
nailed
good.
that.
Yeah, is he going to be good though? You think he'll be fine? Walk right into it, be good.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, first of all, the offensive line was good. Like, I know that was the biggest issue last year. Everyone was worried about going into the season, and Derek Carr was pressured a lot, but he wasn't sacked a lot, and the run blocking was top 10 in the NFL. So all those guys are back. Greg Van Roten is an upgrade from Alex Bars, I believe, and the team believes. And so you put that together. Yeah, I think as long as Josh Jacobs stays healthy, but there's no way. I mean, you guys, these would be the numbers that Nathan was talking about. There's no way, that he has 393 touches. And so you take away the touches, then you probably take away the production. So I think he's still a really great play, barring his health. But there's no way it's a full duplication of last year. It can't be, right?
I mean, that was such a career season, but yeah, I don't know, Jamie, you're the guy. I know you're doing a draft. I'm trying to filibuster for you here. Any thoughts on you want to call him Jacobs?
No, I think Jason hit it on the head. You know, it's he's still worth drafting as a top 10 running back. He still has the potential to be a very successful player, but you know, the downturn is the concern. You know, and so like this is where like Heath and I disagree. For example, he still thinks he's a first round pick. I wouldn't take him until the back end of the second round. So you're still getting, I think, a good player. I think the value is appropriate if you get in round 2, but there's so many receivers I would take ahead of him, and there are a lot of handful of running backs I would as well.
So this gets back to that question that Nathan was saying. So Josh last year has 1,600 plus yards. He has 53 catches, which is all career highs. Obviously, he's over 2,000 yards scrimmage. Where was he? Forget running backs. Where was he among all players in PPR last year?
He was at top 8,
not including quarterbacks.
Not including, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
So he was a borderline, not like at the back end of a first round when it was all said and done production anyway. So if that's the case, and you're thinking that it's going to be a little bit less than that, even if he has another great year, then Jamie's right. That's more of a second. But here's the other thing. The other question is, I think they're going to have the ability to spell him more than they did last year to begin with. So I think that would probably be part of the early season plan anyway. I don't know that you're going to see Josh Jacobs get 35 carries, 35 touches again. That's a lot.
I got a question for you guys. Who should be drafted first, Nick Chubb or Josh Jacobs?
Oh, Josh Jacobs.
Just say something about the kitchen noise. Just say it. Say it, Azer. I know you can. Come on.
Nick Chubb, come on. So just like you said, you think that it's more likely that Josh Jacobs will be spelled. Nick Chubb's not going to be. Kareem Hunt's not here anymore. Jerome Ford's the backup. They like him. They just traded for Pierre Strong days ago, yesterday, and he's now the third running back. So I think Nick Chubb's going to be very involved, and he's going to set a career high in catches and receiving yards. And clearly, he's an important part of what we do. There are 3 people for the Cleveland Browns that did not participate in the preseason. Only 3: Nick Chubb, Joel Bitonio, and Lyles Garrett. So I think they are expecting big things from. By the way, Nando, I couldn't help but oversee. You have the wine over your shoulder. That's a collection of the empties. That's some of the. It's been.
This is my. That's my homemade stuff.
Is that all? Are those all empty from fantasy football draft-a-thon? Like, is that all in the last 6 hours?
The last 6 hours, but that's some good stuff back there. Some good Jude back there for sure.
What's the buzz on Jimmy Garoppolo and Devontae Adams?
Jimmy's
Yeah,
been
good
making
question.
the media tour. I'm surprised. I'm surprised, Jamie, you didn't get him to join in there. I mean, he's hanging out with everybody this week.
Yeah.
I saw him with Siciliano. I saw him with a couple others. I think it's really positive. I do. And where I think it's, first of all, I mean, Devontae had 14 touchdowns last year. He had all those. I mean, he set records left and right. 100 catch season again. Like, numbers speak for themselves from a skill position. He's number 1, 2, or 3 in the NFL in terms of wide receiver. But in terms of where I do think, I don't know that you're going to get as many 30, 40, 50-yard touchdowns as you had last year, but you're going to have more red zone touchdowns. And I think that's the upgrade, right? Derek Carr did a lot of things in his time with the Raiders in his 9 years. And a lot of those things are bigger passes, deeper touchdowns. Like the Raiders are number 1 in the NFL last year, touchdowns from outside the red zone. They and the Eagles were tied at 17. And Devontae had a lot of those. But the upgrade for Jimmy Garoppolo, at least historically, is he's one of the best red zone quarterbacks that the NFL has. I think he's top 5 in the NFL in red zone completion percentage. The Raiders have struggled in the red zone to put it in the end zone for years. And so I think that is the upgrade for Devontae, and that it may be equal touchdowns. You may get 14 touchdowns again. I just don't think they're going to be of the 40, 50-yard variety as often as they were last year.
Right. Nando, you're in round 2. You got Devontae Adams and Garrett Wilson on the board. Who you taking?
Probably Devontae Adams, actually.
Yeah.
I love him. I think he's great.
Jamie?
I would take Wilson. I just think that, once we see receivers hit 30, you start to see a little bit of a downturn. So they're back-to-back for me, but, Wilson, I think, is going to get a little bit of an edge. Devontae scares me a little bit this season.
People said that when I turned 40 that everything was going to start hurting, but I broke my elbow while running at 39. So I don't know that these numbers are real, Jamie.
That's true. That's a good point. You at 39, you might have started when at 40 when things turn around.
Here's a great segue. Let's take a trip back to memory lane.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Oh, yes.
Wait a second. Who looks? So Jamie and I'm going to guess this is Jamie's first year. He had already been a professional as a newspaper person, and so this is probably like 2007. 2007. Wow. Which one of us looks like we're still a freshman in high school more? That's the better question.
Jamie does not look like he's in high school. He is graduating in 5th grade in this picture.
You know what that is? I think actually it was the second year, because that's when we were doing it in Miami when we stopped flying up.
Oh, good point. Hold on. I'm taking a screenshot of this with my phone. I'm old man right here, taking the phone up to the computer to take a picture. That's what I'm doing.
Jason still looks the same, though. That's the thing.
I do not look the same. Look at this. Look at this. Taking the hat off. Look at all this gray hair.
You look the same, dude.
Jamie's
you
right.
look
Exactly
the same.
That was
bags under the eyes.
Let me take my hat off so I can prove just how the same I look. Look at this.
Somebody just sent me a text message because they're looking at the screenshot up on Twitter, and they're like, "Why do you have glasses in your headshot?" and I give the same response all the time. It's because it blocks the aging from 3 children.
Yeah.
You got to get that. I got that Elliott quote up on the screen about Jamie. Jamie's about to teach a potions course. That's amazing.
That's really funny, man.
Was that Severus Snape right there?
How old were you, Jamie?
How old was I there?
Yeah. No.
That was probably 2007, you think, Jason?
I think so. 2007,
I was 31.
30. No way.
Man.
No way. You're almost 50?
47. I'll be 47 this year.
Wow.
Man, you're in good shape, dude. I'm impressed.
Wow.
All right, let's take another trip down memory lane. A little bit more, I think, updated, but here we go. Dave?
Oh, man.
Yes.
There he is.
Look at you.
There's me, and then there's Allie LaForce, who's gone on to dominate the sports world. So that's a good. At least I got to rub elbows with greatness for a little while there.
Yeah, you look pretty much the same. You got the beard.
Yeah, no, I don't. My hair is significantly more gray for a variety of reasons. And yes, now I do have a little bit of a beard now, but that was good times, man. That's a long time ago too. That has to be 2012, maybe.
Look at those projections.
Yeah, Brady, Alex Smith, Christian Ponder,
hey, Geno Smith.
Geno Smith. He's the only guy, and him and Tannehill. But right now, Geno Smith above Tannehill. Look at that.
That's awesome.
That is funny. Yeah, it's either 12 or 13. 13 would be the absolute latest.
Was the popcorn real?
Yeah, I was going to ask that.
Yes, that was real popcorn. Absolutely. Come on, look at this theme we got going on here. I don't know if this was Halloween or new. Oh boy, there's the goatee.
Yes.
Oh goodness. Sell high on Megatron. Bite your tongue. What was I thinking?
So yeah. Oh man.
That's a good shot at Jamie there.
That is.
Yeah, you guys really captured a good one there.
He's like, would you shut up over there? Let me get in here a little bit. Those are the glory days, man. That was good times. Those are good times.
All right.
You guys ever see pictures of Nate's boards? And I know Nate and I do different jobs in the booth, right? He's running color. I'm calling the game. You ever see the picture of Nate's boards and wonder how in the world does he actually read anything he wrote or find anything in there? It's the size of a popcorn kernel before it's popped. There's no way you can read any of that.
They're actually printed. Each one of those is actually on 11 by 17, so it's tabloid. So I have two, obviously, our offense, their defense, their offense, our defense. And I have a very color-coded system, so I have it all in there. And for me, it's good. And once I write it, and the truth is for me, I don't really even read it. Once I write it by hand, I've got it. Then I've got it. So that's the whole thing to me, is just to write it out by hand.
How much, by the way, when you're doing play-by-play, when doing color, how much do you use the spotter? Like, how helpful is the spotter? Give me an example.
I won't speak for Nate, but so I find the spotter more important than the stats guy, stats man or woman.
Yeah, for play-by-play, for sure.
Oh, 100%. And the reason being, a couple of different things. Number one, you can't always see who's making the tackle. Like, we were making fun of those glasses earlier. The reality is my eyesight's still pretty good at this point. And so, like, I can generally, especially when you get into the regular season, you know who most of the people are and you know where they are and what they're doing. So, like, you have a good shot, but you want to be right. Obviously it's important in both, but particularly in TV because everybody can see it. So if you call the wrong name and the guy's running down, like, everyone knows who it is. You want to be right in radio because it sounds bad to have to correct yourself as well. Yeah. So the spotter is really important to help you point that out. And I would say conversely is if you get a rough spotter, that's the immediate. You get through the first drive and you're like, well, the hell with this person.
That's like you have one job, man. Jason, I got to ask you about that Patriots Raiders game. Like, take us through that incredible call, the Jacoby Myers.
Yeah. Well, let's see that. You mean the preseason game where Jarrett Stidham went down the field and you don't mean that? That's not what you guys mean.
So you had the call on the crazy lateral Chandler Jones, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I guess as a broadcaster, you never know you're going to get a moment like that, right?
No, and what's funny is that it's like and I've heard it so often over the last 9 months now, because every radio show I join or people bring me in with it as their segment, and it's an honor because I think people genuinely enjoy the emotion and the holy crap what just happened that you can tell. Sure. And back to your spotter part, knowing who it was and where he was going and all that stuff, like that part was, I'm glad I nailed that. It's the Raiders history. And this is something that I was kind of overwhelmed with when I took the job last summer. The Raiders history is so important in the history of the league, for a variety of reasons. But part of it is that they haven't had many play-by-play voices. Bill King is historic. Greg Papa for 20 years. And then Brent Musburger wasn't there very long. And I know he's not known for his NFL radio, but Brent Musburger is one of the kings.
Legend.
Of all broadcasting, let alone sports broadcasting and play-by-play. And so to follow him and to follow them It was important to kind of understand all the history and all those plays that are in the top 15, 20, 25 of NFL history, let alone Raiders history. And so to have something like that in my first season, and I think the holy crap aspect of it wasn't just the day itself, because the day itself adds to the holy crap part, because the Raiders' whole season was blowing 17-point leads, 14-point leads. And it happened again. Like, we blew a 14-point lead in that game. The Patriots took a 24-17 lead. And then Carr hit Keelan Cole for, a 35, 38-yard touchdown with 30 seconds to go. And, there was a long review, and nobody knows if they're going to call it. I'm not sure if they got it right, but they kept it as a touchdown. And then you get that. So the build up to that moment was kind of where you get the release of the voice crack and all of it. But more than that, we were 2-7. Devontae Adams had a walk-off game-winning touchdown grab in Denver. Then Josh Jacobs had the 86-yard touchdown walk-off overtime win in Seattle. Then we beat the Chargers. Then we go to LA the week before the Patriots game, and Baker Mayfield beats us on a 98-yard drive without any timeouts. And he got there a day before. And so it was the whole buildup of what really was a remarkable 5 weeks. And it may be 5 weeks that I never have the rest of my life in terms of a run of a team and just endings. So it was kind of all of that.
Hope you get
But Azer, I don't usually sit in the booth forever when the game is over. We wrap up, do a little post-game stuff that we have to do, kind of just wait and then leave when everyone else is filing out. I was the last person in the building that night because I realized from a broadcasting moment what had just happened, and I kind of was just trying to take it all in.
Yeah, that's really awesome. I'm not going to let you guys yet. I got a quick game. It's called Browns or Raiders. Ask you guys questions here. Nathan,
good to know neither one of us is biased. He's wearing his team issue stuff, and I've got my Bo Jackson from Homage.
Yeah,
let's go.
Here we go. So, which team has more? All right. So, Nathan, you can answer first, then Jason, then we'll switch it up for every question. Which team has more Hall of Famers?
Browns.
You mean on the current roster?
All time.
Oh, well, the Raiders count anybody who's ever played one game for them. So, how do we officially, is this from the Hall of Fame's website?
I'll skip it.
This is great. This is amazing. He doesn't know the quagmire Azer's putting himself in.
Adam has ruined every game today.
Yeah, pretty much. What I had was Raiders with 25.
I was going to say Raiders, but I really mean that. They are really
So you're counting everybody who touched it. Yeah, because the Browns are 18. I only know this because Joe Thomas is sweating.
Okay.
Yeah, the Raiders are. I mean, Cliff Branch makes it more than 18, but I don't know what the caveat is.
What site are you getting these from? This is NFL-facts.blogspot.
Yeah, it's a GeoCities. Anyway, I don't think there'll be any more
DE.
problems. All right, Nathan, you can go first this time again. Which team had more rushing yards in 2022?
Raiders.
I think the Browns.
Actually, probably
we had one guy who had 1,600 yards, and nobody else had more than 50 or 70.
Chubb was at 50, 25, and then we had our quarterback. So yeah, probably the Browns. And Kareem was there for half the season.
All right, Jason, you can go first. Which team had more total yards in 2022?
Oh, Raiders.
Nathan?
I'm going to agree with that, but we were a top 10 offense with Jacoby Brissett, so maybe we were in the mix there. But I think
but then you made the mistake of bringing the other guy back, so it makes it go down.
Yeah,
not a mistake. We're going to be just fine.
Raiders had 41 more yards than the Browns. This is a good one. Which team? And I didn't come up with this one. That's why I said this is a good one. Which team did Amari Cooper have more receiving yards in a single season for?
Ooh, that is a good one.
I want to say Browns. I think last year was second highest of his career, so I don't know if he beat it in Dallas or he beat it in Oakland because he was an Oakland Raider. But I'll say Browns because it was second. I know that was second in his career.
I don't think he's ever had 12 or 1,300. I think his highest is always in the 1,100 to 1,150 range, right? And
he's 8.
What did you say? What did you say he had with the Browns? 1,180.
Last year it was second. Yeah.
1160.
high 1100s. Yeah.
I'll say Browns, but he was close. I bet early in his career he had like 11-20 with the Raiders.
He had 11-53 with the Raiders, so 7 more with the Browns. And these two teams have played 27 times. Which team has won more games?
Not the Browns. That's my guess. At least not recently. Not recently.
It's the Raiders. The Raiders, 17-10. Raiders. With the win.
All those 70s and 80s teams. You know, like this is the year that Nathan and I see each other in the postseason. Now I don't know if that means like they're playing each other or we both just decide to call each other on the phone and be like, "Hey, you want to meet up for the playoffs?"
Well, I want to thank you guys for being our last guests. Great.
Jason, I'm going to say you have.
Oh man. I think we're going to be surprised. I think we've got a better team than people realize. I do.
You're going to enjoy Caleb Williams next year. That's my prediction.
No, not even close.
He's going to Arizona. He is
not
going.
Even
that's
close.
A lock. That's a lock.
They might be going Marvin Harrison.
They're going to try to get 1-2 and go Caleb Williams, Marvin Harrison, and to start it off like that.
All right, Nando, thanks, buddy. I'm sorry I didn't give you more notice.
It was great to be here.
Yeah, it was great to have you.
Great to see you, dude. See your face.
Jamie, I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Yes, gentlemen, it's been great. Thank you, everybody who donated.
And listen, in all seriousness, we raised $120K for St. Jude during this Draft-A-Thon process. We raised a ton tonight, too. And for those of you who hung out for all these hours, really appreciate it. Amazing night. Thank you so much. For Jamie Eisenberg, Nathan Segura, Jason Horowitz, Nando already left. What's up with that? Nando DeFino, and everyone else that joined us tonight. I'm Adam Azer. Have a great night. And thank you so much for making this Draft-A-Thon a really special evening. See you later.